Hello, one and all, from gorgeous Tallinn, Estonia. It is that time of the year again when dried out pumpkins waiting in the cellars since autumns have turned into magical carriers, bringing us thousands of potential kings to try and figure out who will be crowned the kings of Tallinn 2023. My name is Christian Laas, and this is the feature table coverage of the €1,100 main event. And what a feature table we have for you. 4 different nationalities represented already. And as usual, we have a lot of Finns coming all the way to Tallinn, Estonia, as well as one local player, a couple of Latvians, and an Ukrainian. Anyway, the buy-in for this tournament, as said, was €1,100, and we have €500,000 guaranteed in the prize pool, and this will get smashed. I believe, I have faith. We are playing very deep stack poker. The blinds are 100 and 200 with a big blind ante of another 200, meaning the average stack at this time is about 150 big blinds, and we are playing 1 hour levels. Obviously, all the locals are rooting for the chip leader of this feature table, who is Mairo Toom, local fan favorite here, already up to 37.1 thousand in chips. And we are about to see 2 different clashes, let's say, of 2 different styles of poker. Since we are playing very deep stacked, you have 2 choices, basically. You kind of can wait for a good hand and, stay away from trouble and just play your ABC poker, which is very respectable. Let your opponents make some mistakes. But what I'm looking forward to is seeing who will try and, get in the mix almost every second hand, try and play those pots as many as they can, since they are so cheap, and try and hit a big hand and capitalize that way. So that remains to be seen who will take this position of table captain here. As we can see, it's a player sitting at seat number 8. His name is Antti Tapani Tuomi. He's from Finland, and he's raising it up with King 10 of diamonds. Fairly standard, even from early position. We are playing 8-handed at the moment. Being seat number 3 is open at the moment. And while Lampinen is defending his big blind with Jack 6 of hearts, still very standard. You want to be defending your big blinds with every suited hand, basically, especially this deep, and with there being antis as well. And he will flop a gut shot straight draw with a backdoor heart draw. Tuomi misses this one, but still ahead with a king high and 2 overcards, plus the backdoor flush draw for himself. 8 of hearts now gives Lampinen a heart draw as well. Definitely way stronger range for Lampinen here, since he's gonna be the one defending the big blind with all the 8-4s, 8-5s, 8-6s, 8-7s. Hence the Tuomi is not even raising, so it would have liked to see Lampinen bet out and bet out large on a turn here. But instead he decides to check, and maybe now on the river he will try and steal it away. Of course, it gets a bit less believable now, having not bet 2 streets. But as we can see, it's going to be tough for Tuomi to call with just king high anyway. Lampinen is going to bet 600, makes it look value, and Tuomi will fold. So, nice little bluff, small pot, but seat number 8 now stealing some chips. So, let's get over to the players. Seat number 1 is Vitaly Sherba from Ukraine, coming to this feature table with 20,900 chips. Seat number 2 is Sergei Tsugainovs from Latvia, 31,400 for him. Seat number 3 is open, and seat number 4 is Mairo Toom from Estonia, the only local player. And as already said, the chip leader coming in this feature table with 37.2k. Seat number 5, Osku Kalle Karttunen from Finland with 35,300 chips. Seat number 6, Jyrki Olavi Lampinen from Finland. We have a couple of Finns, as you can understand. Seat number 7 from Finland as well, Jethro Juuso Rosted. Seat number 8, coming all the way from Finland, Antti Tapani Tuomi. And seat number 9 is Davis Modans from Latvia, coming into this feature table with the shortest stack of 20,100 chips, but still, more than 100 big blinds to play with. I hope Pineapple is playing. His wife won a lot of money on Saturday. I think this is why Pineapple, of course, if you're wondering who Pineapple is, it's Mairo Toom, the Estonian player. Obviously, yeah. I think this is the reason he is playing. It's exactly the buying money as well. Anyway, if you want to chat with us, if you have, if you want to tell us who you're rooting for, just have any questions, whatever it is, our official chat or the chat I am reading out from is twitch.tv/alibetpoker. Twitch.tv/alibetpoker, and we have a nice one here on the flop. Kartunen with just ace high, but he flops the nut flush draw 3 ways. Tuomi still ahead with his pair of nines, but kind of a scary board for him. So should Kartunen bet here with his nut flush draw? I'm thinking Lampinen and Tuomi are just going to fold. It's a small bet though. I mean, 500 might get called by Tuomi. There's still plenty of draws there. Obviously, nines might be already almost drawing dead. So yeah, Tuomi decides to stay away from trouble. Kartunen small bet does the trick here. It may just be if chip stacks in front of you one more time. So we are playing until the end of level 8 today. Everybody can still re-enter this tournament up until level 10. So once we continue tomorrow with day 2, the first 2 levels will still be re-entry period. So plenty of playing room, plenty of time to still hop in. We are playing, as said already, until the end of level 8 today, after which we will still have a turbo version of the main event, day 1C, coming up at 9 p.m. local time today as well. So if you want to hop in, just find yourself 1,100 euros and come join us here at beautiful Hilton Hotel and Park Olympic Casino. It's Scherba from Ukraine raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit up to 500. Gets everybody to fold. I don't see Lampinen calling with just Queen 3 either. Rosted might do something with a suited small capper, but nah. But Tuomi I expect to defend. Tuomi has been this far the most active, playing every single hand. Obviously, he has found some hands to play with as well. King 9-8, so Tuomi takes the lead with a pair of 8s, but Scherba has the betting lead as well as the gotcha to the nuts. Queen of spades, giving him a backdoor flush draw as well. So I expect to see him continue and keep on barreling should he even miss the turn. But Tuomi will just fold a pair, defends with Queen 8 and just lets it go on a flop, so easy fold. Welcome Declo, welcome Humoro, welcome Turcha, welcome Casino Patron and Riff23. Hello everybody. Who's Rostein? I'm very confused. I'm very confused. None of them remind me of Rush, at least. Or you're meaning Jethro, Juuso, Rosted. Yeah. Now I get it. Guys, it's gonna be 4 days of poker action. This is just the very early stages of poker, so let's try and get used to. The one person I definitely recognize from this feature table is the dealer. I'm sure many of you who have seen the feature table coverages remember our dealer as well. She has been there every single time, and nice to see her come back as well. My working day immediately became happier when the stream started. Same Super Mario. Meanwhile, it's a race from Kugainovs and a couple of folds and not much. Ritsius definitely Lithuanians left. We are still playing at level 3 of day 1B already. You can find all the information from kingsoftallinn.com as well. But let me see if I can find any live results from day 1A. Day 1A was played yesterday, so who were the bigger stacks from yesterday's day 1A? We can definitely find that out for you. It looks like it was Julius Jesperi Tihonen from Finland ending with a chip lead. He ended up with a huge stack, 244,000 in chips. So a massive stack coming into day 2. The first Lithuanian we can find is from 7th position, Mikhailas Mizerkeyevas with 116,000. Obviously, we have plenty of Lithuanians coming to this day 1B as well as day 1C later on today. There is a Lithuanian called Eirimas Tomkevičius or Tomkevičius as well at 11th position, and 14th place is Rokas Bardzdius. I'm so sorry, guys. Lithuanian names is not my forte. The best place a local Estonian player from day 1A was, I'm assuming, Kasso Lasik, and Alexei Smirnov, definitely a strong Estonian player as well, finishing in 16th place with 95,800 in chips. But as it is, we are playing day 1B now. And we have a new player joining us at seat number 3. And it seems to be... I'm trying to figure out who's the new player is, but it's fine. It's fine. We will learn soon. Meanwhile, it's Rivet Trips for Sherba, getting him a small little pot. I hope you guys are doing great. I don't know if you guys have made your way to Tallinn yourself, if you played any side events, if you're planning to play the main event, maybe you're just, you know, as Super Mario said, you're just watching the stream while you're working, while you're just hanging out at home. Let's make it a good time. Let's have some fun here, you know, let's settle into things and hopefully see some great poker as well. I mean, with the stacks being as deep as they are, we definitely have a lot of room for some strong plays to be played or to be made. And seat number 3 is Lizewski from Poland, it looks like. Lizewski from Poland. So welcome him to the table as well. Not really sure, didn't get to have a glance how many chips he brought to the table. Galks, we are playing until level the end of level 8 today, so 6 hours with 3 15-minute breaks in the middle as well. I love the structure at Kings of Tallinn. Obviously, you know, it's not going to take too much of a toll on the players as well, meaning that the players can definitely, you know, come into this main event feeling sharp, get well rested. They're gonna play about 10 hours every day, which is obviously exhausting, but it's not like overwhelming. So even if they feel like they need some more poker, we have 24/7 cash games running as well, which are super soft. And the festival has been running for 8 days already, so you know, the longer the festival goes, the softer the cash games usually get as well. Especially when the main event is still at the early stages, meaning that all the players are still here who are meaning to play the main event. I don't know, let's get €1 million prize pool. Let's absolutely smash the 500,000 guarantee. That would be awesome. So local time, Galks, I must say, we're probably finishing the stream approximately at 9 p.m. A small pocket pair of deuces, or the tucks, or the quacks for Mairo Toomen. He's just gonna open fold him. Just, especially deep stacked, I'm very surprised to see Mairo fold those pocket deuces. I mean, they can definitely withhold some play, even if he gets 3-bet quite often at this feature table, which we haven't seen just yet. You can call with a deep stack and try and set mine in a three-way bot as well. I mean, it's very standard to fold in an early position with 30 big blinds or less, but more than that, I think it's a hand you want to play. But he's going to elect to fold, you know, stay away from trouble. As I said at the start of the stream as well, we're going to see two different styles. One of the styles being, you know, just stay away from trouble, play strong hands, and try and make your opponents make some mistakes. Lisevsky has found himself a set of fives on this flop. Unfortunately for him, it's not much for Lampinen besides a backdoor flush draw. Are there any special online stream free roll today? Super Mario, we are getting that information right now. At the moment, I must say no, but, you know, it's a matter of maybe. But I'm not going to make too many promises. It goes check, check on a flop. So Lampinen does not continuation bet on a flop. And Lisevsky feels that now is the time to try and smash a 2k bet into this pot. So overbets this turn, you know, thinking that if Lampinen has two overcards, he's not going to probably call anyway. Maybe he turned a flush draw or turned a 10, so it's going to be difficult for Lampinen to get away from those hands. So elects to go for an overbet, which I really do not mind. Lampinen is almost never behind here once the flop goes check, check, and he knows that if he's gonna bet, he's gonna generate a lot of folds from overcards anyway, with the board being as connected as it is. But if Lampinen maybe has a flush draw or connects with the 10 there, he might just pay that 2k. And Ritsius says way too tight. Well, it's still early on. I mean, obviously it's the main event. Even though you have a chance to re-enter this tournament, you kind of don't want to make too many mistakes. Everybody wants to be the king of Tallinn. I got a message from one of our previous winners, Johan Carlson, yesterday as well, that he's coming to Estonia and he's going to play the main event. So obviously let's root for him. One of the better streams we had when Carlson won this. It was a nice little match. It's Tuomi again, being the most active player, finding a suited connector, and he's gonna raise it up to 600 with his 9-7 of hearts. Sherba probably gonna just call with the sixes from the cutoff. Yes, he does. A snap call from the dealer button as well with the jack-8 of hearts. On a loser side, but you know, can't blame him. With the play being deep stacked, I really don't mind too many calls. You can definitely play loser if you want. As long as you can get away from one pair type of hands, you should be alright playing plenty of pots. 4 ways to the flop here, 2.7k in the middle, and we see a flop of ace, queen, and a 5. So 2 flush draws out there with a gut shot straight draw for Kartunen, and believe it or not, it's Sherba still ahead technically with his pair of sixes. No pairs anywhere, but Tuomi might be in trouble should he find another heart here. A bet of 1000 from Tuomi gets quickly called from the other flush draw, and the 8 of spades now gives Tuomi a gut shot straight draw. Needs the one of those sixes that was folded, as we saw, a pair of sixes folded. And Gugainovs now has a pair to go with his flush draw. Let's see the bet here. It looks like the straight 5k bet, so a small overbet. No, 4000 on a turn from Tuomi, and they fold from Gugainovs. Folds the better hand, folds the pair plus flush draw. And didn't even think too long about it, so maybe he thought his 2 pair would have potentially be dead against some of Tuomi's range, but not really too sure. Especially with him being in position, you might want to call there with a pair plus flush draw. As it is, he elects to stay away from possibly massive board there, thinking that he might be drawing dead against ace with a heart as well, or king with a heart, something like king queen of hearts. I don't know, queen jack of hearts, ace jack of hearts, but as it is, a fold on the tighter side. But Modans finds a premier hand here, ace king off. Expect to see a raise, goes for the standard 3x size from under the gun +2. Lampinen with the opposite to ace king here with the 7 deuce off, shows it and folds. So Modans was hoping to get some action there with ace king, but no action to be found. Once again, we are streaming to Facebook, YouTube, obviously, but the chat, the official chat, is twitch.tv/alibetpoker if you're looking to join the conversation as well. Dorcha says that I've been wondering where some poker streamers are. They are there, yeah. Obviously, Kings of Tallinn, the biggest poker festival in the Northern Europe, always brings in poker recreationals and professionals from all around the Northern Europe sphere, from Norway, Sweden, Finland, as well as the local talent. We've been having satellites and all sorts of promotions to get into this festival in the past couple of months, so nice to see so many players join us. Let's see how many players advanced to day 2 from day 1A. Seems like 117 players advanced from day 1A with a total of 227 entries. We almost have that amount already at day 1B, with day 1B just beginning as well, so I mean, the guarantee should get crushed, but by how much, that remains to be seen. A small raise from hijack from Gugainovs gets defended from the big blind from Rosted with jack 5. No pairs to be seen, so I mean, it should go check bet fold, but you never know. But it goes exactly like that. Check a bet of 500 from Gugainovs and a fold from Rosted. It's gonna be interesting to see the patterns of bet sizes as well. You know, those early levels especially, you kind of want to get a feel of the players, see how they react to certain boards, how much they bet. Do they stay with the the standard 50% bet on every kind of board, or will they mix it up a little bit and overbet on some boards, very much underbet on different boards? So this is something we as viewers we can definitely try and figure out as well. It'll give us some practice for when we get to play one of those tournaments, and it's always a fun thing to do while commentating on these tournaments, as well as of course those 6 setups, huge plays, which we all wait to see. A couple of folds. Moving into hand number 12 of our featured table coverage. No hands to be seen. I mean, Lampinen might try and go after those blinds here. There's 500 in the middle that he can maybe steal away, especially with a suited hand, just 2 players to get through, but does not get through of Rosted. Rosted calls and has Lampinen dominated, but the thing is, Lampinen has a betting lead, and in a situation like this, I mean, you're flopping, you're connecting with the flop like 30% of the time. Obviously, with a suited connector, you're gonna connect a bit more, adding those flush draws and straight draws, but approximately half of the time, Lampinen is just gonna steal this pot away with a continuation bet, especially in position. So he's gonna go and do exactly that. He's gonna bet 1,000. Rosted will snap call. Snap call usually indicates a draw of sorts. I don't know if you've noticed it, if it's your personal opinion as well, but usually when a player snap calls, it's gonna be some sort of a drawing hand. Obviously, you can go a level with these thoughts and play a different kind of hand that way as well and make your opponents think it's a drawing hand. But as we can see, it was a gut shot straight draw for Rosted. Lampinen bets 2000, maybe figuring it out, and gets a quick fold from Rosted's 10-8. So nice job, nice aggressive play, playing his position. Maybe, well, we never know, maybe a little bit of a live read as well. And adds himself, you know, a small little pot. And I really do. This is why I, you know why I've touched on the two different styles as well. I personally, obviously, prefer to be in the mix as much as I can. Every little small pot as I can in a deep stack tournament early on. You know, try and put myself in a position where my opponents might give away something, you know, maybe take away small pot here and there. May obviously give away a lot of them as well, but in the end, you know, try and at least realize my potential edge if I feel like I have an edge on the table. If I don't feel like I have an edge on the table, I'm gonna stay away from them. I'm gonna play aces, kings, ace kings, and you know, standard poker. King queen raise from Kartunen, and our first pair of aces of this featured table, and a great player to get it because Tuomi has been the most active player. He has played more than 50% of the hands. Obviously, this is going to be the first time he 3-bets, so this might ring some alarm bells, but Kartunen, knowing that Tuomi is an active player, he's going to make the call in position with the king-queen and shoot the board. Be a king or a queen high, he might be in a bit of trouble, but he gets lucky. Misses the board completely, and a very safe board for Tuomi. Kartunen probably not gonna have too many sets even on this board, and Kartunen is gonna be very heavy on those 8s, 9s, 10s pre-flop, so he's gonna go for some value straight away, but Kartunen, having missed, he's gonna give it up, and Tuomi now back up to approximately the starting stack, approximately 30,000. But this is why I'm liking Tuomi as well. I mean, he's playing a lot of hands, obviously, and once he gets a good hand, you know, I mean, he was one king or queen high board away from winning potentially like a 20+ K pot here. Riccius says that I think king queen is the most overrated hand. It is definitely the most overrated hand in my experience as well. I mean, I really do. I really do agree with you there. I have immense amount of trouble folding king queen against 3-bets. I really do love 3-betting them myself, but folding king queen against 3-bets and staying away from trouble that way, I'm just, this is my biggest leak in poker. Obviously, I think the most popular hand that people bust tournaments with is the ace queen. In being very strong, but once you get called, very often you're gonna be in trouble. But king queen, you know, it's a hand you really want to see a flop with. And once you see the flop and flop top pair, after the second time your opponent bets, you're thinking, shit, I'm in trouble here. You know? You know, you love to see that first bet, you love to call on that first bet, but once your opponent bets the second time, you're starting to think like, okay, now I'm only beating bluffs. And that feeling sucks. Ace-8 for Kartunen, Ace-7 for Sherba on a 10-7 deuce board. So Sherba in the lead, facing a bet of 4,400 from Kartunen. Sherba probably just gonna call, yeah. Yeah, and Tok says that ace-jack is up there too. Yeah, ace-jacks, ace-queens, ace-tens, those hands that finish your tournaments most often. 8 of diamonds on a turn, so now Kartunen takes the lead with his pair of 8s. And he will go for another bet, thinks he has a bit of value and protection to do. I mean, Sherba can definitely have hands like 8-6, 8-9, 7-9, 7-6, all those hands that he can get value from, so he's gonna rather bet here than go for a check and play a guessing game on a river. Kartunen probably gonna go for a bet here, and should the river not be an 8 or an ace, he's gonna just snap bet this river back. Especially on a Jack of Hearts, unless Kartunen feels like he needs to turn his 8 into a bluff, or Sherpa will just lead into him here. We're gonna see this spot go check. But Kartunen might feel like he's gonna maybe try and get away. No, it's gonna be Sherpa who leads into this here now. Wow, I really enjoy this play because, I mean, Kartunen is going to just call with a 9, obviously. But Kartunen, he's gonna have so much trouble calling with all the one pair hands, obviously. Hands like ace 10, queens, aces, kings, all of them are just bluff catchers at this point. Even two pair hands, like the smaller two pairs. I mean, Kartunen is probably gonna have to call a hand like 10 jack against the sizing like this, as well as obviously a 9, but I really do like this lead here. And gets the better hand to fold, realizes it's a nice little river to bluff. Meanwhile, we already have 200 players at this day 1B with plenty of time to still enter this tournament, so let's go, baby. Meaning just approximately 100 more players, and we have already made the guaranteed prize pool. The delay, yes, Lovasier, is a 30-minute delay. All the information, all the side events, everything you need to know about the tournament besides the feature table. Obviously, you can go to kingsoftallinn.com. You have all the tournament information, all the information about the side tables as well. So live vlogs, Jason doing a fantastic job as usually. And hello Berstreg, or Bestreg. This being a Northern European tournament, I'm trying to read all the names as they are, like as they should be Norwegian or Swedish names, but Bestreg. Let's take it easy. Ciao. Tuomi flops gut shot straight draw with a pair of 8s, and the board is getting uglier and uglier for his pair of 8s, but you know, he's still ahead. Gugainovs with 5 high flush draw makes the call from out of position. Not really fan of that call. Would have really liked to see him raise if he wanted to continue here, but with just ace high on a very drawy hand, and now he figures he's gonna lead into this, and is it gonna work 2 times in a row? No, he's gonna give it up. He's gonna check it over to Tuomi. And again, it's a weird situation. We can see that Tuomi has the best hand, but he might think that he needs to turn it into a bluff. No, he does not. Checks, and I'm sure Tuomi is gonna be at least a little bit surprised that he's ahead here with his 4th pair. Obviously, the river is the brick of the bricks. Gugainovs can have a hand like ace 10 with ace of clubs. We can see that he even called with ace 5 with a 5 of clubs. But kinda just gave away an extra 1,000 in chips there. Not a big fan of just calling with 5 high flush draws. More downs now. More than 100 big blinds, so let's go. None of our players with less than 100 big blinds. We have lost the one and only Estonian player from our feature table. We are playing 8-handed again, but still 4 different nationalities. The Estonian has been replaced with the Polish player. Poland, Finland, Latvia and Ukraine. Rosted from Finland with ace queen of spades. The pretty looking hand makes it 600. And Tuomi again with a decent hand as well. I mean, he's been active, but he's been getting some playable holdings. Makes the call from the hijack with a pair of 7s. Let's see if anybody else wants to join the party. It's up to Lisevsky from the big blind 400 into a pot of 1.7k. But with an offsuited ace, he figures, you know, at least 2 players being in there, his ace is gonna be dominated. Just gonna stay away from trouble. So, Pair of sevens against ace, queen, king, king, jack on a flop. I mean, you can see the percentages. Tuomi still ahead with 2 pair, but Rosted is ahead should this hand go to showdown with 56%. Needs an ace, queen, 10 or a jack, and there's the queen on a turn, so not 2 pair for Rosted here. Checks it over to Tuomi one more time, and let's see if he's gonna go for some value on the river. I mean, the ace of clubs may be a little scary card to go on for some value. Not too many hands you can get value from on this river. You're gonna chop it up with most of the aces. Obviously, you're not gonna get value called from like a pair of queens or jacks anymore. Especially with you holding a queen, makes it less likely a queen is gonna call, or your opponent has a queen. So, well, doesn't hurt to try at least. And one more good thing about it is if your opponent is going to fold, you're not gonna have to show your hand. Always leaves that seed of doubt in your opponent that maybe he got bluffed. Once again, this is the main event coverage of Kings of Tallinn main event. The buy-in for this tournament is 1,100 euros. 500,000 euros guaranteed in the prize pool. The festival is 11 days long. So we are into day 8 of Kings of Tallinn. So a long festival, 24/7 cash games. Who doesn't love cash games? And you have your usual suspects playing the cash games as well. I was there yesterday filming a different thing. And who do you think was playing there? Obviously, the Finnish legends. Sigmund was there for I don't know how many days he had been there, but still crushing the cash games there. And hello, Michael P. Hello, Michael. Sorry for missing your message there. Couple of playable hands here. A raise from Lampinen's King Jack. It's a call from Tuomi. Brings in Modans as well. And now Sheba is thinking with his pocket nines that there's 2k in the middle there. I have a fairly strong hand. Do I want to set mine, or do I want to pump up this pot right here? Maybe take this one down pre-flop, or at least get rid of a few players. And he's gonna raise it up to 2.4 thousand. So a hefty little raise. That should get rid of Lampinen at least. I mean, King Jack off. It's a decent hand to 3-bet yourself, but you really don't want to call with a hand like King Jack off. You're gonna be in a lot of trouble. You can see Tuomi has him absolutely crushed. Sherba's 3-betting range should have King Jack off absolutely dominated well. What Sherba is doing this with his hands like for value, obviously. Hands like Ace Jack suited plus, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King, pocket pairs, 9s plus, I would say, and as well as couple of bluffs maybe with Ace 3, Ace 4, Ace 5 suited. So this kind of range absolutely dominates a hand like King Jack. So nice fold. And Modans is not folding. Modans wants to see the flop and possibly hit a pair of 5s. And there it is. It's a 5 on a flop, and what seems to be at least a safe looking board for Sherba as well. 10, 5, 6. Very dry board for Sherba. So, I mean, this is looking good for Modans. This is looking really good for Modans. Sherba, I expect to see a bet of like 1.5k maybe. A smaller size is very much liked. He's gonna go with 1.8k. So goes for approximately 26-27% on the flop. And Modans should just call. Modans should just call, keep in all the bluffs here, you know. Not really overplay his hand, and he's gonna make the call. And we have our first significant pot here. 9.9 thousand in the middle, and Modans has Sherba absolutely crushed. Deuce of clubs is still very safe. Sherba might be thinking that what is Modern's calling here with? I mean, pocket 7s, pocket 8s, obviously, can make some sense. But, I mean, now on a 8 river, I mean, Sherba really doesn't beat much. I mean, Moderns could have called pre-flop with a hand like 10 jack suited, queen jack suited, 10-9 suited even. So 9s are behind that. Moderns can still have a hand like jacks that decided to just call pre-flop and call the 3-bet. So there's not too many hands remaining that you are really beating. You're beating a hand like 7s, the other one combination of 9s, and possibly something like ace-5 suited. 3s, 4s. How much? 9,000 is the bet from Moderns. Goes for a close to pot size bet, and Sherba needs to try and figure this one out. It's gonna be tough to put Moderns on a hand that plays like this, but it's still, I mean, at the end it's gonna be tough to put him on a bluff as well. I mean, Queen Jack of diamonds comes to mind. Queen Jack of diamonds, King Queen of diamonds, Ace 5 that has been turned into a bluff. Something like Ace 5 of diamonds. The fact that Sherba has the 9s, it doesn't block the ace, maybe makes him more likely to call here. But I mean, what Moderns is doing, he's representing here, he's not representing jacks anymore. He's representing a set of 10s, set of 8s, set of 6s, set of 5s. By going with the pot size bet, he's taking away the chance that he has jacks here, because Sherba can still have aces, kings that check back turn. So he's not going to go for full pot size value with a hand like jacks here. So he's saying, I have 10s, I have 5s, I have 6s, I have 8s. Or I have a bluff. And Sherba will make the call, and a huge pot worth 27,900 goes over to the Latvian, and a nice little gamble pre-flop really plays dividends here, and he gets the maximum value on the river as well. Goes for a huge sizing, really polarizing his range, and Sherba thinking that probably his opponent is folding a hand like 5s or 6s pre-flop, so that only leaves 10s or 8s. I'm gonna make the call, and I'm gonna find out that my opponent did make the speculative call with his pair of 5s, and now he is the chip leader almost at this featured table, or at least almost sharing the chip lead with 35.2k. Still plenty of chips for Sherba, but obviously he really did not want to lose this one. But still with 60 big blinds to play with. All right. The lid is off. The fireworks have begun. We have our first huge pot. So let's see if now it's time for the storm, the root, the sandstorm. And everybody will go crazy. And it's gonna be interesting if Sherba is going to, you know, steam a little bit, you know, maybe try and get back those chips that he just lost. We've seen it so many times. It's not very difficult to go into full tilt mode after losing a hand like this, especially after making a hero call and, you know, finding out that you were ahead pre-flop, but then kinda, you know, your opponent sucked out. And I think what Sherba just did is a great way to deal with it. You know, just step away from the table for a few minutes. Even if you're gonna lose one orbit of chips, that 500 chips is not gonna be as bad as losing, you know, potentially all of it. You still have 60 big blinds, take it easy, and you know, all good. It's a marathon anyway, you know. It's a 4-day poker tournament. We've all played plenty of poker tournaments that haven't started out the greatest. and ended out, making a huge deep run or maybe even winning this tournament. I know I definitely have, and I'm sure if you play poker, you've had these kinds of negative starts that can turn around like this. Tom. That is a good question. That is a good question. I do not have information for you at the moment where the king is at the moment, but the thing is, the later we get with this broadcast, the bigger the chances are that Igor Vihela will join us, because he is known to make huge deep runs at his tournament. So, Tom, don't worry about it. You're gonna see him. It's Christian's guarantee, which is worth absolutely nothing. At least, but you have it. Ace Jack for Kartunen, facing a raise from Modens with 8-7 of hearts. And I love the 3-bet from Kartunen, turning his Ace Jack into a bluff kind of. Modens has a hand that might call it with, 8-7 really isn't that dominated by a 3-betting range, and once should you hit a huge board here with a huge draw or 2 pair or something, you're gonna love life. You want to stay away from calling 3-bets with hands like 10 Jack or 10-9, which are way more dominated by 3-betting ranges. But 8-7, 7-6 are the perfect suited connectors you want to call with in a deep stack poker tournament. So Modens, realizing that, makes the call as well. Rosted also joins the action with his pair of 10s, so an actual hand for him. So 3 ways to the flop with 5.7k in the middle already. And there you go, 2 kings and a 7. This is not a board where Modens has crushed it, but he might feel like he might be ahead. Rosted instead is still actually ahead with his 2 pair kings and 7s. So let's see how this one develops. I mean, 2 players with 2 pair, but Kartunen was the one who 3-bet pre-flop. And it is Modens leading out. A small bet of 1400, at least it looks like. Yes, 1.4 thousand. Kartunen is done with the hand. He's gonna fold. Pocket 10s. Snap fold, and Modens is gonna steal away another one. This time he gets the best hand to fold, just by leading out on the flop. Interesting. I would have expected to see 10s call at least once here. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, I mean, a lot of momentum going into Modens' way, or going Modens' way at the moment. And a perfect example, like 10 minutes ago, he was the shortest stack of this featured table, and now he is chip leading. He has won approximately 100 big blinds in the past 10 minutes or so, just crushing it. And Lishevsky makes it 500 with the ace-10. Makes it 500 with the ace-10. And Tuomi is a customer. Now the question is Tuomi gonna just call, give in all the smaller aces, Yes, he will. He's just gonna make the call. Takes the riskier route, but the one where the potential rewards are way bigger. 7-9-2. So Tuomi still ahead with ace-queen high, but Lisevsky has a couple of backdoor draws at least, as well as the betting lead. So checked over to Lisevsky, who's gonna check it back. Queen of spades on a turn. No, it's a 5 of clubs, so a hand that should not change too much, or a card that should not change too much. So another check from Tuomi. And another check from Lizevsky. Put an ace in there. Instead it's a jack of clubs, so ace queen high still good. I mean, by the way this hand has been going, I assume this is gonna get checked down. I mean, Lizevsky has plenty of showdown value. Tuomi, no reason to start bluffing now, so ace queen high the same. And by the smallest of margins, he's gonna win this hand and be up to 36k. Lizevsky are hovering around this starting stack. Yeah, we haven't seen too many crazy action just yet, but I mean, which is accepted or expected as well. Accepted and expected. In a sense, it's 5:45 local time. Players have been playing for three hours already. We are playing super deep stacked. It's a period in the tournament where everybody's trying to, you know, get a read on the table. You know, maybe find a way. A few ways to exploit their opponents, you know, stay away from too big hands. It's not something I would do, but this is why I'm usually out of the tournament by the second level as well. But, you know, it's very much expected in a big tournament like this. And I don't think we're gonna see too many huge moves being pulled throughout this whole day, but you never know. I think for the chips to get in, we're gonna need to see a couple of setups here, but maybe once somebody finds the time, or maybe finds out the read on their opponents, they're gonna try and execute on it. Well, this is the interesting thing. It's a 4-day tournament. Players are playing their or trying to figure out their strategies at least. Raise to 600 from Gugainovs and a call from Lampinen. King 5 suited. Definitely a raise on a loser side with the King 5. So Gugainovs kind of getting angsty here. And Lampinen makes a standard call with a suited connector. And Gugainov stays ahead and pairs his 5s as well. Bets 800 and that should be the end of it. I mean, Lampinen not even a backdoor flush draw here. Just with a queen high. Takes a few seconds. Are they still queen jack of spades? Yes, they are. So into the muck they go. Into the muck they go. To never be returned from again. You can see Tuomi has played the most amount of hands as was expected. VPIP of 42%. Obviously, the sample size isn't the greatest, so we can't make any long predictions from what we see right now, but it kind of gives us an idea of how the players have come to play. Gugainovs, if King 5 was good enough for a raise, pocket 10s is an absolute monster of a hand. Lizevsky finds another strong hand. I mean, this is premium hands. One after another, and it's just a raise and a call from Lizevsky. Lampinen with another premium. Will Lampinen come in with a 3-bet here? Something like 2k, 2.5k in the middle of that. He's definitely not folding. He's going to just call. If you're looking at those hands, you would expect the players to, you know, 3-bet, maybe even 4-bet in a situation like this, but it's just a raise, call, call. Modans comes in with ace-7. And Sherba with jack 3. Really wants to join the party. I mean, it's just 300 to win 2.4k, but at the same time, it's just jack 3 as well. So 4 premiums, I mean 3 premiums and 1 decent hand to the flop. And I mean, it's an interesting one. Gugainov's with an overpair, but Lisevsky with a nut flush draw. So we might see some money go in here. Gugainov's bets 1.1k into the pot of 2.4k, so Lisevsky is not going anywhere. Lisevsky is contemplating a call or a raise. He's going to just call, but Lampinen and Modans, having not connected with the board whatsoever, they're gonna fold. So heads up to the turn. Put a 10 of diamonds in there for absolute sickness. It is a possibility, but instead it's the 8 of diamonds, so Lisevsky takes the lead in this hand. Lisevsky now crushes this, and Gugainov's, I'm a little bit afraid for him. I mean, he's, from what I've seen at the moment, he seems kind of, you know, on, how do I word it? Never mind. All I'm saying is I'm a little bit worried for Gugainov's willingness to fold the hand should he face some sort of a raise or aggression from Lisevsky here. Lisevsky is trying to figure out, should he continue just calling? Should he continue? Should he try and raise right here, right now? What can he get value from? Is he maybe really overselling his hand if he's going to raise here? It's gonna look a lot like a flush should he raise here. It's gonna look it's gonna look like trips minimum. So that's why I was worried for Gugainov's. I mean, Lisevsky is representing a monster. He has a monster, and Gugainov's snap calls. As on as any Lithuanians at the feature table, not at the feature table at the moment, but a lot of them in the tournament. So once we get a new feature table, more than likely we're gonna have Lithuanians on a new feature table. Snap call for Gugainov's. It's 17.6k in the middle, and Lisevsky is trying to figure out how much to bet. I would be very surprised to see if Lisevsky just checks it back. Yes, it's a double paired board, but Gugainov's was under the gun opener. He's not gonna have an 8 or a 5 here all that often. More often than not, he's gonna have a hand like aces, kings with a diamond, queens, jacks with a diamond, or 10s. So against that range, how much do you want to bet? I don't think you want to go large. I think you want to go for a small bet. But he is gonna go large. $11,000, so about 60%. I really think that you kind of want to go even smaller against Gugainov's range here. I mean, obviously, Gugainov's, he might call the 11k, and he does call. And this is why I was worried. I mean, Gugainov's loses way more than he should have. I think Lisevsky's raise on a turn is a sign for Gugainov's to get away. We saw the flop 4 ways. There's even a chance for Lisevsky to have a set of 3s, set of 5s, set of 8s here, obviously, which would be quads by the river, as well as all the flush draws. So once Lisevsky calls the flop, with there being 4 players, he's minimum gonna have an 8, right? Minimum. And that's a full house on the river. He definitely can have a flush draw. He can definitely have a set. All those hands you're losing against, you're not really too many hands Lisevsky can turn into a bluff there on a turn and river. Anyway, 55 seconds remaining on this level. After that, we're gonna move up to what seems like 150 and 300. 7-3 off for Lisevsky. Easy folds, as will Kartunen. And Lampinen has been trying. I mean, he's been getting a few decent hands, but he hasn't connected with a flop. Not once, from what I remember at least. So Lampinen keeps on trying, keeps on keeping on, and makes it 600. Modens with the same hand, but with a suited version of the ace-5. Can definitely see him 3-bet, can definitely see him call. I think it's a bit too strong to fold just yet, though. So he's gonna 3-bet. What looks like a very small 3-bet, kind of like a clickback. No, I was mistaken. So it's a 3-bet to 1.7k. Don't hate the sizing. I think it's a fine sizing. Goes close to 3x from position. And Lampinen, I think, has to just fold the hand. I think ace-5 off against the 3-bet from out of position as well. Obviously, you can 4-bet bluff every now and again there, but I think you have way better hands to do it with, and ace-5 off is just, you know, you took your shot, you tried, and now is the time to give up. But Lampinen does not seem to be agreeing with me here, at least. He hasn't folded. Obviously, he's been taking some time with his decisions before as well, before folding, so he might still end up folding. But from what we are seeing, he's definitely considering continuing here. And I'm not a huge fan of calling here. I think out of the 3 options, calling is the worst, especially out of position. In position, it's understandable a bit more. But out of position, calling with a hand like ace-5 off, you're gonna find yourself in huge trouble. We see a flop of 4-6-8, so both players with the same gut shot straight draw, both players with a backdoor flush draw. Modens to the nut flush draw though. So it's a great board for Modens to continue betting on. I don't expect to see a large bet either. Something like 1.3 to 1.5k would make a lot of sense from the Latvian. Might even go larger to try and generate more folds from hands like I don't know, 10 jack with a 1 spade, which should not be calling even. Maybe even hands like, let's say ace queen with 1 spade more often, ace jack with 1 spade. You want to generate folds from those hands, so he's going to bet larger, gonna bet 2.3k. And Lampinen now this is the problem with a hand like ace-5. Even if you flop a gut shot straight draw with a backdoor flush draw with 1 overcard, it's gonna be tough to continue. He's gonna have to fold. Even if you flop an ace, you're never going to know if you're gonna be ahead. Your 5-kicker is never gonna be ahead against the value bet, so you're gonna play a guessing game out of position. This is why, you know, calling there, maybe stay away from it pre-flop. You can 4-bet, obviously. If you want to go full sicko mode, you can 4-bet, you know, apply the pressure back to your opponent. And every now and again, you're going to have to do it, because if you just 4-bet with aces, kings, queen, I mean, you don't have to 4-bet. You can just have a strong range in your 4-betting range. I mean, it's still going to be ace, king, ace, queen, aces, kings, queens, jacks. And if it's those hands, good luck for your opponent to figure that out. I mean, so you don't have to have those bluffs in your 4-betting range, but obviously if you want to have a perfect rounded game, you're gonna have to mix it up with a hand like ace-5 suited. All that being said, it's a fairly standard fold pre-flop, but Rosted makes a call. The blinds have gone up to 150, 300, and makes a call. So an open limp from Rosted. Don't hate it, don't hate it. Tuomi makes it 1.2k with pocket 5s. Sherba now with pocket 7s and 40 big blinds effective. Let's see what he figures. He's gonna just make the call. And Gugainov finds pocket kings. There's plenty of money in there. He has 31 big blinds after losing this big one. And you know what he's gonna do? Choo-choo! The all-in train is in town. He's gonna go all in for 9.2k. And Tuomi is gonna have to fold the pocket 5s. But Sherba might call. No way. No way, Joseph. Tuomi is gonna go all in over the top with his pair of 5s. makes it an easy fold for Sherba, and 20.5k, and a beautiful spot for Kugainovs to double up, back up to 20.5k, and Tuomi's willingness to see flops is gonna pay off, because another set of fives on a flop. What a sick flop for Kuganov. Still can hit one of the two kings on a turn or river, but there was just one five remaining on in the deck. Just a five of hearts remaining, and we see that five of hearts on the flop needs a king of diamonds or a king of spades on the river. Does not get it after losing a huge monster hand with tens against ace queen of diamonds, and now gets the final nail in the coffin with the kings against fives. And the Finns do what the Finns do best. They take chances and give themselves opportunities to win big pots, and sometimes they do. And this time he gets the king on a flop, or the five on a flop, and Tuomi now up to 47.1k. You really want to stay away from calling off with a hand like pocket fives in the future, but this time it did work out, and it's Sherba now our shortest stack. Kettu is asking, where is Sahamies? Yesterday he was playing the cash games. I'm pretty sure Sahamies is playing the main event as well, so maybe he's gonna be in one of the tables. You know, you're gonna have to see. But yesterday he's definitely here in Tallinn. Definitely playing the games. Met him yesterday as well, so. Ace 10 for Lampinen makes it 700. And Lijevski from the small blind, he has something to say against that. He's like, alright, I've seen you Finns try and call those 3-bets with the hands like ace 5, pocket 5s. I have a real hand, I have pocket jacks. Maybe it's time to try and raise it up and get some value against my Finnish friends here. He's gonna make it 2k. 3k. More better here. Kartunen folds the ace jack after facing a raise and a 3-bet, so gets rid of the ace jack. And Lampinen, I mean, if ace 5 was a call from him from out of position, ace 10 should be a snap call for him from in position. But maybe he's learned his lesson. Again, you don't want to be calling with a hand like ace 10 off. Even from position, I mean, you're gonna play a guessing game unless there's gonna be an ace and a 10 on a flop. Would be interesting if Lampinen folds the ace 10 against the Polish player and called with the ace 5 against the Latvian player. Obviously, Lijevski has raised a lot larger with him being out of position, makes it 3k, so about 4.3x to original raise. So that might come into play as well in Lampinen's mind. So he's gonna fold the ace 10. I love the fold, well played. And I really do like the raise from Lijevski as well. I like the size. The thing is, you want to charge hands like ace jack, ace 10. If they want to call, let them pay more, because you're going to have to play this hand out of position. Pocket jacks out of position in a 3-bet pot. Probably one of the most difficult hands to play. Let's be fair here. There's going to be an overcard to the board more often than not. So you really want to charge your opponents. Looks like we have a new player joining us at seat number 4, taking former place from Mairo Toom. And it's Rosted with 8 and 9 of clubs. I love those hands. I really do love those hands. If you're watching us from Facebook, YouTube, come join us at twitch.tv/AlibetPoker as well, and let us know who you're rooting for, and, you know, how's your day going? come and entertain me while I try and entertain you and give you some insight into those players' minds. It's Rosted making it 1.2k, so makes a fairly large raise here. Goes with a 4x opening size, and Sherba just calls. Now, this is the time where Sherba might have thought about just 3-bet shipping it with bit less than 40 big blinds. His opponent is raising for 4 already, so meaning there's 6 in the middle before his action, so he's risking approximately 40 to win an extra 6, so 15% extra chips for him. Figures he's gonna have more equity by just calling in position with ace queen, you know, hoping, really hoping to see an ace or a queen there, because then he's gonna feel fairly confident that Rosted has a lot of those dominated hands still in his range. Maybe thinking, maybe a bit afraid of that 4x raise even. So king 3 deuce, a bet of 1.2k, and when it rains it pours for the Ukrainian. Gonna have to fold another best hand here. Doesn't really connect with the board whatsoever, but with the board being so dry, doesn't want to float one off, and now left with just 9,000 in chips. But still alive and well, and he doesn't look too defeated either. What we've seen, especially lately, is we've seen those open limps a bit more. Let's see if we're gonna see those open limps from this tournament as well, since, you know, everybody has made all their homework against, you know, standard raises, when you should 3-bet, how often you should 3-bet. I mean, the players who have made their homework. When you should 3-bet, how often, what type of hands you should 4-bet with, defend the button with, defend the big blind with, etc, etc. But not many players have made their homework against open limps, so we have seen it make a comeback of sorts lately. So we've seen at least one player try and implement the limp strategy. And Tuomi is gonna continue raising them. Makes it 800 with Jack 9 of clubs. Fairly standard, and is now the time for Sherba. 30.3 big blinds. I think it's just... he's thinking about 3-betting or shoving. That's what I'm thinking, at least that's his thought process here. So he's gonna just 3-bet, makes it 2.5k. Never gonna fold to a 4-bet shove. But he's gonna make it 2.5, lumping, and gonna take a few seconds before making a very standard fold, I assume, at least with king 10 off. Yep. And everybody else folds as well. At least something going to Sherba's way. All he needed was to find an ace king, and now back up to 10.6. We have already 215 entries to this day 1B. Yesterday's Den 1A got 217 or 227, if I'm not mistaken. One of those two at least. So it's assumed that we're gonna have more on this day 1B. Of course, at 9 p.m. local time, we're gonna play the day 1C turbo version as well. So if you're more into those 30-minute levels instead of 1-hour levels, come join us then. We still have late entry or late reg period until level 10. So day one finishes after 8 levels have been played. So once we come back tomorrow, the first 2 levels will still be a re-entry period. So even if you're not gonna make it here today, you know, grab a ferry, plane, or a train or a car, and join us by tomorrow and be part of the legendary 500k guaranteed Kings of Tallinn main event. This is gonna be the one for the ages. A raise from Moderns with a Jack 9 this time of spades, And Sherba's gonna 3-bet one more time against exactly the same hand he did 3-bet against the previous hand. This time with King Queen off. Will he generate another pre-flop fold and get 2 in a row? It's looking like it, but I mean, it's Modans. Modans has been liking to call those 3-bets. The problem for Modans is, of course, it's a hand that plays fairly okay in a 3-bet pot, but Sherba doesn't really have too many chips behind, so your implied odds, once you really hit those strong flops, are kind of bad. So he's gonna fold to Jack-9, so 2 for 2 for Sherba. Now back up to 40 big blinds, so right where he was a few hands ago. Still in a way 2 pots here. 12.1k. Should he find a double up, he's gonna be right in the mix. I mean, 40 big blinds is plenty. So he's right in the mix anyway. But you know what I mean, you know, right in the mix in sorts of the average stack and so on. The average stack being 32,400 chips at the moment. We have lost just 16 players in the first 3 hours and 15 minutes of play of day 1B. This is because we are playing very deep stack poker, 1 hour levels. This is getting close to like WSOP main event levels of deepness. Sherba, 3 for 3. It's gonna go for 3 in a row. With a hand like 10s, who can blame him? It's 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold. Tap. But Lampinen wants to have something to say now. Lampinen finds aces, and I'm not sure if Sherba can get away from this hand. He's gonna be in trouble because Lampinen is gonna 3-bet him, and it looks like a perfect spot for Lampinen to, for Sherba to 4-bet, because Sherba has been active. He's been 3-betting 3 hands in a row. Very tiny 3-bet. I mean, very tiny 3-bet. That gives Sherba room to actually get away from this hand. Should Sherba elect to just call against that 3-bet? This is gonna look, I mean, this is gonna look super sketch, but no, Sherba's gonna go all in. I mean, quote unquote, old guy 3-betting you small. Is it almost always aces? So far, 1 for 1. It's always aces, right? Aces versus 10s, and Sherba's gonna need a lot of help to stay in this tournament. 22%. A 10 would do it, but can he do it? 9, 9, and an 8, so a little bit more outs. Needs a 7, 8, Jack, Queen, or a 10 for extra outs or to take a lead on a turn. It's a Queen of Diamonds, giving Lampinen a flush draw, but Sherba a few extra outs here. Needs a Jack or a 10, and the Jack cannot be a diamond. No. 3 of clubs on the river, and Sherba is eliminated from this main event. Obviously, he can still re-enter, get himself another extra 30,000 in chips. All he's gonna need to do is go to the cage and pay him or her or them 1,100 euros. It's that easy. You can do it as well. Is Rosted the new king of Tallinn? That remains to be seen. That does remain to be seen. It's looking good for Lizewski from Poland at the moment with 50,700 in chips. But then there was 7. Seat 1 and 2 are open now. Seats 3 to 9 have been filled with potential new kings of Tallinn. I'm trying to look for last year's winners. We had so many events last year. And I'm wondering if Adam Carmen is in the mix at the moment as well. As you can remember, maybe it was Adam Carmen and Kurt Skimmerland last year playing heads up for the title, and Adam Carmen coming out as the champion of last year's 1100 euro main event. Last year's main event generated a prize pool of 308,000 euros, which is gonna be absolutely destroyed this year. We're gonna have the biggest, possibly the biggest main event of all time. We have done a lot of work to make it into a great event, and it's turning out to be exactly that. The race to 1100 for Modens with his pair of threes from the small blind, and Lijewski is gonna defend the big with his 10-9. So fairly standard up until this point. Let's see the flop, which brings 4, 6, and an 8. So pair of threes still ahead, but Lijewski has to kind of like this board. I mean, 2 overcards, a gut shot to the nuts. Why not, you know? I mean, he doesn't mind Modern's betting. He can, you know, call and try and hit a 7, 10, or a 9, and possibly, should he call, Modens will give up, and Lijewski can, you know, try and steal it away on a turn. So I don't think Lijewski is really minding the bet from Modens on this flop with his gut shot and 2 overs. So many opportunities to win this pot outright by just turning a better hand or possibly stealing it away. It's a small bet of 900 as well for Modens. Lijewski is now against the small bet. He's thinking, maybe I should raise it right here, right now, you know? Get it over with. Deny equity from hands like King, Queen, Ace, King, Ace, Jack, all those hands that might turn a better pair and might not want to live then. So he's going to raise it up to 2.7 thousand. And he might just get threes to fold. The thing is, against the raise, pocket threes at the moment are... they're like moderately ahead or way behind. That's the problem with pocket threes facing a raiser. If Lijewski does it with a hand like 10-9, 10-7, 10-9, 10-7, maybe ace-5, king-7, something like that, the pocket threes are moderately ahead, something like 65%. But if Lijewski does it with a hand like 6-8, pocket 4, 7-5, for God's sakes, then your threes have shrunk to very small amount of equity. But Modans is liking the moderate amount of equity. So he's going to continue, and it looks like he's not going to just call. He's going to turn the threes into a bluff. Makes a big raise to 7.6k, and Modans, he's a warrior. Gets Lijewski to fold to 10-9, and he's like, all right, you want to play it like this? I don't mind playing it like this. I like what I'm seeing. The first sort of a big move we've seen, with 2 very medium strength hands going to war in a 4-bet pot. Love to see it, love to see it.
Thank you so much.
Modans has definitely brought a lot of life into this feature table, as has Dormi, being the most active players. Lijewski has played very decently as well with the chip stack of 46.6k. He is the chip leader, and he has played a nice solid strategy. How Ylitervo has joined this feature table remains to be seen. Ylitervo hasn't played any hands just yet. He's our newest addition to this feature table. Bervaturian, it does. It does a lot. It's like... Luckily, this is Estonia, where we get like 4 hours of summer or sun, so it's all good. It's gonna go away. So we are waiting to see how and when will Ylidervo play his first hand. Let's see if we find some information from the Hand and Mob from Ylidervo. The handandmob.com is a poker data collecting site that gives all the live results as well as some of the online results as well. Toini Ylidervo, $2,434 for his only live cash, coming from the year 2020 from a €1,100 pot limit Omaha event in Helsinki. So he's an Omaha player. 6th place finish there. Ace-Jack against Queen 10. And we see a flop of King 3-4. So Moden's ahead with his Ace-Jack and a backdoor club draw. But I mean, it's just Moden's should he bet? Should probably just steal this one away. And Moden's give him a chance to bet. He will. Bet 700 instantly folded by Queen 10. Another great example why the small bets on a dry boards like this just are great. You just get all the hands with decent amount of equity to instantly fold the equity. Hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10, 10-9. You know, they just cannot continue on a board like King Deuce 3. So this is why the solvers are saying to bet small on those boards. We have a new player at seat number 2 as well. And we will have the information for you as well, who that new player is. Queen 9 for Lampinen. Lampinen now up to 39,000 in chips almost after winning a big one with aces against 10. So he's doing good. It's very surprising to see Modans fold to 9-7 of diamonds. He has been active, has been liking those suited connectors, but this time he's just gonna snap fold. Lasitama, yes, Sahamies is playing the Kings of Tallinn tournament. I'm not sure how many tournaments he's playing. I'm fairly certain he's playing the main event. Let's see if he played it yesterday, because I saw him playing the cash games yesterday. So he's here, so I'm assuming he's at least playing the main event. He's been doing good at Kings of Tallinn main events as well. He has quite a few cashes from KOT mains. I'm gonna go to kingsoftalent.com and see if he is at the player list from day 1A from yesterday. Give me just 1 minute. So day 1A. Let's see if we find Sahamies playing the tournament. Yeah. Ilari Sahamies made it through to day 2 yesterday with 35,400 in chips, giving him 82nd place, but he's very much alive and playing. So we will see Sahamies tomorrow once we return with day 2 coverage, right? Meanwhile, it's Tuomi raising it up with pocket deuces to 800. And gets a couple of folds. And will Lampinen fold, or will it be a raise and take it for Tuomi? It seems like a fold from Lampinen. But you never know. I mean, it's 500. There's 1.5k in the middle. You're getting 3-1. Definitely getting good enough odds. But it's 7-4 off. It's going to be tough to play out of position. But Lampinen is not afraid of no tough to play. He's going to make the call. So heads up to the flop here. $2K in the middle. 5, 8, and a check. So a gut shot straight draw for Lampinen. As well as a backdoor flush draw. Tuomi still ahead with his pair of deuces. Check from Lampinen. Let's see if Tuomi wants to c-bet, or maybe he's gonna go for a small, or he's gonna try and get to a cheap showdown. Betting here should get rid of hands like ace-4s, ace-3s, king-9s, king-6s, all those hands. So I don't mind a bet. He's gonna bet 800. And Lampinen with his gut shot to the straight is thinking about it. Pedro, I have no idea. I don't see Lampinen folding just yet. I would really like to see Lampinen raise this gut shot straight draw. By just calling, you know, you're not gaining. There's not going to be too many good runouts for you where you want to continue, so maybe try and take a lead here. But he's going to make the call. King of clubs definitely favors Tuomi's range here. So Tuomi, maybe a time to turn your deuces into a bluff here and put a nice firing bet here, targeting hands like 8s and 5s, pair of 8s, pair of 5s. 5-6, 5-7, 8-9, 8-6, all those hands that want to defend the big blind that really cannot withhold the pressure from Tuomi. Should Tuomi bet something like 2.5 here? Obviously he's not going to get a jack to fold, but I think he's going to have more equity betting here than checking it down. Another good thing by betting here is the fact that even if Lampinen had something like 6-7, 7-9, you're gonna take away a chance for Lampinen to bluff you out in the river. So Tuomi bets large, bets 4,000, goes for an overbet, which I like, and gets a fold from the 7 high. Tuomi, now the chip leader, takes it away from the Polish player. First time this level 4. 28 minutes remaining. 222 players at the moment registered. Obviously this is a re-entry tournament. 1,100 euros is the buy-in. And should you bust out in the first 10 levels, you can still re-enter the tournament. 500,000 euros guaranteed in the prize pool. I still want a million. I want million. And it looks like our new player is Giseliov from Lithuania. So all the Lithuanians asking in the chat, is there any Lithuanians remaining? Is there any Lithuanians in the feature table? There you go. There you have it. Your thoughts and prayers have been answered. We have a Lithuanian. There you go. And his name is Giseliov. Really, Tervo, now is the time to play his first hand because he finds the hooks. No, not the hooks. Finds the pocket 7s. And makes it 700. Lampinen now with ace-2s of diamonds. We can definitely see a 3-bet with a hand like that. We can see a call. Mostly we're going to see a call, but every now and then Lampinen should probably 3-bet it. But I think we're going to see a fold. That was tight. I mean, this is the same Kai who called the 3-bet with ace-5 off. And now he's going to fold ace-2 suited against the single raise from Yli Tervo. Well, surprising. Rosted will defend his big blind with king 6, so heads up to the flop with 1.8k in the middle. Michael, what password are you looking for? Look at that for a flop for if you had a hand like ace-2s of diamonds. That would be a good flop. 9-3-4 with 2 diamonds. A safe looking board for Yli Tervo as well. I expect to see a c-bet here. 600 to 1.2k, somewhere in the middle. Goes for 1,000. Rosted probably cannot continue here. But instead, Rosted does make the call on a flop, and now this is where the sneaky plan is coming together. He's gonna lead into Ylitervo, and Ylitervo is not buying it at all. On the ace of hearts turn, he's gonna make the call. It honestly does look like a flush draw for Rosted. Looks like something like, I don't know. Wow, with Ylitervo having the 7 of diamonds though makes, I mean, it's an interesting hand. I mean, I have no idea if it's gonna get called or not, but I don't mind the bet from Rosted. It's a 3k. It looks really, really value-y. It looks like Rosted has something like ace-6 of diamonds, ace-5 of diamonds maybe. Ace-deuce of diamonds, something that was folded already. Ylitervo is in a tough spot here, and he's gonna fold the 7s. And Rosted went for the Hail Mary, just decided to just call the flop with nothing basically. Backdoor to the 6 of diamonds, and finds a way to steal this one away from Ylitervo. And what we have here is a classic case of a player being outplayed. I'm not sure how good this play is in a long run, but in a short run, it was awesome to watch. Moili Oili asks, Osku Kartunen's VPIP is still 0%, right? Never seen him play a hand in like 8 years. That's the thing, that the deep structure that we have here in Kings of Tallinn, and really lets players get away with it, you know? Wait for a good hand, let your opponents make a mistake. And post-human, that's true. That's the thing with poker, modern poker theory as well. I mean, the expression every now and then gets used a lot. And I do abuse it a bit too much, don't I? It's basically, you know, when you study poker and every second hand is like, it's a classic situation where you can do all 3 things. You can fold sometimes, you can call sometimes, you can raise sometimes. It is exactly like this. And all of it comes down to, you know, being balanced in poker. So you have to mix it up. Obviously, you don't have to mix it up playing mid-stakes live tournaments or mid-stakes online tournaments, whatever it is. If you're not playing super high stakes, you don't have to be perfectly balanced. Nobody cares. You can mostly play exploitative poker and make a lot of money and be very successful at it. But we are talking about, in theory, if you want to be perfect, then, you know, it's the expression every now and then comes to mind a lot. But I get your comment, yeah. Now is one of those times where Kartunen is using ace-4 as a 3-bet and saying, Moili Oili, take that for a 0% VPIP. I am 3-betting a suited ace-4. I love the 3-bet. Gets a call from Giselyev. Again, a loose call from Giselyev. King, Queen, Jack on a flop. Kartunen continues. This board heavily favors Kartunen's range here. Kartunen has all the ace-kings, all the king-queens still. All the kings, queens. So all the nutted hands is what Kartunen has here. Giselyev has king-jack suited, king-queens, and ace-tens. So he has some of the actual nuts. I think the same amount of the actual nuts. But Kartunen has all the sets, which his opponent doesn't really have. So range advantage to Kartunen, and Kartunen will take advantage of that range advantage. There must be something in the Estonian water. There must be something in the water. By the way, 20 more minutes, then we're going to go on a 15-minute break. So just to let you guys know, it's just going to be a 15-minute break. There's not going to be any long breaks today. We are playing down till the end of day 1B with just small, you know, stretcher breaks. So you don't guys have to worry about, you know, maybe players going on a dinner break or anything like that. No dinner for the players. Play. Entertain, win money, lose money. That's what it's all about. Kartunen now. Whoa, 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 whoa. There really must be something in the Estonia water. Ace-3 off from the hijack, fairly standard actually. He's gonna make it 800, gets a better hand, few better hands to fold. All the way to Modens, who's going to make the call with Queen 9. Modens is not one to fold Queen 9 against a single raise. Just gonna shut up now. I think Modens hasn't got the news that Kartunen has been drinking and eating that that special Estonian water with the special Estonian meat on the bones. So he's raising and he's getting everybody to fold. It's Modens coming into this feature table as the shortest stack, who's been doing the greatest, now up to 44.3. Has added 24,200 chips ever since starting this feature table. So those cameras, I mean, he's loving them. It's always interesting to see in the background this screen as well. How many players are still re-entering? How many players are busting? After this level, for the first time in the tournament, we're gonna have an average stack that is smaller than 100 big blinds. Meaning, obviously, we're gonna see a bit more bust outs. I mean, with 200 big blinds, the stacks are really, it's gonna be very, very difficult for the stacks to go in. You're gonna need like a set over set situation or a huge betting board pre-flop. But with 100 big blinds and less, I mean, hands like jacks are looking like a fair candidates to 4-bet get it in with, or maybe even 5-bet getting in with, and obviously that generates a lot more all-ins as well. Ace, queen, deuce with 2 clubs on the board. So Rosted with a gut shot straight draw, Kiselio with a gut shot straight draw, wheel draw, and Modens with a flush draw. He's gonna bet out 700, gets a 1 fold, and Rosted does not fold. He's gonna make the call. Has the best hand here with jack high as well, but the 7 of diamonds on a turn changes things. Now a pair and a flush draw for Modens. Last time we see him in a similar situation, he bet large on a turn. Last time when he bet a flush draw on a flop on an ace-queen X board as well, it was very similar board. On an ace-queen X board, he added a straight draw on a turn and he bet a large. This time he adds a pair and checks, so mixing up his strategy a little bit. Checks it over to Rosted one more time, and Rosted bets 1.2 thousand. Modens is annoyed. I mean, he doesn't really beat anything. The thing is, he has 2 clubs as well, making it way less likely that his opponent has a missed flush draw. I don't think he expects Rosted to call with a hand like King Jack, King 10, or 10 Jack on a flop. So, unless they're clubs, of course. So there's not too many bluffs remaining, but he hasn't folded. He will fold, and Rosted outplays another opponent. Would really like to see Modens continue aggressively on a turn. It's a perfect turn to, you know, really put a lot of pressure on pair of queens and stuff like that. So just continue firing. You have so many outs to improve by the river as well, should you get called, and it's just gonna make a life a living hell for all the queens as well as the weaker aces.
He even put the 12,000, I mean 1,200, like
Looks like the players are like loosening up a little bit compared to the start. You know, they're chatting around, few laughs here and there. You know, just feeling good at the table. So that usually brings in a few bluffs as well, which we've seen already as well. Once the players loosen up, you know, if they're not constantly too worried about making too many mistakes, this is where poker gets even more interesting, because the creative juices are getting to flow. Modans with ace-king, feeling... oh, I mean, he likes those creative juices. Let's raise it up to 800. From the button, and Lizevsky, he's not one to fold Jack-9 against the single raise. Right, yes. Lizevsky will defend the Jack-9. So heads up with two of the more active players of this feature table. 10-7-4 with 2 space. So Lizevsky flops a gut shot, straight draw. Modern still ahead with ace-king high. A quick check from Lizevsky, and should Modern's bet here. Let's see if Lizevsky wants to check raise. And knowing that this is an opportunity with plenty of Lizevsky's holdings on a board like 10-7-4, he's gonna just check it behind and try and realize his equity and, you know, stay away from a chance he's gonna get 3-bet from hands like, I don't know, 3-5, 6-8, 6-5, 7-8, 8-9. Plenty of hands that can check raise on the flop, so he's gonna check it back, and Lizevsky's gonna try and lead into this now. I really, again, would like to see Modern's call here after checking back the flop. It's a half-size bet. Ace-king still beats plenty. You play this hand passively, and, you know, should the river not be something like an 8 of spades or 9 of spades, you can actually, you know, call down another bet, especially if the board bears. But the queen of diamonds looks scary, should not be that scary. Lizevsky definitely is bluffing with a few queens, but if Lizevsky is betting here, it should be actually good news for Modans. It really takes away a chance that Lizevsky has a hand like a 7 or a 4 or a 3 or even a 10, which definitely are betting a turn. But if Lizevsky is betting the river, now he's not going to bet a 10 or a 7 or a 4 or a 3 on a river there. So what Lizevsky is saying is that I have 2 pair or better, or I was bluffing on a turn and now I have a queen. Which he's not going to bet 5k either, so he's going to say he's saying he has 2 pair or better, and that's it. I mean, it looks like a fairly simple 4 for Moderns. It just has ace high, but the thing is, I understand completely why he's not buying the story. The fact that he is betting 5k, he's over betting here, really takes away from it. It doesn't make sense, and Moderns sniffs it out and makes a hero call with ace-king high, and he is correct. Not a fan of that huge bet on the river. I mean, of course, it's gonna put ace-king in a cage, but at the same time, it just doesn't go with the story of betting small on a turn and really large on a river. So, I mean, it's a difficult call to make with ace-king, but Moderns does make it and is now our chip leader with 50.6k. Fantastiski. Don't worry, Christian, there will be death silence again when the King Igor steps in. That's true. That's very true. Let's see if Igor played day 1A. I can, you know, I have those capabilities, and if you want to get some information live from the outer tables as well, obviously we only get to give you the featured table. Then head over to kingsoftallinn.com. All the information is there. At least one of the Igor Bihelas was playing yesterday. Igor Bihela Jr. bagged him 68,800 chips, giving him 34th position in yesterday's play. And King Sheriff Igor Bihela played yesterday, but he busted out, so I'm expecting him to play again today. Ten more minutes of action before we go on a short break. Yeah, Boxtex. Yeah, senior busted in 122nd place yesterday, so he was one of the last players to bust yesterday. Of course, this being the re-entry tournament, no worries, no problems. And he will definitely re-enter. I'm not so surprised, Vinny, with it. Bihela, you know, money not being that big of an issue. He really wants to get a big stack, and you know, once he gets a big stack, he's super dangerous. Meanwhile, big stack Lizevsky, not that big stack anymore, makes it 1100 from the small blind and gets a 3-bet from Yli Tervo with ace-7 of hearts, and the alarm bells will be going for Yli Tervo in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Just a call from Lizevsky. Just a call from Lizevsky. Wow, just calls with ace-king blind versus blind. I mean, I would think out of position you want to... I definitely don't mind it. It keeps all the bluffs in. I mean, it's definitely more difficult to play out of position, but it keeps all the weaker aces in. And should you get a flop like this, king, jack, jack, you can get your opponent bluffing and just kind of like trap. But I would have assumed that Lizevsky wants to pile in some more chips pre-flop there with ace-king. But as it is, he has his opponent right where he wants it. Checks it over. Yli Tervo adds another 2,000 chips into the abyss we call the pot. Those are 2,000 chips he's never gonna see again. Of course, he might get running hearts still. He might be able to bluff Lizevsky off that ace-king. Never gonna happen. But Lizevsky will continue with a call, and Yli Tervo, that was a jack of hearts on a turn. And, I mean, any chances of Yli Tervo bluffing out Lizevsky just went out of the window. Another check from Lizevsky though. And Yli Tervo checks behind. An ace on the river would give both of these players jacks full of aces, so there was a small chance we got to see a split pot here, but no, not anymore. Now it's a matter of will Lizevsky try and get some value here, and if he's gonna go for some value, what is the best sizing? Again, I think he should go very small here. Try and target queens, tens, nines, hands like this. Maybe an occasional ace-queen. Instead, he's gonna go super large and try and get a hero call from ace-queen or something like that. The thing is, the most likely hands for Lizevsky, I mean for Yli Tervo, as played, that might call you are queens, tens, and maybe possibly ace-queen, right? Let's think this one through. This is why I'm not a big fan of a big bet here. And the only way Lizevsky is gonna get called is if Yli Tervo is gonna hero call him with those hands. So if Yli Tervo is gonna put Lizevsky on a Wow. Wow. That was a punt. I'm going to finish my thought process. So the only way why I think a small bet is way infinitely better here is if Ylidervo is gonna hero call him with those hands and gonna put him on a bluff. So thinking the range that Ylidervo is calling there with, just regarding not knowing that Ylidervo is calling there with ace-7, thinking that he's probably gonna, if he's gonna hero call, he's gonna hero call with queens or tens or ace-queen or something like that. So you really want Ylidervo to think that you have something like queen 10 or queen 9 for a busted straight draw, ace 10, something like that. So if you bet large there and your opponent has a range that holds those holdings, ace queen, pocket 10s, pocket queens, it just makes it so much less likely that you are bluffing there. Obviously, Ylidervo had a 7. Thought that he can still beat queen 10, queen 9. Probably a better hand to call than ace queen would be, because does not block his opponent to having those queen 10s, queen 9s. But I was super, I mean, for that price, I don't think you can hero call with just ace high. Definitely against the smaller bet, which is why I think the smaller bet was infinitely better, but he got paid the maximum. So what do I know? Lampinen now with pocket queens makes it 900. A strong looking hand. And the strong playing hand gets a call from the big blind. Kartunen defends with ace 4, heads up. 2 fins with 2.2k in the middle. And we see a 4. So a piece for Kartunen here. Not gonna fold against the single bet here. But Lampinen flops a set of queens. So flops Kartunen almost dead. Kartunen really does not want to hit an ace or 4 on a turn. Heart giving him the smallest amount of chance to hit the runner heart or a runner straight, something like deuce of hearts. 800 is the bet from for Lampinen and a call for Kartunen. 3.8k in the middle and a 6 of clubs is a let's say a safe card for Kartunen. He shouldn't lose too many more chips here should Lampinen continue betting here. I think Lampinen is gonna go for a larger sizing here in case Kartunen has a flush draw. Another queen maybe, something like a pair and a straight draw, maybe even 2 pair or another set. So you want to start building a pot. Expect something like 2 to 3k, somewhere in between 2 to 3k. 2.5k makes a lot of sense. So Lampinen is going to bet 2.5k and fairly easy fold for Kartunen. Really stays away from trouble by not getting an ace or a 4 on a turn, but I think very standard hand. 2 more minutes, so I think it's just gonna be one more hand before we're gonna go on a small little break. 229 entries at the moment on day 1B, but we are still going to play 4 more levels on this day. Let's see if I can find any notable stacks from day 1B already. All the information one more time, of course, from kingsoftalent.com webpage. Yeah, we don't have any updated stacks just yet. Obviously, it's going to be fairly difficult to find updated stacks in 15 minutes, but at least we know how the situation is here at the feature table. And the situation is that Tuomi is finding another hand to raise with. He makes it 800 with pocket 8s. Lizhevsky is thinking about calling with ace-9. Would be a fairly loose call, so he's going to fold. And that might mean that we might get to enjoy another hand before we go on a break, because Lampinen doesn't have a good hand to defend with. 9-3 off. I mean, against an early position, under the gun +1 call. Obviously, again, we've seen him call a hand like 4-7 in a very similar situation against the same race, but 9-3 is just pure garbage and hot dog water in that sense, so you just want to let it go. It doesn't play well at all. In fact, it's bad enough that you want to raise it blind versus blind. You know, in a small blind against big blind situation, you want to raise your strong hands and you want to raise your weakest hands that just don't have any showdown value at whatsoever. So 9-3 off is a perfect candidate to raise blind versus blind as well. Lisevski, you know, he's been fighting, he's been battling. He was up to 50,000, then down to 35,000, and now finds himself back up to 55.3 thousand, giving him the chip lead on this feature table, and definitely one of the biggest stacks at this point of the tournament as well in the whole field, because we haven't seen too many movers and makers. I mean, it's very early on. We've seen just 30 like bust out, so I would assume he's in the top 20 chips at least, possibly even top 10 with his 55,000. King 10 suited for Modens in the last hand before the break. Blind still being 100 and 300 with a 300 peak blind ante. Makes it 800. Giselyov decides to 3-bet the pocket sevens. And that puts Lisevski with the ace-queen in a tough spot. I mean, facing an early position raise and an early position 3-bet, your ace-queen off is not looking super good. Obviously, it's still a strong hand, but no one would really like blame Lisevski should he just fold to ace-queen here. Obviously, and there comes the famous words, every now and then you want to 4-bet your ace-queen. Mostly you want to call, sometimes you want to fold. It's kind of player dependent, and he's gonna turn it into a super bluff, it looks like at least. He's gonna 4-bet the ace-queen to 4.9k. I mean, that makes things very easy for Modens. He's gonna fold the king 10 of spades. Obviously, you want to see the flop with a hand like that, but facing a 3-bet, 4-bet, I mean, it just shrinks him in value. So he folds. He's gonna take his time. He's never ever gonna put 5k in with king 10 of spades. Every now and then he might 5-bet it, but I mean, it's just unnecessary at this point. So he's going to fold to king 10. Giselyov took his chances with sevens, but against the 5-bet, you're going to have to put in 25% of your chips with pocket sevens being out of position. It's just a recipe for disaster. I mean, it's a well-played hand from Lisevski. Definitely one of the reasons why he is the chip leader, but I know nothing. Giselyov, after 3-betting with pocket sevens, is going to make the call against the 4-bet, and all of a sudden we have 11.3k in the middle, and it's an ace 3-4 on the flop. I mean, if it wasn't sealed pre-flop, it should be sealed here. But Lisevski has to be worried a bit as well. I mean, what did Giselyov 3-bet pre-flop with and calls a 4-bet? I mean, ace-king, ace-queen makes a lot of sense. Pocket queens, pocket jacks, pocket tens would make a lot of sense. And against that range, I mean, betting on a flop, it doesn't accomplish too much. You're going to get rid of all those worst hands. You're going to value on yourself against ace-king sometimes. So maybe try and play it sneakily. I think it's a one-street value hand for Lisevski. So he's going to have to figure out which street he's going to get value from. Is it going to be the turn, or is he going to go for it on the river? Figures it's going to be the turn. In case there are hands like king, queen of diamonds still in Lisevski's range, Giselyov's range, and Giselyov makes the call with pair of sevens and rivers the straight. What a sick run out for Lisevski. I mean, this is gonna get the steams going. I mean, if I'm Lisevski, I'm gonna be super tilted after that run out. 5k is the bet. I mean, don't see him folding the ace-queen, and never expect to see the sevens there. A huge monster bot for the last hand before the break for Giselyov. Very interesting way to play the sevens, but they do work out in the end. Lisevski still has 40,400 left, and we are going to go on a small break, guys. I mean, what a sick hand we had. Let's see if we have the same feature table once we come back in 15 minutes. I think we do. And, I mean, the action is just getting started. See you then.
Hello and welcome to the Kings of Tallinn 2023 in beautiful Estonia. We are here and we've already seen 4 days of action and crowned some worthy winners. Sunday saw Oroni Albrigtsted and Oni Huttunen win titles. Albrigtsted took down the €250 PLO 4 and 5 PKO for €3,650 and bounties in what was the most lively event of the day. Huttunen won the €250 No Limit Hold'em 8 Max for €6,820 in a tournament absolutely dominated by the Finns. In other events, the €555 Championship brought the field to 212, crowning the king of this prestigious tournament on Tuesday. It was indeed a busy day and sure to get busier as the main event kicks off on Wednesday. So stay tuned here and on kingsoftallinn.com as the action unfolds. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I am with Benjamin Gros, who was our champion late last night, or this morning, should I say,
a few hours ago,
in the 555 championship, which was a payday of over €55,000.
Yeah, crazy performance, my best performance in life, so really happy with it.
Yeah, I saw on your Hendon mob. Yeah, it's by far a crazy number, isn't it? So I bet you were so happy coming into today. And tell us about how the tournament went for you in general, because you came into the final table as a huge chip leader.
Yeah, like at the bubble at first I was really huge stack, so the bubble was nice for me. And after in semi-final I was pretty short stack, and I made one bluff catch who made me just before the final table with a big stack. So when I arrived in the final table we were two big stack, two chip leader, and after the other chip leaders kind of been a bit passive, so I became like the only chip leader on the table. So I never been less than 50 bigs, I think, during the final table, so it was pretty crazy, pretty straight and
Très facile.
très facile.
You made it, yeah, not sure about that, but you made it look easy. And you're playing day 1A today. We have just bagged the chips. You seem to be bagging a lot of chips today as well.
Yes, we started with 30K and I bagged 83K. So pretty good. I'm happy with it, yeah.
Yeah, it seems this is the place. Now, you live in Estonia as well. Yeah. Tallinn, how long have you lived here in Tallinn?
I live here since 1 year and a few months now.
Okay, did you move here for poker specifically?
Yes, I'm an online professional poker player, so I came in Estonia for it.
Okay, and how are you finding living here, like the difference from France to Estonia?
I'm from Paris, so it's a different city, like it's a bit smaller, but I like it. I like small town like this, small city, so it's cool. Winter is a bit long and dark, of course, but it's okay, I survive and now I'm used to it and I like it. Really, it's a nice country, I like it to be here, really.
Well, you've got a smile on your face, I think I know why. Are there any other tournaments that you're excited to enter after the main event?
Even before my performance, I plan to play the 1K and the 3K, so I keep the same plan, like nothing changed.
Well, best of luck going forward and congratulations once again on your big win last night.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I am with a winner! A brand new king has been crowned here. Marius Morel,
Yes, I did.
you have won the four-card PLO for just over €6,000, right?
Less, a little bit less.
Under €6,000,
Yeah.
sorry.
But who's counting, Close enough.
How did you find the whole tournament?
Oh, it was fun. It was really fun. I always like PLO tournaments, so yeah.
And are you going to be playing many other tournaments here at Kings of Tallinn?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Are you in the celebrity one right now?
Yes, I am.
How's it going?
Very good. Excellent.
Do you have any celebrities on your table?
Yeah. Robert Roll. I have, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So have you not got his bounty yet?
No, he's really good. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know.
A celebrity can play poker?
Yeah, he's very good, actually. Yeah. Very good.
All right, well, we're going to see you in the main event tomorrow?
Yes. Maybe not tomorrow, but yeah, someday.
At some point, yeah. Can we have a little look at your trophy? Do you have a trophy cabinet or something?
Look a little something, yeah. It's coming together already, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice, we can add it to the collection. Thank you for talking to us. We'll see you in the main event. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I'm joined by Ferrallo, and he is wanting me to hurry up with this interview so he can probably go and play some more flips.
That's right, we got the GG sponsored Flip and Go tournaments here, $150, no skill involved, right up my alley.
Are you a flip and go champ?
I should be, God. I mean, I feel like I'm winning like 1 in every 3, but there's 10 people each one. So.
How many have you actually done now?
And I mean, yeah, you're making me out to be a liar now because I've done 2 and I haven't won one yet. But I'm thinking in advance.
There's still time, right?
Exactly.
They're fun though, aren't they?
Mate, they're incredible. Much more fun than normal poker. No, we do also love normal poker.
Talk us through the main event. You're on your second bullet?
No, first.
Oh, I thought I saw you buying it again.
No, I just went to the bathroom.
Oh, right.
I'm not allowed anymore, Laura, no?
No, not allowed to go to the toilet.
No, I instantly doubled up to 60,000, then I slowly gave it away like a Scottish Bernie Sanders, and now I'm back to about starting stack. But we're all having a good time, which is the main thing.
It's always fun to grind it out, isn't it? A bit painfully.
Yeah, I didn't want to lord it over my teammates or my table mates either, you know, because there's a couple of Finnish guys having a few beers. I didn't want to be like, oh, I've got double your stack. It causes envy, makes the atmosphere a bit weird, you know what I mean? So I gave it away, so we're all even again, and we're all having a great time.
Ah, that's always nice, isn't it? I was going to guess what beer you're on. I reckon number 8.
Oh, 8? You've seen me after 8 beers, Laura. You know I'm not this vertical.
6.
Yeah, I think it is a bit. This might be the 6, but
They're quite big.
Yeah, I was going to say they're smaller, but they are actually quite big. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The same way, like they're this size, which if you ask my missus, that size is about 10 inches, so should be fine.
Right, let's talk about Tallinn because you won the Summer Showdown.
That's right.
3 years ago.
Yes, it was during COVID. We were locked in the house for 6 months, and we all looked around and we discovered that Tallinn and Estonia had managed COVID so well that they'd reopened. So we were like, well, we're going to bring our diseased bodies over. But we passed, we all done it. Everything was above board. We came across, everything was open. It was amazing. And I fell in love with the place. So every time I get a moment to come back, I do. And here I am.
You're back, yeah. It's nice to see you here.
Exactly.
It's a bit colder this time though, right?
Yeah, no, to be fair, Tallinn in my head's always sunny because I've only ever been in the summer. I didn't really click that winter would mean it's snowing, which is not one of the brighter things I've ever done, but it's all right. It's not snowing in the pub, is it?
We're going to make up for it at the karaoke, right?
Oh, yes. The famous last night karaoke is where I get to frighten the residents of Tallinn with many renditions of very popular songs. 10 out of 10 for effort, 1 out of 10 for execution. That is the combination you're looking for in karaoke, if you ask me.
I can't wait to see it. One last question. You're obviously a Triple Crown winner, massive achievement. Do you feel like you've got anything left to conquer anymore?
Oh, absolutely. The karaoke, we just talked about it. What are you talking about? No, I mean, what? Like, poker, there's a lot of very short-term luck in poker. So I've got a lot more to do, which includes buying a lot of expensive stuff. So that's plan A. But plan B is definitely, I need to go EPT, WPT, WSOP, Tallinn karaoke champion. That's the Grand Slam.
Okay, right, you've said it. We're going to do it. Let's make it happen. See you on Sunday for the evidence. Cornelius, and welcome to the Kings of Tallinn 2023. This is Estonia, and we are at the largest poker tournament in the north. Here's a recap of Monday. Besting a field of 106 entries, it was Laura Niemi who took down event 16, the €150 No Limit Hold'em 8 Max for just shy of €3,500. The €350 No Limit Hold'em opening event set another record with 208 players and a prize pool of over €61,000. Jaakko Turkunen took it down for over €14,500. The biggest tourney of the day was the €555 Championship, which attracted a record field of 482 entries. Yuri Vasin is leading the way with over 211,000 in chips. But the most exciting and brand new format of the GG Poker Flip and Go Mystery Bounty was the event that got everyone up on their toes as 4 players advanced to see their €150 entry possibly go toward a big payday of over €5,000.
Again.
Well, we have had our first round of the Flip and Go Mystery Bounty. You are our first winner. How are you feeling?
Oh, very good. I feel very lucky. I've been unlucky all day, but I saved it up for this.
Have you ever played anything like that before?
Not in the live scene. Online, yeah, but not in live. It is really fun indeed.
How are you feeling?
Great. Looking forward to Friday to get the mystery bounty. And yeah, all good. Now going back to the 555.
So the third heat of our Flip and Go there. How did you feel?
Oh, it was very easy. I just swapped the nuts. I didn't even have to think which card to discard, you know.
They were not liking that at the end, were they?
No, they were dead from the flop. No chance.
Yeah. One bullet, €150. You could win a 5K bounty prize. It's a big
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah, bounty prize and the title, and and the glory, and all the other stuff as well.
Check out kingsoftallinn.com for the updates, the schedule, and the rest of the action live from the FAT.
Hello and welcome to the Kings of Tallinn 2023 in beautiful Estonia. We are here and we've already seen 4 days of action and crowned some worthy winners. Sunday saw Oroni Albrigtsted and Onni Huttunen win titles. Albrigtsted took down the €250 PLO 4 and 5 PKO for €3,650 and bounties in what was the most lively event of the day. Huttunen won the €250 No Limit Hold'em 8 Max for €6,820 in a tournament absolutely dominated by the Finns. In other events, the €555 Championship brought the field to 212, crowning the king of this prestigious tournament on Tuesday. It was indeed a busy day and sure to get busier as the main event kicks off on Wednesday. So stay tuned here and on kingsoftallinn.com as the action unfolds. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I am with Benjamin Gros, who was our champion late last night, or this morning, should I say,
A few hours ago, yeah.
in the 555 championship, which was a payday of over €55,000.
Yeah, crazy performance. My best performance in live, so really happy with it.
Yeah, I saw on your Hendon mob. Yeah, it's by far a crazy number, isn't it? So I bet you were so happy coming into today. And tell us about how the tournament went for you in general, because you came into the final table as a huge chip leader.
Yeah, like at the bubble at first, I was really huge stack, so the bubble was nice for me. And after in semi-final, I was pretty short stack, and I made one bluff catch who make me just before the final table with a big stack. So when I arrived in the final table, we were 2 big stack, 2 chip leader. And after the other chip leaders kind of been a bit passive, so I became like the only chip leader on the table. So I never been less than 50 bigs, I think, during the final table. So it was pretty crazy, pretty straight, and
Très facile.
très facile.
You
Perfect
made it,
French.
yeah, not sure about that, but you made it look easy. And you're playing day 1A today. We have just bagged the chips. You seem to be bagging a lot of chips today as well.
Yes, I bagged. We started with 30k, and I bagged 83k. So pretty good. I'm happy with it. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems this is the place. Now, you live in Estonia as well. Tallinn, how long have you lived here in Tallinn?
I live here since 1 year and a few months now.
Okay, did you move here for poker specifically?
Yes, I'm an online professional poker player, so I came in Estonia for it.
Okay, and how are you finding living here, like the difference from France to Estonia?
I'm from Paris, so it's a different city. Like it's a bit smaller, but I like it. I like small town like this, small city, so it's cool. Winter is a bit long and dark, of course, but it's okay. I survive, and now I'm used to it, and I like it. Really, it's a nice country. I like it to be here. Really.
Well, you've got a smile on your face. I think I know why. Are there any other tournaments that you're excited to enter?
Those were some great interviews. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for some poker action. The players have been settling in, and look at that. I was over there. Now when we're here, I'm like Batman. You never know. You can't blink. Next time we go on a break, I might be out there playing. You just have to stay tuned and see. All right, this is the time where players are gonna need to do some moving, a little bit of shaking, because those next two levels are where some serious money can be made, because the blinds are going up. Blinds are going up to 200, 400, 400 peak blind ante, so there's 1,000 chips in the middle every single time to be stolen away. Simple math, it's 3% of the starting chips. So every time you do it 10 times in a row, you add 10,000 chips. Easy, easy money. And Modans has been very active. My name is Christian Laas. I will be with you all 4 days throughout this Kings of Tallinn, legendary Kings of Tallinn festival. We never had a prize pool this big guaranteed, as far as I remember at least. 500 euros, 500,000 euros guaranteed on this main event. We have generated 440 of those already without one day one being played and day 1B being in the middle. Modans makes it 1,000 before the flop and gets a bunch of folds. Tuomi, one of the most likely players to defend with Queen 4, but still assume we're gonna see a fold, but no. Looks like the chips have gone in. It is an under the gun race though. But Tuomi likes the queen high, makes the call. And 2,600 chips in the middle to the flop of 10-3-6. Not much for anybody. Just a couple of backdoors. Modans still ahead with ace-7. So I assume check bet fold. If it's a decent sized bet at least. And it looks like it is. It's a bet of 1,000. Gets a fold from Tuomi, and Modans picks things up where he left them. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Very excited to see what the final prize pool, of course, will be. We will have to come back tomorrow to get the final information. Of course, we have a couple of, poker celebrities playing. We have Sigmund playing. We have so many local heroes. All the best players from Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, Sweden, Norway coming and joining this tournament. So, I mean, it's a nice little mixture of pros and amateurs playing together, which usually tends to culminate in a very exciting poker tournament as well. Lierzewski. He's been up, he's been down, but his spirits are still up and he's getting decent hands. He's raising it up to 900 with ace-jack of clubs. And our official chat room, the one you see over there, is twitch.tv/alibetpoker. Twitch.tv/alibetpoker is where we will have our chat. So if you're watching from Facebook, YouTube, and you want to join the conversation, come on, join us. Vinny Vince says Filatov is in the house as well. Let's go, Filatov. Meanwhile, it's a raise and take. And Let's see if I can find any familiar names here in the mix at day 1B. I'll go over the player list real quick. Karl-Johan Garson, one of our previous winners. He's playing here today at day 1B. Of course, Marko Keskel, our local fan favorite, as is Markku Koplima. Basically, if your name is Marko, or Marco, you're gonna be a good poker player. Mark Metzla has had a deep run at the Kings of Tallinn Festival before. As has Priit Parmasto. So many players today. It's nice to see because I was expecting most of them to play day 1A. Meanwhile, it's pocket queens for Lisevski, raising it up to 900 and folded all the way to small blind. And Modans hasn't folded the 7-3, which is kind of surprising. I would expect 7-3 to hit the muck quickly, but instead we see a 3-bet to 3.9 thousand from Modans, and Lisevski might not 4-bet. Lisevski might just call here. He might not want to clash for potentially 44,000 by 4-betting here to 10,000 or more. So he's gonna make it a huge 3-bet with 7-3. Looks a lot like Ace King, Aces Kings, obviously. We can see the Modans has anything in there, but by just calling, Lisevski keeps all the bluffs in, kind of controls the size of the pot, and, you know, maybe avoids disaster should he be against aces or kings here. 8.6 thousand in the middle, king 8-7. It's not the best flop for Lisevski. I'm very sure he's not the biggest fan of this flop, but Modans pairs his pair of sevens, gives him a little bit more stride to continue and maybe even steal this pot away from the pocket queens. That's one of the issues of calling with pocket queens. You open yourself up to getting bluffed, but at the same time, you keep all the bluffs in as well. 3.1 thousand is the bet. I don't think Lisevski can fold to a single bet just yet. I think he needs to peel one off, see what develops on a turn. Still a few bluffs in Modans range. I mean, he would assume Modans can have something like ace-queen suited as well, ace-5 suited, as well as jacks and tens for value. So he's going to make the call. 3.1k, 15,000 almost in the middle now. And Modans needs a 7 or a 3 to take a lead. It's 9 of spades on a turn. Will Modans give up or will he go till the end? There's 15,000 in the middle, and that is the most interesting hand we've seen thus far. I think another hand might just do it. Another bet might just get rid of Lisevski. It's a bet of 9,000, and now Lisevski is feeling like he might be in trouble. He might actually be up against the aces, the ace-king, or maybe even sometimes against nines or something. 10-jack. A bet of 9,000 gets rid of the queens, and a fantastic bluff for Modans. I mean, definitely an unnecessary bluff, but he gets it to work, and he steals away 7.8 thousand of Lisevski's chips. And look at that, it's the Latvian Modans now bigger stack even, and our biggest stack at this feature table, 58.4 thousand. And our shortest stack is Yli Tervo. After, I don't know if you remember, if you joined us just now, but it's Yli Tervo made a huge hero call against Lisevski himself when Lisevski bet a full house and Yli Tervo made a call with an ace high. There was a king, jack, 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 and a blank on a board. Lisevski bet his ace-king, and Yli Tervo made a call with ace-7. Ylitervo likes those small suited aces. Now raises it up with ace-8 of hearts from under ace-8 of spades from under the gun, but it's 8-9 of hearts for Kartunen. He's gonna fold. Lampinen with a jack-5 hasn't really played too many hands after that aces versus tens hand. Tuomi, he's not gonna go anywhere with queen-10 of clubs. He's gonna make the call from the cutoff. That might bring along Modans as well. After seeing that 7-3 hands, you know, you never know what you're gonna get from Modans. You might even see a 3-bet. You might see, I expect to see a call from a small pair, but you never know. Lizevsky, I mean, he's getting great pot odds with a small connected hand, 6-5. I assume you want to see a flop there. Maybe try and flop 2 pair, a straight draw, possibly even a straight. So he does make the call, 4 ways to the flop, 4.2k in the middle. Ylitervo raise does not get too much respect, but at the same time, I mean, his ace-8 is actually doing quite well. Only player with an ace. Hello, Hurlum, hey. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the internet. We got all you need. Queen 10 4, all diamonds, so 2 pair for Tuomi. Ylitervo misses completely. Lizevsky and Modans with baby flush draws. Probably just Tuomi gonna bet, and we're gonna see a bunch of folds. But, you know, let's not jump in front. But Tuomi wants to protect his hand here. I mean, he flops 2 pair. There's so many draws here. Any diamond would give a flush draw. Obviously, the ace-jacks, ace-kings, king-jacks have plenty of equity as well. So you want to start protecting, and you want to start protecting soon. So a bet of 2,000 is good enough for Tuomi. Gets rid of the one of the flush draws. Lizevsky folds as well. Ylitervo, after missing completely, now leaves himself with 9.3k behind, and Tuomi up to 50,000. So 50k for Tuomi. Second in chips. Right after, I think, Modans, yes. So seed 8 and 9 is where all the riches are at the moment. Between 2 of them, they are holding 110,000 in chips. Meanwhile, quite the contrary in seat 3 and 4, where one player has 9,000, the other player has something like 20. Now Kartunen actually has more. He has 29.3. And Kartunen continues to play it safe. Hello, Blingaf. Welcome. Welcome to the welcome to the broadcast. No Estonians at the table at the moment, but we have plenty of Finn versus Latvia action. One Lithuanian, one Polish player is definitely in the mix as well, but it's mostly the Finns doing the bigger moving and shaking at the moment. But Lizevsky hasn't folded the 6-3 from small blind. His opponent has approximately 23 big blinds effective at the moment. So he's thinking, can he get away by calling here? How often is he gonna get shoved on? We see that he's definitely gonna get some action with ace-10. Ylitervo is gonna either raise it up or maybe even just ship it all in, try and take the 1.2k, you know. Avoid too many risks, and if Lizevsky was calling with a hand maybe like ace-9 to trap, so be it. Or maybe like ace-queen. Instead, Ylitervo makes it 1.6k. Lizevsky has an easy fold with 6-3, and we move on. Hello, Girsimuit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Girsimuit, we had an issue, or at least we had a question. We see you just recently won a lot of money in a poker tournament. A money that would give yourself a chance to buy into this Kings of Tallinn main event. Now my problem is, we see Mairo Toom here playing the 1100 euro main event, and we don't see you playing it. Settle the issue. Did you give your money to Mairo Toom to bust it in this tournament? Blink twice if I'm being correct. Meanwhile, Lampinen, another, he sure likes to take his time with fairly standard folds. But I mean, it's just for a few seconds. Nobody minds too much. It's better to be in a rhythm, especially in a 4-day poker tournament. Meanwhile, Lijewski goes for another shot off the pot. And maybe the night. Makes it 900. Yli Tervo this time cannot party with him. Kartunen might. Kartunen has a small connected hand. I mean, he's getting decent pot odds. It's up 7-5. Let's tango, he says. And tango they will. 7-5 against Queen 7. Lisevski has Kartunen right where he wants it. But for how long? That remains to be seen. 8, 9, 10. Both players with an open-ended straight draw. Kartunen with one heart as well. Lisevski still ahead with the queen. Both players check, and that's a flush draw for Kartunen. Not a flush just yet. Ace of hearts on a turn. Will we see Lisevski try and steal this pot away now? Or is he gonna be happy to try and realize the equity, trying to hit a check? Queen, 6. He's gonna check it back. Interesting line from Lisevski. Will Kartunen know? I mean, it's been checked behind twice. King of Diamonds, not the best card, of course, to bluff at, but still, he's gonna take his chances. Bets 2,000. And Lisevski, I mean, now just with Queen High on the river, releases another pot, and oh, how the mighty have fallen. Lisevski at one point being the chip leader, and now back down to the starting stack. Nothing too bad. Obviously, we are playing very deep stack. It's around the tournament average even at this point. 30,000 gives you 75 big blinds, so a lot of playing room still. But Lisevski, things have not gone his way this past 40 minutes or so. Still, no reason why they might not turn around one more time. It's a long tournament, 4 days of poker, and I'm gonna be here with you these whole 4 days. Don't worry, you're not gonna get rid of me. I'm still waiting for that official moment once we break the 500 player mark. It's 241 at the moment. Yesterday's day 1A generated what looks like 227. So we are just a few tableful of players off to have those 500 players, and we're definitely gonna get it. We still have day 1C to come up today, but I think we're gonna do it throughout this day 1B. And then we're gonna have a party, because, you know, 500,000 in a poker tournament. Sweet, sweet money. Yes, the money. Beautiful, beautiful money. Gotta give my props to this featured table as well. I very much enjoy the golden... how do you call it? Custard. Never mind. Nobody cares. Even I don't care. What I do care about is how these guys will approach this next hand. And will Lampinen make a huge bluff in the next 30 minutes? Or will Tuomi find an 8-9 of spades and go to absolute mental mode with it? My vote is on yes. You will raise it up to 1K. Those red chips are worth 500 each, and Mr. Modens finds a pair of queens. The same guy who got a pair of queens to fold with 7-3 now has some ammunition with a pair of queens himself. What looks like a 3-bet to 3.3K from Modens, and a few folds around. So, it was my thought that Tuomi will go absolutely beast mode with 9-8 of spades. Tuomi, do not fold. Make it interesting. Call. Call with the 9-8. Let's see a flop. Let us see a flop. You guys are playing quite deep stack. You are two of the biggest stacks. I mean, 9-8 of spades. It's a sexy hand. You might hit a flush. You might hit a straight. You might hit two pair. You might even hit a nothing. But the opportunities are endless. You guys might get a straight flush here. Tuomi, do not fold. Let's see a flow of 9 with 6 of spades and 4 of spades for absolute sickness. Tuomi is not folding. Tuomi will make the call. 9 high board with 2 spades coming up. No, 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 never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, that is no call. That is a 4-bet to 10,000. I have not seen this hand, but I told you that Tuomi will go absolutely beast mode, sicko mode with 9-8, and he's 4-betting to 10,000, and I cannot be happier. It's a bad time to 4-bet, though. Of course, we can see that Modens has pocket queens, and he is absolutely crushed, and he will get his dreams destroyed very soon, but maybe not. Modens will make the call. So 21,000 in the middle, and two of our chip leaders going head-to-head on an ace-jack 4 with 2 spades. Ace-high board and a spade throw for Tuomi. And will we see pair of queens folded one more time against a high card? Last time it was Modens who got a pair of queens to fold with 7-3, and now it's Tuomi trying his hardest to get Modens to fold a pair of queens with 9 high. Love it. I kind of have a feeling that we're gonna see Tuomi win this hand. Look at that, a snap fold from Modens, and for once, the commentator's curse does not go the way the commentator's curse usually goes. I expected Tuomi to go sicko mode with the 9-8. He did go sicko mode, and he got the queens to fold. And second time in the past 5 hands, it's pocket queens that overthink and fold. Obviously, he had some help both times on the boards as well, with there being 1 overcard to the queens. And sometimes you just think like, okay, I'm gonna have to call against the 4-bet, gives all the bluffs in, you know, blah, 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 blah. But how often do the queens get bluffed after the flop? With there being 1 overcard. And how often you should just let's ship it in, you know, you have it, you have it. The good old school way of thinking, you know. Let's not think about bluffing ranges. If you have it, you have it. I have queens. I don't give a damn. And if you don't have it, I win at least 10,000 without risking the fact that I get bluffed on an ace-high board. I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. Actually, somebody knows. I'm pretty sure some of you guys watching know. Most of you don't. Most of you think you know. Meanwhile, it's Lampinen. Now it's his time. It's Lampinen's time to shine with the king 9. So he's gonna raise it to 109. Let's go. Hello, Frodo. Hello, Frodo 14 or Frodo 14. Meanwhile, Lampinen makes it 900, and Tuomi defends his big blind with king 6 of hearts. Fairly standard thus far. But the standardness might end on the flop with 6-8 and a check on a 4 board. Tuomi now with a pair of 6s. Lampinen with king high, couple of backdoors. And more importantly, the betting lead. Check from Tuomi. Lampinen is going to bet 1,500. Okay, he's not gonna bet 1,500. Those green chips are worth 100 each, so he's probably gonna bet 1,400. Instead, he's gonna go for a 1,800. Very small bet from Lampinen. I have to say I'm pleasantly surprised. I like the small bet. Opens up the door to, you know, get floated way more often, but at the same time you win more if you bet the turns more often. So if Lampinen continues on 7s, 5s, kings, 9s, 10s, clubs, then I love the bet. So we're gonna learn today. 7 of diamond, perfect card for Lampinen to continue barreling. He has the king of diamonds, 9 of the clubs, blocking all the straights, all the flush draws, so it's a perfect card to actually, you know, just put some pressure on. If he's gonna check back the turn, then I'm not a big fan of betting small on the flop. Then I would have liked to see a bigger bet on it on a flop. But if he's gonna continue, merit to him. Hey, he's gonna check, try and realize the equity. Instead, it's a 7 of clubs on the river. Bringing in the front door flush draw, no? Lampinen does have the 9 of clubs, so maybe now. Though, then it comes to question, how often does Lampinen check back a flush draw on a turn? Really interested in finding out what's written on Lampinen's hoodie there. It looks like Deechen's heartbeat or something like that, and that is a funny hoodie. Lampinen just gives up, and that is sad. But next time, maybe go with what is written there and go a little bit of Deechen mode. Deechen heartbeat hoodie it's a great hoodie. I want one of those now. Lampinen, hook me up. Let me know where you got it. I'm a big fan of black hoodies that have something written on it. I think like 80% of my wardrobe is black hoodies with white text on it. So I'm a simple man. I see a black hoodie with a funny white text on it, I take it. Giselyev is up to 43,000, so kind of like sneakily he has been chipping up a little bit. Gardonen, I want to see a raise with ace-5, and ask and you shall receive. Gardonen makes it 1,000 with the suited ace-5 from the hijack. That will generate one call from Rosted. Tuomi will fold the ace-10. Tuomi is a surprising player. Once you think you have him figured out, you realize that he is way better than he looks like. in a sense, he looks very good, but in a sense that, I mean, I don't mind the ace-10 fold whatsoever against raise from the tightest player on the table and a fairly quick call from Rosted. Gardonen bets, Rosted folds the ace-jack, and good job. Just stays away from trouble with the ace-10. And Gardonen obviously flopping a pair of 5s as an easy c-bet, and ace-jack, I mean, after you just called pre-flop and didn't turn it into a 3-bet bluff. Yeah, Tom knows what I'm talking about. Christian, do you speak Finnish? You not pronounce those names very well. Thank you, Mini Megatron. No, I don't actually speak Finnish, but I used to work on a Finnish cruise ship as a karaoke isäntä. So I had to figure out the pronunciation of words a little bit. So I kind of got the sense of the language, but the thing is, even though I have a sense of how the language is maybe spoken, I still don't understand the vocabulary that well. But that was a long time ago. That was wow, that was 15 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. It was 13 to 15 years ago when I did that job. Freaking time flies. I came Yeah, never mind. Forget about. No, I didn't come. I was going somewhere with that sentence, but I decided not to. But meanwhile, it's a flush draw for Modans. Betting 500, Kiselyov calls with his pair of fours, and now two pair on turn. 6 of clubs on a turn, making it even less likely that his opponent has a 6 from the small blind. So let's see if and how Modans continues here with his queen eye flush draw. Checks, and Kiselyov bets 1,000. Might even see a raise here from Modans. I mean, he's been quite unpredictable, quite active, but this time he will just make the call. And the ace of hearts on the river. The thing is, I think Modans called here because he still beats a few of Kiselyov's hands that play this way. Hands like 7-8, 7-5, so I'm guessing this is why he just called here. And Kiselyov now thinking about it and betting 3.2k on the river. That tells me that Kiselyov probably doesn't think his 4 is good here. That looks like a two-pair hand that is turned into a bluff. Not really sure what he's trying to target though. Maybe a king, but how often do you generate folds from kings? Let me know in the chat, what do you guys think? What this bet from Kiselyov is trying to target? Look at that. It's a value bet. It's a value bet that gets called from Modans queen high. I mean, I'm very, very baffled by some of those bets and calls on the rivers we've seen today. I mean, this is just incredibly different from what I expected the general poker population to play, or how I expected the general poker population to play. So I'm very surprised about the amount of hero calls on the river and the amount of weird value bets on the river. So I'm super surprised here. Maybe I should reevaluate my game and maybe I should do some work with the general population, because I'm super surprised. Yeah, Mini Megatron, very similar, same for me. All the flush draws missed, all the straight draws missed. You're not gonna generate folds too much, and it looks like way too thin to go for value. So you're not gonna get king to fold too often. You're definitely not gonna get an ace to fold. Not even talking about the 6 here. All the draws missed. So I mean, take your showdown value with 3 high. But I mean, he got an extra 3.2k. It's just a lot. For me personally, a lot what we've seen today seem to be working out in a very short term, but in a long term they seem like a crazy lit your money on fire type of plays. But I don't know. I mean, I might be wrong here. I mean, I'm definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, we've seen it so often that, and they've been working. So I'm starting to a little bit get confused or second guess myself. Queen 9-3 and a flop with 2 diamonds. So Rostedt with backdoor flush draw ace high. Lampinen with a better ace high, but Lysevsky with a pair of 9s. So he's ahead here after he gets checked through, and a check on the turn gives Lampinen a pair of jacks. Retakes the lead in this hand. Will any one of those 3 players bet the turn though? Well, it's a standard check from Lysevsky here on a turn. I mean, it's the board gets scarier. He does have a pair and a straight draw, though. I mean, it's a dummy end of a straight draw. You're calling for second or third nuts, so it's not the best straight draw. And Lampinen figuring after it gets checked through on the flop, very unlikely your opponents have a queen. So your ace-jack is probably ahead here, so you you want to bet? And he does. Bets 1.2k, and it's Lishevsky really trying to get things going on the right track one more time. And another tough spot for him now. Does make the call, and for the first time after joining this featured table, no, it's a raise. Makes it 4.5k, which I like a lot more than I like a call. Makes it 4.5k with his pair of nines and a gut shot straight draw, so turning his hand into a bluff, thinking it's not super likely his opponent has anything other than one pair type of hand. I mean, it looks a lot like ace-jack, doesn't it? Obviously, if Lampinen had something like king 10, he's gonna hear about it, but Lishevsky can definitely have king 10, 10-8 himself from the big blind. Lampinen really doesn't play a hand like 10-8, so he has quite a decent range advantage in a nut sense. As well as Lampinen checked through the flop, being the original raiser, so makes it less likely that Lampinen has something. So the more I think about it, the more I love the raise from Lishevsky. It's just, I mean, Lampinen has played his hand quite face up, and I like the bet from Lampinen, but I like the raise from Lishevsky even more. Lishevsky just, a bet there just works most of the time for Lampinen, and Lishevsky, being very sharp player, just figures out that his opponent doesn't have all that much all that often, or at least not enough to withhold a lot of pressure. So with a big raise on a turn, maybe he can get a hand like ace-jack to fold, and if not on the turn, maybe on the river. Fantastic play, fantastic play. We have a new player joining us at seat number 1 as well, and it seems to be at least a talkative person, so with a funny shirt one more time. Obviously, this is just a 1B, and we are very early stages of this tournament series and this main event. One thing that I'm kind of surprised about is the lack of beer being drank. Is it okay to say that? Usually we see a lot more beer being drank. Players are taking it way more seriously. I mean, it's 7:49. Sorry, 5:49 p.m. So it's understandable, but I'm surprised still. Just relatively a little bit surprised. Meanwhile, it's been folded to the blinds one more time. Lishevsky tried once with 6-3. Now it's queen 3, so a better hand, so he's gonna raise it up to 1100 in chips. And it should work. I mean, Ylidervo does make the call, wants to play the position. He doesn't have too many chips to play with, but does have a decent hand to try and see the flop with, and that's a good flop for Ylidervo. I mean, that's one of the best flops without flopping a pair or a straight or anything like that that you can get. It's a dry board where you actually have an open-ended straight draw. It's still Thursday too. Let's see those Finnish guys on a Saturday night. That's true, Mini Megatron. And at the same time, maybe I'm thinking the kind of the wind in their ship, in their sails is even getting out because it's the 8th day. Maybe they're not drinking anymore. You never know. Bet of 800 from Lishevsky. Gets a call from Ylidervo. Now Ylidervo has 7.2k behind, or approximately 1.8 pot ratio, stack to pot ratio, or SPR as I'm gonna say it from now on. Queen of Hearts on a turn gives Lishevsky 2 pair. The chances of Ylidervo winning this spot just went out dramatically. Or just went down dramatically, I should say. There's still chances, but he's going to need a deuce or a 7 now. 6 or a 5 won't do it. A bluff will definitely not do it. 2.4 thousand. I love the size. Still leaves an impression that he could still fold this hand. I really like the sizing from Lisevsky. I think from what we've seen, Lisevsky is up and away the best or the most experienced player. I have no idea if it's true or not, but everything I've seen from Lisevsky has been quite decent and impressive. And a fold from Ylidervo. Gets away from the open-ender. I mean, big up for Ylidervo. Still lives himself with 7.2k. We've seen so many players just thinking like, even if my opponent is making it look like he has a strong hand, I mean, I don't care. I just have 7.2k. I've lost 75% of my chips. Might as well go with it. YOLO. But Ylidervo realizes that he's probably not super alive here. Probably gonna need a 7 or a deuce, so he's gonna fold. GG to Ylidervo here. I still didn't notice. We had stacks in front of us who our new player is and how many chips he brought, but I'm sure we will figure that out soon as well. Right after Modens folds. Albrigtsen, of course it's Albrigtsen, making his comeback to the Kings of Tallinn feature table. We've seen Albrigtsen at a feature table before. Now I have to figure out Albrigtsen. What place did he get last year? Because I'm sure I remember him from... well, at least he got 4th place in the Hyper Turbo version of the main event. I'm guessing he didn't cash the main event, but he was definitely at one of our featured tables at some point. Last year's Kings of Tallinn, Albrigtsen got 3 cashes. Got 22nd place in 550 euro no limit hold'em, Kings of Tallinn 550. Then he got 13th place at the 250 euro 8-handed event, and it got even better with the 4th place finish at the turbo version of the main event. So it's gonna try and go even better this time at the main. Meanwhile, it's Modens raising it up with ace, deuce of diamonds. Just a small little bet of 1,000. And just saying, now it's up to you players. I've done my job. And Lampinen has not folded just yet. We don't know what Lampinen has just yet, but I mean, I wanted to say that he looks like he's contemplating to play this hand, but he looks like it every single time, so big up to him, looking the same every time. Tuomi, after that big bluff against pocket queens of Modans, now still our chip leader with 62,000. Things starting off well from him. I mean, it's weird to say starting off, right? These players have been playing 5 hours already. Some online tournaments would be starting to reach final tables, maybe even finish at this time, but no. We still have many hours to play on this day 1B and then many more days. As many days as we have hours to play till we reach the final table. And let's see if Albrigtsen will bring some change in this dynamic of the featured table. Obviously, it's Yli Tervo who needs to make something happen soon. Doesn't have too many chips remaining of... I mean, a bit less than 20 big blinds is still very much playable, but compared to the field, you know, kind of... this is the point of chip stacks whenever I'm playing a re-entry tournament, I'm starting to think like, you know, even if I feel like I have an edge on the field, it's starting to look better and better to try and get my chips in and maybe invest in a re-entry and, you know, have that edge with a bigger stack and, you know, at the same time investing more money, but because you really don't feel like you want to hold a short stack, especially at the beginning of a tournament, for far too long and lose that opportunity to play for a huge one. So it's a matter of like, am I willing to pay another 1,100 euros for an extra 23k in chips in equity? Do I think it's worth? Do I think, well, it's easy to think of it in money-wise. Like, do I think I would have an edge on a field if I got 23,000 in chips and still paid 1,100 euros? If you think you break even, or if you had an edge even in that situation, then you probably have to go towards, you know, risking this 7k in chips and giving yourself a chance to re-enter or make some more chips. Or if you don't think you would still have an edge on the field with 23k, then you should probably continue nourishing that 7k in chips. Meanwhile, we've seen a flop with 5, 7, 8. Kiselyov with a pair of 4s and the cut shot straight draw bets 2.3k, but it's Lampinen with a top set here and Rosted with an open-ended straight draw, so an action flop here. Lampinen just calls as well. A jack on a turn would be a sick card for Lampinen. I'm sure he's not going to expect it. A 6 would be a bit more obvious straight for Rosted, but a jack would be a sick one. So both players call, Rosted and Lampinen call. A 10 would be a great card for Lampinen, giving Rosted a pair of 10s and an open ender. Instead, it's the ace of spades, the prettiest card in the deck, but none of those players love it that much. Besides Lampinen, Lampinen is definitely hoping that one of those players maybe has the ace. One of those players maybe has something like the ace of diamonds in their hands, having the ace with a flush draw, and he can get a lot of money that way. Lampinen checks it over. Rosted has been going crazy in situations like this, but not this time. Checks it over, and Kiselyov checks as well. A 6 or a jack would change anything at all, but it's the king of diamonds, and Lampinen still ahead with his set of 8s, but the front door flush draw against 2 opponents is definitely a real possibility here. If I'm Lampinen, I'm not betting. Unless I'm trying to bet like a blocker betish of 2.53k. Lampinen seems to do exactly that, by the way. Goes for a blockerish bet of 3.5k and gets 2 quick folds. Trying to target hands like ace x, ace queen, trying to get calls from that might check back as well. And now Lampinen up to 41,000. Definitely, we could have seen a lot more chips going in if Rosted would have bet on a turn or raised on a flop or anything like that, but it goes like that. Christian, have you thought about inviting some guest commentators to the booth at some point? You're doing an awesome job, but it can get lonely for you there during this marathon of a tournament. Yeah, for sure. We have those capabilities, you see. It's like helicopter earpods here. So if anybody wants to join, they can definitely join. The only problem is I am not in the tournament area, so none of the players can really join me, and none of the staff working there can really join me because I am a bit further away in the Win TV studio. Screw you, Tom. But a good one, in a good way. Enjoy screwing yourself is what I mean. Meanwhile, Kartunen, he's quiet, but when he plays with fierce and force and feist and all the other F words. 3 bets 2.5k. Modens makes a fairly standard call with his pair of 9, so 2 ways to the flop. King 7-8 is a dream flop for Kartunen. Flops top pair and just 1 overcard for Modens with a backdoor straight draw as well with and a flush draw. So Modens is not gonna go anywhere because Kartunen is gonna bet 2k max here. Never mind, probably bets more, right? Yeah, no, I like it. Bets 1.5k. Modens will make the call. No reason to raise. Definitely no reason to fold just yet. Can beat hands like ace queen, ace jack, as well as other bluffs. You can, even if you're behind, you can make your backdoor straights or flushes. Something like 6 of clubs would give you so many extra outs, right? So he's gonna make the call and check it over to Kartunen one more time. Kartunen now, 9k in the middle. Expect a bet closer to 5k now. Kartunen obliges and bets 5.5 thousand. So now really going after those 10s, jacks, 9s. Even if Kartunen was bluffing, he's gonna make exactly those hands like jacks, 10s, 9s indifferent. So Modens is having trouble there. This is why I like this sizing of 5.5k. You have to figure out how often your opponent is trying to make hands like this indifferent, or how often does he actually have the 10. 6 of spades on the river, so 5 would give both of these players a straight now, but it's very unlikely that any one of those players has a 5. Let's see if Kartunen wants to go for some value. No value to be had. 10-9 makes a straight, 5 makes a straight, so Kartunen is just like, I'm gonna take my showdown value and I'm gonna take down this 20k pot and be up to 42,700. And not really sure what happened, but Modens now back down to starting stack after losing 2 big ones with pocket 9s and pocket queens. Well, I must say fairly big ones. Both of those pots being worth approximately 20k each. $256 entries now, bringing the total from day 1A and day 1B at the moment up to 483. So 17 more and we have that magical 500 player number, which we are gonna crush. Let's go for 600. Let's go for 10,000. Yes, 10,000 players. All of you watching, call your grandmothers, fathers. Take out your Tulu declaration and enter this tournament. And get rich or die trying. Meanwhile, it's Kartunen on a heater, raising it up to 1k with 10-9 of clubs. And Lampinen with ace jack. I expect to see a call. I mean, it's a fairly late position raise from hijack, from cutoff. You can definitely call. I would love to see a 3-bet. And we see a 3-bet. I expected to see a call, but I would have loved to see a 3-bet. And it's a nice 3-bet from Lampinen. I mean, you really don't mind generating folds as answers from your opponents. You kind of even don't mind calls, and I mean, Ace Jack is a decent hand to turn into a bluff there, and a hand like 10-9 suited is a tricky one to play in a 3-bet pot. I mean, it looks very tempting to want to call this hand, but against 3-betting range, 10-9 suited does not. It's one of those trap hands that looks way better than it is. And one more time, I will go over why it is. Hands that will 3-bet you contain 9s plus, like pocket pairs of 9s plus, Ace Jack, Ace 10, Ace King, Ace Queen, King Jack, King 10, King Queen. All those hands. And 10-9 plays really well against that range. You definitely you want to have a hand like 6-7 suited way more often against a 3-bet than 10-9, because you're not dominated against 10s, 9s, jacks, all those hands that give you outs for, because what you want with 10-9, you want to flop a straight draw, you want to flop pairs, you want to flop a flush draw, right? So if your opponent's range contains 10s, 9s, jacks, queens, kings, they block your chances of flopping straight draws, flush draws as well. So you're really caging your hands with 10-9. This is why you want to have 6-7 suited way more often than you want to have 10-9 suited. And which is why a lot of players make a mistake of falling into a trap. And I do it myself, because 10-9 suited is a freaking pretty hand. Plays way better, in my opinion, as a 3-bet than calling a 3-bet as well, which most of the hands do. That applies to most of poker hands, that they play way better as a 3-better than someone getting 3-bet with. Blind still 2 and 400, but after 5 minutes they will go up to 2 and 5. We are playing level 5 of day 1B, Kings of Tallinn. 1,100 euros was the buy-in for this tournament. $500,000, 500,000 euros, sorry, guaranteed as well. And it's Mr. Tuomi from Finland playing the best thus far, increasing his chip stack to 61,000. But someone who I've been really impressed with is sitting at seat number 3. It's Lisewski from Poland. Has been really impressing me. Has been up and down quite a bit, but from what I've seen, I mean, it's just a very solid poker player. Obviously, all of these players playing well, but if I had to name one player who I would keep my eye on, it would be the player sitting at seat number 3. It's Kiselyov from Lithuania now, raising it up from undergun with King Jack. Definitely a raise on a looser side on a full ring table, but you know, I mean, it's dealer's choice. You can do it if you want to. I personally don't recommend it, just because of reasons like that. It's just way too likely that your opponents will wake up with a better hand, or they will outplay you with a 3-bet with a worse hand. Kardunen 3-bets to 2.5 thousand with ace queen off, and now back to Kiselyov, who will just fold to King Jack. The King Jack looks a lot better from, let's say, from mid position, from UTG 3, definitely from hijack or cutoff, but I think from under the gun +1, you want to stay away from raising with a hand like King Jack. Instead, go with hands like 10-9 suited.
Hello, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 2023.
But yeah, again, one of the reasons why King Jack is not that bad. If you're gonna get played against, or if you're gonna get called even, you're gonna be dominated way too often. What hands wanna call against an under the gun raise? Hands like Ace Jack suited, hands like King Queen. Hands like Pocket Jacks even. And if your opponent has better hands, you're gonna get 3-bet, you're gonna have to relinquish your hand. So I mean, King Jack offsuit definitely has its place in poker. It's a strong hand. It's a perfect hand to 3-bet with from the blinds. For example, against the late position raise. Meanwhile, Yli Tervo is going all in with Queen Jack of Hearts for about 17.5 big blinds, and he's gonna pick up the blinds and antes. I'm sure he's happy that he's not gonna get called. Queen Jack, one of those hands you wanna go all in with, but at the same time, once you get called, you're just praying that you're flipping against something like jacks or something like 10s or 9s or 8s. Because other hands, there's gonna be a lot of ace kings there, there's gonna be a lot of ace queens there. And Yli Tervo must be happy with the pickup there. Increases his stack by more than 10% by just picking up the blinds and antes. Approximately 15% stack increase there. And Yli Tervo another chance, but I think he's a bit too shallow to play the Queen 9 of spades. Another trappy hand as well. And Kartunen now has woken up a little bit. Obviously, it's been the hands that has supported his wake up from this slumber as well. Ace-Jack of spades, a decent hand to raise with. Rosted makes the call with Ace-7 of hearts. Modans now, it's his turn to try and turn things back around. He's going to come along with the King-Queen. Giselyov has been very loose with his opens and calls. He's going to join the party with 10-9. So 4 ways to the flop. Everybody with decent equity here. I mean, it's nice separation here. 4-5 of 4-5 and a queen. 2 of hearts is a sick flop. I mean, Modans flops top pair. Decent kicker. Rosted with a nut flush draw. Kartunen and Giselyov miss completely though. So Rosted and Modans might go to battle here. Rosted with a shorter stack. Modans with a very strong flop and a backdoor flush draw as well. It's Rosted betting out 2,000 and Modans not just calling, raising it to 4.7 thousand. Rosted snap goes all in. Queen 4-5, very obvious flush draw there. And usually those snap decisions are not sets. I mean, we can basically discount hands like 4-5, Queen 5 and Queen 4. So there's not many 2 pairs in Rosted's range. So Modans makes a fairly simple call, because if Rosted had something like a set, he would have definitely at least thought about not snap going, thought about just calling. Likewise with a hand like Ace Queen, King Queen, Queen Jack. So Modans figures it out, makes the call, but we can see that Rosted can still take the lead with a heart or a ace or an ace. So he has 46% for a pot worth of 48,600. Very important pot for both of these players. Modans is going to be crippled should the turn be a heart, or Rosted is gonna be out of it with a chance to re-enter still though. Almost it is a chip leader pot for this table, so very important. Modans can be right back in the driver's seat should he win this pot, or should his queens hold up. But it's Rosted who can lock things up on a turn with a heart. Still waiting for the turn card. Action being super tense here. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Do you think King Queen is going to win this one, or Ace-7 of hearts? Is it going to be Finland or Latviski? All right, let's see the turn. Or will we? Maybe, sometimes today. Queen of diamonds on a turn. A great card for Modans. 7 of diamonds on a river, meaning we lose Rosted. He can definitely still re-enter for another 30,000 if he pays another 1,100 euros. But Modans right back in the driver's seat and up to 55,000. Tom says, I think Rosted is not from Finland, but from Turku. I think I've been to Turku. I think I used to, in high school, I went to a theater camp in Turku for 2 weeks. I'm not sure if it was Pori or Turku. One of those 2 places. Might have been Pori. Nobody cares. Anyway, who got some chips is the player from Latvia. And we have a seat open. Ladies and gentlemen, we are playing 8-handed once again. Thank you, Tom. This one goes out to you. It's my big heart. Couple of 6-3s being hit to muck. And we just realized players don't like 6s in their hands because even if it is with an ace, it will hit the muck as well. Meanwhile, it's Modans now with his newfound wealth and raising it up to 1.2k with King Jack. The blinds have gone up to 200 and 500. And Yli Tervo defends his big blinds with Queen Jack being dominated. A check high board probably does it for Yli Tervo. But it is an ace 10 and a 7. Both players with a gut shot straight draw. Modans with a betting lead and the best hand at the moment. But should Modans bet and Yli Tervo just go all in on the flop? Which I hope he does. I think Yli Tervo wins it. The thing is, it doesn't represent much, but it's one of those spots like if Yli Tervo is thinking like, I don't care, I just have 6,000 left, let's YOLO it out there. He's gonna win this pot. Obviously, we can see the cards. But Yli Tervo will just fold the gut shot straight draw and a backdoor to the second nut flush draw, leaving himself with just 6,000 now. 12 big blinds. It's getting dire. But from what I know from Yli Tervo, and I know nothing from him, I know that he's a man who will never give up. He will battle until the end, until he is crowned victorious. Because for one, he didn't make his journey here to Tallinn to give up. He's not that kind of a Finn, and neither is any of them. We know stories about Finns fighting, crushing, and I have some information as well. No way! I have a free buy for you guys. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know who wants a free buy tournament. I might give you a password if you ask nicely. Free buy tournament with a lot of money given away as well. First place €150 ticket, second place €55 ticket, third place €22 ticket, top 9 get €11 ticket, top 20 get €5.5 ticket. Alright, alright. I'm sure as it is in the lobby, we will get flooded by people coming and asking for the free buy password as well. We will have that information for you, but for you guys watching right now, the OGs, the ones who have been caring since the very beginning, I will let you in on the secret. The password is Kings 2023. Kings 2023. I will open my Alibet client as well, see if I can find it and check if everything is working. Come join! Come, everybody, one and all. The rich people, the poor people, the happy people, the sad people. Everybody's welcome. All you have to do is download the Alibet Poker client and be from one of the countries where Alibet Poker client is running. Either from Finland, Latvia, or Estonia. So let me find it. Kings. Meanwhile, it's Modens with a pair of 8s. Yeah, found it. It starts in 38 minutes, so be quick to register. 353 euros given away for all you guys. Password Kings 2023. Whoever busts me from this tournament gets... let me think. I'll figure something out. Meanwhile, Yli Tervo goes all in with pocket 5s. Probably gonna get called by one of these players at least, but it's a nice spot to go all in with. There's so much dead money in there. So much dead money in there. And it's up to Lampinen to figure out what to do. The problem from Lampinen is he would be more than happy to call Yli Tervo, but he has 4 players or 3 players to act after him. Modens is not folding. Even with 2 more players to act behind him, it's even less likely that they have strong hands because they didn't 3-bet before. Modens pocket 8 should be just strong enough to call here. Maybe even just, I mean, re-raise and try and isolate Yli Tervo. Yeah, he does. He makes it 12.3 and that should be it. Albrechtsen, I don't think can play. Giseliov definitely cannot play. So a couple of folds, pocket 8s against Yli Tervo's pocket 5s, and Yli Tervo is in dire straits here, needs a 5, but we've seen it not once today, we've seen it twice today with pocket 5s against a better pocket pair and pocket 5s flopping a set of 5s. Will we see it again? Oh my god, what is going on here? For a 3rd time in a row, it's a 5 on the flop, and Yli Tervo needs to fade a queen or an 8 on the river, or he will double up. Easy like that. Easy as that. And there's another 5 just for good merit. It's it's quads for Yli Tervo, and it's just the lucky hand of Kings of Tallinn here. Just the best possible hand to go all in with from what we've seen. If you have pocket 5s, you better go all in straight away. And Yli Tervo now up to 15.8k, and Modens, I mean, it's a small dent to his stack. He would have loved to win this pot, be up to 70k, but I mean, it's as it is. You'd rather take this bad Pete against the against the small stack than a big one. Yli Tervo now up to 31 big blinds and a very playable stack. One more double up and he will be over the starting stack, which would be great for him. And hello, post-human. Oh yeah, I promised to figure out what will the player who busts me from the free buy get. Firstly, of course, my praise and my love. Secondly, a shout out on a stream. Whatever you want me to say, I will. Oh, exactly, that's what we'll do. Who will bust me from the tournament? I will shout out on the stream whatever you want me to say, as long as it's not like, you know, obviously something I cannot shout out. So let's do that. Tomorrow, all new prizes here at twitch.tv/alibetpoker. Kings for Kartunen facing a raise from Albrechtsen. Albrechtsen had to fold exactly the same hand the previous hand. So maybe he's gonna feel a little bit of, you know, anxious to play this time against just a simple 3-bet. It's quite a small 3-bet as well. Obviously, I would not recommend calling 3-bets with ace-10 off, but that's the thing. Poker is a mental game as well, and if you mentally feel like you've been getting pushed around, you start making these calls. It's a great flop for Gardunen. Gardunen flops an overpair, a flush draw, and he's gonna check it back against Albrechtsen check. I mean, just an extra level of sneakiness. And will Albrechtsen take the bait? No, he will not. Gonna check it over, and Gardunen cannot check one more time. Small bet of 3,000, but that's why this small bet of 3,000 is great. If Gardunen was bluffing here, what do you do with a hand like ace-10 or ace-queen without a diamond? You just have to fold. It just generates so many folds, so which is why this small bet is just great, perfect. Check, we have the information of free buy for you guys as well, so be sure to register. Not too many players at the moment on the free buy. Let me check. Just 24 players. We are giving away a prize pool of 353 euros and 50 cents. The free buy starts in 31 minutes and top 20 will get paid. So I mean, it's great money. Password Kings 2022. So if you're watching us, definitely take part of it. It's free money, and the winner will get a 150 euro ticket to Kings of Tallinn 2022 online progressive bounty event. It's gonna be a great one. I'm not sure how I did last Kings of Tallinn. I definitely played it. I'm guessing I didn't cash it. Otherwise, I would remember it. Queen 4-5 on a flop. Straight draw and a flush draw for Modans. Tuomi with ace high still ahead. Albrechtsen with just 10 high. I mean, it's gonna go Modans bet, everybody fold. The question is how much? 900. Whatever it was gonna be good enough to get 2 folds. And Modans adds to his already decent chip stack, but we haven't seen any like massive pots happen on this feature table just yet. Few small all-ins, few like moves here and there, but nothing like huge just yet. We have a possibility again with Tuomi and Modans, though. Both players have... I mean, Tuomi is trying to keep Modans down, but Modans just keeps on climbing up, 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 and... Are you a ghost or a man? Or how many times do I have to try and kill you? And Modans says, you don't have enough willpower to get through my lives. You try and keep me down, I will get it back up. Ooh. Mr. Lampinen now with ace-5 from the cutoff, just very slowly and steadily increasing his chip stack. And doing it by folding ace-5s on a cutoff, which is surprising a bit. Tuomi definitely not folding 10-9. I have some information about after the break. Obviously, we're gonna enjoy this feature table for another 40 minutes or so, but after the break, we will have a whole new feature table for you with whole new heroes. Maybe we have some local players, maybe even 3, etc., etc. So it's gonna be fun. We're gonna mix things up. Maybe we even have a Spaniard and a Swedish player and a Latvian player and a Polish player. You never know. It's also a lot of maybes. I'm not gonna spoil anything. No immediate short stacks, which is expected obviously with a deep stack poker tournament. Yli Tervo was a short stack for a while, but now right back in it. No worries. No money, no problems. More money, more problems. Money, problems. That's a lie, though. That's very much. That's completely the other way around, though. Everybody falls all the way to Modans, and something tells me, something tells me Modans is not going to fold. It's been going his way for the most part. I mean, nobody is like 3-betting him super light, etc. So no reason to tight things up, but he's just going to call from the button. Albrechtsen will join, Giselyov will check, so 3 ways to the flop. Eight, 9, and a 5, so a flush draw. Actually, kind of an interesting flop, which I wasn't expecting that much with those hands. A flush draw for Giselyov, a pair, and a straight draw for Modens. And Giselyov leads out with a 1.1k bet. Gets called by Modens, which is expected thus far. And a deuce of clubs on a turn, so Giselyov now with a pair and a flush draw. Modens still ahead with his pair of 8s and a gut shot. Will Giselyov continue to bet? And if he does, I would really like to see him bet large. 3k is large enough. I like this bet. No, it's a 2.7. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. Just to make, like, you know, hands like 10, obviously target hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10, but maybe even 10 Jack and 5, 6, 5, 7 indifferent, and try and get them the fold. Slaughter Butter, you have to go to private and type in kings. It's under private tournaments. It's a free roll. 353 euros we're gonna give away. And a call from Modens on a turn, and the ace of hearts on the river does not change anything. Will Giselyov fire one more time? And more importantly, will it be effective? Bet of 5,200 chips, so goes a bit larger than half. So goes on a valuer size. Doesn't super polarize his range. Modens has been calling those situations, and he will continue to call on a semi-brick of ace of hearts. I mean, obviously the ace of diamonds got there, but not this time. Giselyov shows the pair of deuces, but the pair of 8s is superior, and Modens now up to 65,000. Well played. And a decent play from Giselyov as well. I can't. I mean, it's. I pretty much like how both players played this hand. I like the sizing for Giselyov on the river. I don't know. Maybe just give up. I don't know. If you're gonna bet, I really do like the 5.2k though. we can't always be results oriented, which is sad because us as commentators and us as we viewers, we get to see the cards. We can always be results oriented. It's easy for us to say what we should have done and could have done, but we have to think about the long run, and I think both players played the hand fairly well. Just comes down to will your opponent call with a hand like 6-7 or 8-7, I mean, or 8-6, or will they fold? I like this size to target hands like this. But from what we've seen, Modans is not very big on folding on the river. Yli Tervo is very big on finding king-queen suited and raising it up to 1.2k. And Lisevski is like super big on finding ace-8 of clubs and calling on the big blind. So he does. Everything going according to plan until now. Until we reach the flop, where things and dreams get made and crushed. King 6-5. So a pair of kings for Yli Tervo. Fantastic flop for him. Lisevski like semi-misses. Against the big bet, Lisevski missed. Against the small bet, Lisevski he didn't miss, and he's gonna call or raise. That's exactly how it's gonna go. So 1k might get called. Hello, Vochi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Join the free buy, Vochi. There's like 26 players on the free buy. 30 players at the moment on a free buy, and 20 players get paid. So, I mean, take the free money. Let's see if I'm correct here. If against the small bet, it's a call for Lisevski or a raise. And against the big bet, it's a fold. Look at that, look at that, look at that. This is why I know these things. Lisevski, nice raise to 2.6k. I like the small sizing in a situation like this. Because really there was not super deep behind. You can make smaller raises work. Because really Tervo, like, if he had a bigger stack, he could definitely start floating against these raises with hands like Queen Jack even. Ace Jack, Ace Queen. But against the small raise, he has to pick more hands to float with. Queen of hearts on a turn gives Yli Tervo 2 pair. And now Lisevski's plan, will he give up on it? That's the question. Lisevski is thinking, Yli Tervo either has something like King Queen, Ace King, King Jack suited, or he has something like tens, jacks, aces. Do I give up against that raise? And Lisevski smartly realizes that Yli Tervo's range is more heavy towards hands that will call a bet than will fold against that bet. So he does smartly check, and Yli Tervo, realizing it, will check behind. The 9 of hearts on the river now brings in the front door straight draw. 7-8 now makes a straight. The backdoor straight draw also has a straight. Yli Tervo is not going anywhere. He is calling any bet after checking the turn. He's hoping that Lisevski will bet here. Lisevski holding the 8 of clubs might actually bet. Having the ace-8 of clubs makes it a bit less likely that Yli Tervo has ace-king or not. Lisevski goes all in, it looks like, or at least 10k. No, he's going all in. Yli Tervo snaps him off. The trap works perfectly, and Yli Tervo, who was at one point down to 6,000, is now up to 32.3k, and another hand where I think both players played it absolutely fine, but Yli Tervo played it superior and actually called it off. The Queen of Hearts, of course, made it very easy for him on the river, on a turn, but I mean, most players probably would not have stepped away from the temptation of betting to King Queen on a turn. Most players would have thought that I need to protect my hand, I need to try and get some value, but Yli Tervo, by checking the turn, just sets the trap and it's Lizevsky stepping into it. Mini Megatron doesn't like the hand selection on a flop check raise with ace-8 of clubs. Ace-8 of clubs, I think with the backdoor straight and flush draw, I kinda do like it. And I like the fact that he gave up on a turn. I'm sure he's gonna continue on a club or on a 7 or something like that. But I like the fact that he gave up on a turn, but he just couldn't give in to the temptation of trying to steal this one away after it went check on a turn. It just looked too much like Ylitervo had something like 10s or jacks. He figured that Ylitervo is betting most of his kings on a turn, but he didn't take account to the king-queen. So in my opinion, I think it was well played by both. Also, guys, I do not want to get you guys too excited. But we might get a World Series of Poker main event winner at our next featured table. Yeah, Berbaturian, you can check the password up the stream. But okay, we definitely maybe are gonna get a World Series of Poker main event bracelet winner at our next featured table. So, I mean, that's gonna be very exciting to see. Meanwhile, ace-8 of clubs for Lambinet, trying to make things better than the Polish player just did, but just fold it, you know, it's easier. Stay away from trouble. Lizevsky with 18.8k and button and queen 9. How to approach? Will you call? Will you raise? He will raise to 1.1k. Ylitervo folds. Kartunen probably should defend here against close to a min raise. King 8 definitely good enough. We can see that it's actually ahead of Lizevsky as well. And a flop of 9-10 jack. What an interesting flop. A pair of 9s and an open-ender for Lizevsky. Backdoor flush draw and open-ender for Kartunen. And an ace of spades on a turn. Goes check on a flop. Will we see another round of checks? Or check on a flop, rather. Yes, we will. And that's usually the case, isn't it? When both players actually flop something like strongish, we will never see any chips going in. Kartunen turning his king eye into a bluff. And will Lizevsky sniff out the call? 2.5 thousand, so kind of strong bet from Kartunen here. Lizevsky is getting pummeled by this table lately. And nothing he does seems to be working out. Those pesky Finns have been working him from left, right, up, down, and now Lizevsky is the shortest stack with 35 big blinds, but it's no limit hold'em. Anything can change in a matter of minutes. And we still have 27 minutes remaining of this level at least. Level up. Tuomi, who was for a longest time the most active player of this table, has released this position. He's been chilling out a little bit, you know, not getting too many cards as well, but Modens, he loves to play, and he loves 10-8 of diamonds, and he loves to raise it to 1100 chips, so he does. Why take away things that you love from your life? So he does all of those things. Makes it 1100. Lampinen with king 9. Probably gonna see a call and a flop heads up. Lampinen has been very much more likely to call against Modans than he has against his fellow Finns. That's something I've noticed. Lampinen wants to battle against Modans here. And battle he will on a flop of Jack 5 deuce 2 spades. No pairs to be seen. Check from Lampinen. How much? Modans, how much will he bet? What do you think? I will go with a check. Yeah, I think he will check. Exactly. Perfect. Hello, Berus Regu. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the internet. This time we will give you some poker. Played right here next to you in Tallinn, Estonia. Why are you not here, Berus Regu? Check on a turn from Lampinen, and now it's the time for Modans to bet 1.3k with his cut shot straight draw. And an easy fold from Lampinen here. "11 minutes until our free buy tournament starts. Everybody watching us at home, come join us for free. Open your Olibet client, find the Kings of Tallinn 2023 live stream free buy. Enter the password Kings 2023 and Pedro Munes asked, Lars, can you sing Poker Face chorus? Pedro Munes, as I told you, the player who takes me out of the free buy can make me do one thing on this live stream. So, Pedro, come join the free buy, take me out, and I will sing Poker Face chorus for you. Definitely. Maybe. For sure. Man has his word. And if a man doesn't keep his word, then what does a man have? Nothing, right? My screen name on a free buy is Tihke Mangia. So whoever takes me out, I will shout out their name as well. But I will definitely be rebuying, so I mean, who takes me out in the end? 5-7 check. So a gut shot straight draw for Kartunen. Tuomi with 10 high. I mean, it's gonna have to be Kartunen to steal it away, right? Yep. I think 700 is more than enough to steal it away from Tuomi. Still no beers to be seen. Meanwhile, we have 269 players entering day 1B. We are just 4 players off of 500 players combined on day 1A and day 1B. We will get it in the next hour, I'm sure. If you were to bet on an Estonian, who would you bet on? Based on day 1A, Alexei Smirnov. I mean, AS is definitely a good player and he has a great stack already as well, so I would bet on Leshy. So I would bet on Alexei Smirnov, mostly also known as AS Leshy. But there are definitely strong Estonians on the field on day 1B as well, going through the players list at the moment. Yeah, Mini Megatron, you are correct. Ilari did play yesterday, got to day 2 with 35,000 chips or so, something. A set of 9s for Kiselyov and Modans with a pair of 10s, and we've seen Modans reluctantless of folding pairs. Sigboy official, if you are very if you look carefully, you can see it right on your screen, the password. But you have to be very careful, and you have to look everywhere. It rhymes with Sinks 2023, and it's the name of this tournament. Check on a turn and a check, and the river brings another spade. So I mean, there's a world where Modans actually get Kiselyov to fold as well. I don't think it's gonna happen, but there's a possibility. There's definitely no more money going in once Modans bets or Modans checks, so not too much value from his set of 9s. Interesting check back on a turn from Kiselyov though. Maybe a bit too scared, but it's fine. He's fine, he's fine, he's fine. I'm just thinking about it. I'm getting super excited that we get to see the WSOP World Champion joining us at the featured table, and him playing this tournament as well. It's great. Of course, he lived in Estonia for a while. He has some strong connections here, and it's gonna be exciting to see how a player of his caliber gets through this field. 2022 reigning world champion will join us after the break. So definitely you should not go anywhere. Tell your friends that we get to see some high-level poker. Tell your mothers, tell your granddaughters. And tell your husbands, because we're playing poker everywhere around here. Espen is joining, yes, Mini Megatron. Espen is joining the feature table. After the break, we have a new feature table for you guys. Ace, Queen, 5 on a board. So Albrechtsen with a pair of aces. Lisevsky must feel fairly confident with his pair of queens. So he's going to bet out 600, and it gets a call from Albrechtsen. Deuce of hearts now brings in the flush draw. No players with a heart, so very often it's either going to go small bet from Lisevsky or just check and try and see what happened. Pedro, of course I voted. Albrechtsen tries to bet. I voted for the only obvious candidate. I'm not going to say more now. It's a bet from Albrechtsen and a fold, so does not lose too much, but still Lisevsky needs... He was at one point our table chip leader, and oh, how things have changed. 16,000 chips now left. Blinds being 2 and 500 with a 500 big blind ante. Frodo, you can check the cash tables by going to the Olympic Poker Club, can't you? I'm pretty sure they have all the information. How many free seats and how many tables are running at the moment. I'll check for you real quick. It seems like we have 4 cash games at the moment. Texas 2-2 Texas, 5-5 Texas, 5-card PLO 5-5 and PLO 5-card PLO 2-2 running at the moment. No, 5 tables. And there's gonna be plenty more because we can see that there are all the players, all the seats, I mean, have been filled and many players waiting. I'm guessing like 12 cash game tables today. Meanwhile, it's Kartunen raising it up with King Jack, and Kiselyov calling with 8-9 and seeing a dream flop. 6-7-10. Obviously, doesn't like the. Maybe he doesn't like the 3 clubs, but he's not too worried about it. I mean, he flops a straight. It's a great flop. Kartunen has a better flush draw. Has the Jack of clubs to retake the lead. And Kiselyov does not wait around. Straight up raises to 2.8k, and Kartunen doesn't want to go to battle with Jack of clubs, so no harm, no foul. Still playing 8-handed. And 2 more players until we have 500 entries officially. 271 here at Day 1B. Kind of surprising that Day 1B brought more players than Day 1A, but I mean, actually, usually, at least from history, I think it's been Day 1A the most popular day. But that gives me more hope that Day 1C will bring even more players. Starting today at 9 p.m. if you're thinking about joining. If you're watching from Finland, I mean, you can catch a ferry and make it here by the start of... maybe, but not by the start. But very close to the start of Day 1C. If you get on a ferry right away. I mean, especially with the quick ones, with the catamarans. You can get here in an hour or so. Do you guys know if the helicopter rides still go between Tallinn and Helsinki? Or do you need to have a last name of Sõnajalg to do it? Not sure. Queen Jack for Albrechtsen, making a large raise to 1.6. Now I remember that, but I'm thinking if they have like a new thing going on. There's 9 cash game tables at the moment, as Melis is saying. So I mean, it's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. The free buy is also starting. Good luck to Bulldoze, Heplogala, Tegelane, Riff the King. I have noted Riff the King. I have not sure what I wrote to Riff the King. Riff. Call definitely easy. Raptuts, Vehe, 40, and Christo Graner, who are at my table. Come join the free buy, ladies and gentlemen. You have 1 hour still to enter the free buy. Or late wretched. Let's go free. Riff the King is setting out. He's too afraid. Meanwhile, Lampinen is raising to 1.2k. And getting a few folds. Which is fine, because you can't call with 2-3 or 7-2s. Of course you can, but you don't generally want to do it. A6 might defend though from the big blind. I think it will defend. Against one opponent you want to defend aces. No, wow. I'm surprised. Against the min raise with antis in play, you generally do want to defend your ace-x. Against 2 players it gets more iffier because the chances of you being super dominated increase. But even if you're like against kings or queens, you're getting decent enough odds to call. But he doesn't agree with me, which is fine. just stays away from trouble, which is never a bad idea. I mean, in a deep stack tournament, you can definitely find better spots, but at the same time, it's still a good enough spot. It's not a bad one, but it's not the best. You know what I'm saying, right? You get me. You understand, because you're watching this stream, meaning you must understand poker as well. We have learned many things. And we continue to learn by watching these guys and trying to analyze what they do, why they do. Sometimes we even argue, like a nice little family, right? But we will get smarter through those arguments. Meanwhile, it's blind v blind, Yli Tervo with 8-9. I assume we're gonna see a call more often than not. And like 9-8 plays quite well with a call, but we might see a raise every now and then. And this is the every now and then. Yli Tervo makes it 1.5k. Kartonen not going anywhere with king 8 of clubs. Just a perfect hand to call with. No reason to do anything else, so kinda standard. Ace 7 deuce, and that is one of the merits of raising with 9-8. Even if you don't flop anything, you can represent the ace. So Yli Tervo can just put a little like 1k bet in there and get rid of all the king eyes, queen eyes. Maybe not king eyes, all of them, but definitely not king of diamonds. But and now if he bets 2k, he's gonna get rid of all the king eyes, queen eyes, etc. And just all the aces, sevens, and flush draws remain. So it's easy. Easy money printing bet there for the 2k. And money does he print. And he looks like a different guy, you know. From being down to 6k, now up to 35 or something like that. By the way, this free buy is exactly as I like it. It's a little bit of pay to win, because if you don't have €2 to add on, you're gonna miss out on 20,000 chips. So, and if you have the 20,000 chips, the odds of making into the money for 5.5 euros increase dramatically, which is great. I love it. Invest 2 to win at least 5. Oh, it looks like I can buy another extra 10,000 chips for €1 already. Yli Tervo. As I said, he looks like a different guy. Now raising it up with king 6. King 6, of course, known as a hand that never loses. And doesn't start losing here either. I don't see Lampinen calling with 6-3. But what do I know? Lampinen says 6-3 will take on your king 6, and I will try and flop a straight. He does not flop a straight, meaning that he will most likely lose this hand, but you never know. Queen 9-4 with 2 hearts. Lampinen checks and Yli Tervo 1200. Let's play a guessing game. 1500. 1500. And that should be, at least it should be enough to get rid. Unless Lampinen is trying to get super tricky, that should be enough to get rid. Yep. Same wedgie. Same wedgie. 100% same. Seven more minutes until we go on a small break, and after we come from the break, it's gonna be the reigning World Series of Poker champion joining us. Have I already given off the impression that I'm kind of excited about seeing Espen play. If not, then yes, I am. But it's Modans and Tuomi still the most successful at this feature table thus far. Fairly even stacks though, especially in the middle, Albrechtsen to Kartunen. It's just a couple, like 20 big lines separating those guys. So no real separation coming. I think Modans is who is our chip leader at this feature table. I mean, he's doing well in the tournament, but not anymore in like top 30 stacks, I would think at least. I need to change my betting as well. I'm getting kind of OCD-ish with the bets being different than usual for me. Come join the free buy tournament. It's password Kings 2023 because we gonna our goal. Look at that for a hand. Lizevsky, this might spell doom for him. This might spell doom for him. We must have to live and see, but I see a world where Lizevsky is going all in right here, right now. Let's see. It's a cooler of a hand, tens against aces of Kiselyov. Goes for the 3-bet. I don't think it's going to change the outcome though, but let's see. Makes it 3.7k, leaves himself with 11.4 behind. It's starting to look dire for Lizevsky. Of course, we have seen crazier things. All in from Kiselyov, and Lizevsky grabbed the chips to make the call, but hasn't made the call just yet. He makes the call with a pair of tens, and he is in trouble. 30.8k in the middle, Kiselyov with pocket aces, Lizevsky with pocket tens. Needs a 10. Like Tegelane needed a queen and cut the queen on the river. SMD Tegelane. What's up? I'm gonna rebuy the free buy. King, queen, 6 on a flop. Couple of backdoors. There's one of them. Needs a jack or a 10 on the river, or Lizevsky is eliminated from this featured table. Can still re-enter until level 10. But that is a 9 of diamonds, meaning that he's going to have to re-enter if he wants to become the King of Tallinn 2023. Kiselyov now steps one big step towards getting further. Pocket aces hold up, so 53.5k for Kiselyov now. Humoro, I had the same thing. I had the same thing. From whoever Tegelane is. But I'm not out. You can see the updated chip stacks. Kiselyov now soars to 3rd place in this featured table. Now with more than 100 big blinds for him as well, 53.5k. As we find ourselves playing with, or the last few hands of this featured table. We have a whole new table for you guys after this one. Looks like a raise to 2,000 for 2k from Kiselyov. Sorry, raise to 1.2 thousand from Kiselyov. And we don't have the information for you guys what these players are holding But we'll see. Try and figure out everything as we get there. All we know is we lost connection with the TV table, so don't be too mad if anything crazy happens. It's fine. All good. It's a call from Modens, so we just have to figure out what they have. It's fine. King 8-5 on a flop. A bet of 1600 from Giselyov. And let's see if Modens has anything to call with. Looks like he does at least make a call. It's a bet of 1.6k and a raise to 5.1 from Modens. So Modens really representing something like a set of fives, king 8, king 5, something like that. But it's not. One last hand before we go on a break. So 40 seconds remaining on this level. One last hand, then we have a whole new table for you guys. Meanwhile, you guys come and join this free buy tournament. It's action is hot and heavy, from what I've seen at least. Everybody's trying to get a big stack. And the winner will get a €150 ticket for Kings of Tallinn online event, so that will be exciting. Second place, €55 ticket, etc. So one more hand. Looks like a raise from seat number 2. At least one fold. Kartunen will make the call for 1500 or 1100, either one of those two. It's folded around to Albrigtsen, thinking about it from the big blind. Not really sure what these players are holding, but it's fine. But it seems like Albrigtsen made a 3-bet. Which gets a call from seat 2. And a flop of queen 8 and a deuce. Two diamonds. A bet of 5,300 being called by Albrigtsen. On a queen 8 deuce 5. Now 5 of clubs on a turn. It was a 3-bet pot, so one of those players can definitely, both of these players can have a good hand. Check on a turn, 6 of diamonds on a river, so the flush draw does come in. Will he bet? Yes, he will. That's an all-in bet. That is a huge action on the river here. The flush does come in. It's an all-in bet, and Albrigtsen, whatever he does have, has a very difficult decision. He doesn't look very happy about the all-in, so we can tell that Albrigtsen does not have a flush. That's more than certain that he does not have a flush, at least. So if I'm thinking, he's probably thinking with a hand like king, queen, ace, queen. Maybe something like that. Maybe a set even. Nah, it's not gonna go check with a set. I'm thinking it's something like king, queen, ace, queen. Something containing a queen. Maybe a small 2 pair, which is still very unlikely as well. Very tough situation for Albrechtsen, and an all-in from his opponent. Albrechtsen has something like 18,000 behind. The pot should be around 25. Will he make the call, or will he fold the hand, and we will never know what they had. It was a queen, 8 deuce on a flop with 2 diamonds. It goes bet and a call. Turn goes check, check, and river. It's a bet of all in for Albrechtsen. River brought in the flush as well. What do you guys think? Does Osku have it or does he not have it? Molly Olli says Osku does not bluff at all. In the river, it's a nut flush. Remains to be seen. A very long tank for Albrechtsen here. Really trying to figure out. If I had to guess, I would think that Albrechtsen is thinking with a queen here, trying to think about everything that happened in the hand. Would his opponent check the flush draw if he had the nut flush draw on the turn? How likely is it? It's not making too much sense for a nut flush draw. I mean, is he willing to check fold the nut flush draw on a turn? Does he want to check call it? No. I mean, it's a tough one. I think Albrechtsen is thinking of making a call with a hand like queen jack. I'm going with queen jack. That's my final answer. Something that doesn't want to bet the turn. I think king queen maybe wants to bet the turn, but it is a fold on the river. Shows a queen 10, so we're not too far off. So Albrechtsen makes the fold with queen 10, and we do not know, did he get bluffed or did he not get bluffed? He got bluffed. Oily shows the ace king off. So Albrechtsen makes the fold with queen 10 and a huge bluff with ace king, and this is where we are gonna go on a break, ladies and gentlemen. This is a nice hand, and once we come back we have a whole new table for you for our final 2 hours of day 1B of Kings of Tallinn. See you guys soon.
Welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I am with a winner! A brand new king has been crowned here. Marius Morel,
Yes, I did.
you have won the four card PLO for just over 6,000 euro, right?
A little bit less.
Under 6,000 euros,
Yeah.
sorry.
But who's counting, Close enough.
How did you find the whole tournament?
Oh, it was fun. It was really fun. I always like PLO tournaments, so yeah.
And are you going to be playing many other tournaments here at Kings of Tallinn?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Are you in the celebrity one right now?
Yes, I am.
How's it going?
Very good. Excellent.
Do you have any celebrities on your table?
Yeah. Robert Roll. I have. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So have you not got his bounty yet?
No, he's really good. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't know.
A celebrity can play poker?
Yeah, he's very good, actually. Yeah. Very good.
All right, well, we're going to see you in the main event tomorrow?
Yes. Maybe not tomorrow, but yeah, someday.
At some point,
Yeah.
Can we have a little look at your trophy? Do you have a trophy cabinet or something?
Look a little something. Yeah, it's coming together already. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. We can add it to the collection. Thank you for talking to us. We'll see you in the main event. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I'm joined by Ferrallo, and he is wanting me to hurry up with this interview so he can probably go and play some more flips.
That's right, we got the GG sponsored flip and go tournaments here, $150, no skill involved, right up my alley.
Are you a flip and go champ?
I should be. God, I mean, I feel like I'm winning like 1 in every 3, but there's 10 people each one. So.
How many have you actually done now?
And I mean, yeah, you're making me out to be a liar now because I've done 2 and I haven't won one yet. But I'm thinking in advance.
There's still time, right?
Exactly.
They're fun though, aren't they?
Mate, they're incredible. Much more fun than normal poker. No, we do also love normal poker.
Talk us through the main event. You're on your second bullet?
No, first.
Oh, I thought I saw you buying it again.
No, I just went to the bathroom.
Oh, right.
I'm not allowed anymore, Laura, no?
No, not allowed to go to the toilet.
No, I instantly doubled up to 60,000, then I slowly gave it away like a Scottish Bernie Sanders, and now I'm back to about starting stack. But we're all having a good time, which is the main thing.
It's always fun to grind it out, isn't it? A bit painfully.
Yeah, I didn't want to lord it over my teammates or my table mates either, you know, because there's a couple of Finnish guys having a few beers. I didn't want to be like, oh, I've got double your stack. It causes envy, makes the atmosphere a bit weird, you know what I mean? So I gave it away, so we're all even again, and we're all having a great time.
Ah, that's always nice, isn't it? I was going to guess what beer you're on. I reckon number 8.
Oh, 8? You've seen me after 8 beers, Laura. You know I'm not this vertical.
6.
Yeah, I think it is a bit. This might be the 6, but
They're quite big.
Yeah, I was going to say they're smaller, but they are actually quite big. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The same way, like they're this size, which if you ask my missus, that size is about 10 inches, so should be fine.
Right, let's talk about Tallinn because you won the Summer Showdown.
That's right.
3 years ago.
Yes, it was during COVID. We were locked in the house for 6 months, and we all looked around and we discovered that Tallinn in Estonia had managed COVID so well that they'd reopened. So we were like, well, we're going to bring our diseased bodies over. But we passed, we all done it. Everything was above board. We came across, everything was open. It was amazing. And I fell in love with the place. So every time I get a moment to come back, I do. And here I am.
You're back, yeah. It's nice to see you here.
Exactly.
It's a bit colder this time though, right?
Yeah, no, to be fair, Tallinn in my head's always sunny because I've only ever been in the summer. I didn't really click that winter would mean it's snowing, which is not one of the brighter things I've ever done, but it's all right. It's not snowing in the pub, is it?
We're going to make up for it at the karaoke, right?
Oh, yes. The famous last night karaoke is where I get to frighten the residents of Tallinn with many renditions of very popular songs. 10 out of 10 for effort, 1 out of 10 for execution. That is the combination you're looking for in karaoke, if you ask me.
I can't wait to see it. One last question. You're obviously a Triple Crown winner, massive achievement. Do you feel like you've got anything left to conquer anymore?
Oh, absolutely. The karaoke, we just talked about it. What are you talking about? No, I mean, what? Like, poker, there's a lot of very short-term luck in poker. So I've got a lot more to do, which includes buying a lot of expensive stuff. So that's plan A. But plan B is definitely, I need to go EPT, WPT, WSOP, Tallinn karaoke champion. That's the Grand Slam.
Okay, right, you've said it. We're going to do it. Let's make it happen. See you on Sunday for the evidence. Cornelius, and welcome to the Kings of Tallinn 2023. This is Estonia, and we are at the largest poker tournament in the north. Here's a recap of Monday.
Besting a field of 106 entries, it was Lauri Niemi who took down event 16, the €150 no limit hold'em 8 max for just shy of €3,500. The €350 No Limit Hold'em opening event set another record with 208 players and a prize pool of over €61,000. Jaakko Törkönen took it down for over €14,500. The biggest tourney of the day was the €555 Championship, which attracted a record field of 482 entries. Yuri Vasin is leading the way with over 211,000 in chips. But the most exciting and brand new format of the GG Poker Flip and Go Mystery Bounty was the event that got everyone up on their toes as 4 players advanced to see their €150 entry possibly go toward a big payday of over €5,000.
Well, we have had our first round of the Flip and Go Mystery Bounty. You are our first winner. How are you feeling?
Oh, very good. I feel very lucky. I've been unlucky all day, but I saved it up for this.
Have you ever played anything like that before?
Not in the live scene. Online, yeah, but not in live. It is really fun indeed.
How are you feeling?
Great. Looking forward to Friday to get the mystery bounty. And yeah, all good. Now going back to the 555.
So the third heat of our Flip and Go there. How did you feel?
Oh, it was very easy. I just flopped the nuts. I didn't even have to think which card to discard, you know.
They were not liking that at the end, were they?
No, they were dead from the flop. No chance.
Yeah. One bullet, €150. You could win a 5K bounty prize. It's a big difference.
Yeah, bounty prize and the title, and and the glory, and all the other stuff as well.
Check out kingsoftallinn.com for the updates, the schedule, and the rest of the action live from the FAT.
Hello and welcome to the Kings of Tallinn 2023 in beautiful Estonia. We are here and we've already seen 4 days of action and crowned some worthy winners. Sunday saw Oroni Albrigtsted and Onni Huttunen win titles. Albrigtsted took down the €250 PLO 4 and 5 PKO for €3,650 and bounties in what was the most lively event of the day. Huttunen won the €250 No Limit Hold'em 8 Max for €6,820 in a tournament absolutely dominated by the Finns. In other events, the €555 Championship brought the field to 212, crowning the king of this prestigious tournament on Tuesday. It was indeed a busy day and sure to get busier as the main event kicks off on Wednesday. So stay tuned here and on kingsoftallinn.com as the action unfolds. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I am with Benjamin Gros, who was our champion late last night, or this morning, should I say,
A few hours ago, yeah.
in the 555 championship, which was a payday of over €55,000.
Yeah, crazy performance. My best performance in life, so we're happy with it.
Yeah, I saw on your Hendon mob. Yeah, it's by far a crazy number, isn't it? So I bet you were so happy coming into today. And tell us about how the tournament went for you in general, because you came into the final table as a huge chip leader.
Yeah, like at the bubble at first, I was really huge stack, so the bubble was nice for me. And after in semi-final, I was pretty short stack, and I made one bluff catch who made me just before the final table with a big stack. So when I arrived in the final table, we were two big stack, two chip leader. And after the other chip leaders kind of been a bit passive, so I became like the only chip leader on the table. So I never been less than 50 bigs, I think, during the final table. So it was pretty crazy, pretty straight and
Très facile.
très facile.
You made it, yeah, not sure about that, but you made it look easy. And you're playing day 1A today. We have just bagged the chips. You seem to be bagging a lot of chips today as well.
Yes, we started with 30K and I bagged 83K. So pretty good. I'm happy with it. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems this is the place. Now, you live in Estonia as well. Tallinn, how long have you lived here in Tallinn?
I live here since 1 year and a few months now.
Okay, did you move here for poker specifically?
Yes, I'm an online professional poker player, so I came in Estonia for it.
Okay, and how are you finding living here, like the difference from France to Estonia?
I'm from Paris, so it's a different city. Like it's a bit smaller, but I like it. I like small town like this, small city, so it's cool. Winter is a bit long and dark, of course, but it's okay. I survive, and now I'm used to it, and I like it. Really, it's a nice country. I like it to be here. Really.
Well, you've got a smile on your face. I think I know why. Are there any other tournaments that you're excited to enter after the main event?
Even before my performance, I plan to play the 1K and the 3K, so I keep the same plan. Like nothing changed.
Well, best of luck going forward, and congratulations once again on your big win last night.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I am with a winner! A brand new king has been crowned here. Marius Morel, you have won the four-card PLO for just over 6,000 euro, right?
A little bit less.
Under 6,000 euro, sorry.
But who's counting, Close enough.
How did you find the whole tournament?
Oh, it was fun. It was really fun. I always like PLO tournaments, so yeah.
And are you going to be playing many other tournaments here at Kings of Tallinn?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Are you in the celebrity one right now?
Yes, I am.
How's it going?
Very good. Excellent.
Do you have any celebrities on your table?
Yeah, Robert Roll. I have, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So have you not got his bounty yet?
No, he's really good. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't know.
A celebrity can play poker?
Yeah, he's very good, actually. Yeah, very good.
All right, well, we're going to see you in the main event tomorrow?
Yes. Maybe not tomorrow, but yeah, sometime.
At some point, yeah. Can we have a little look at your trophy? Do you have a trophy cabinet or something?
Look a little something, yeah. It's coming together already, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice, we can add it to the collection. Thank you for talking to us. We'll see you in the main event. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Kings of Tallinn 2023. I'm joined by Ferrallo, and he is wanting me to hurry up with this interview so he can probably go and play some more flips.
That's right, we got the GG sponsor.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with a brand new feature table for you. And false alarm, take it easy, no Espen Ulen. There's one other Espen at least. There's a different Espen, but I don't see any WSOP main event winners here, but at the same time I see a feature table full of promise, full of future main event winners. My name, of course, is Christian Laas. Welcome, everybody, and we are playing Kings of Tallinn main event. 1,100 euros was the buy, and this is day 1B. And I will be with you guys for 4 days. Password for you guys who want to join the free buy tournament is up there somewhere. Kings 2023 is the password, and come join the party. I have already managed to get myself 33,000 chips in the free buy, so you guys are in big trouble. And I will buy until I get more. Upside down, more. 2 more levels today. This is it. 2 more levels, and then we are done. At least for today. It's a re-entry tournament. Players can still re-enter for the first 2 levels tomorrow even. So don't worry if your favorite player busts out. Send them money over, cash app them 1,100 euros, and they can still buy in again. No worries. Mohamud raises it up with Jack 7. At least it looks like it's going to raise it up with the Jack 7 of diamonds from the cutoff. He brings in 15.6k to this feature table. And it is what it is. Everybody falls until the big blind, who is the most likely player to defend at least. And he looks interested. Maybe not just to defend even, maybe even raise it up himself. But no, he's going to make the call. So heads up to the flop. Andreis wants to know, where is Juris? Juris! Juris is not here, Andres. Sorry. Sorry, Andres, no Juris. Maybe he's playing in the outer field. Hopefully. Whoever Juris is. Let me see if I can... let me Google. If I see Juris playing at the day... Was he playing in day 1A or day 1B? Libovs. I know that guy. I've met this guy. I know exactly who you're talking about now. All the information about the players, all the altar tables, etc. is on kingsoftallinn.com. Kingsoftallinn.com, you can find everybody who played day 1A, how they did, what's their stack, did they bust, did they make it to day 2, as well as day 1B, what we are covering for you guys. You can find it as well from under the live results table from the menu. Mr. Casabona has pocket sixes and 20,000 in chips approximately. So he's gonna raise it up, I would assume at least. Makes it 1,400. Blinds are 300, 600. And we see a few folds. Mohammed seems interested, but now thinks better of it and folds. Juris Libovs is playing still at one of our outer tables. I don't know his stack at the moment, but he hasn't busted. I can tell you that much. The starting stack was 30,000 chips. We started today with 100 levels, and now we are up to 3 and 6. 1 hour long levels as well, so it's a very, very deep stack tournament. It's gonna stay deep stack until the final table, like in a sense of tournament poker sense. I think we're not gonna go under 30 big blind average stack at any point of this tournament. That's at least my assumption of the story. I think we're gonna stay at between 40 and 60 for the most of it. So who's in my free buy tournament table? It's Thompson, Sara, Svati, Seekboy, Poti Lill, Felia, Schwamm, and Jausa. Anybody who takes me out of the free buy tournament can tell me whatever I have to do, or shout out, or sing, or have whatever it is on the stream. If it's not today, if it's for some reason not gonna happen in the next 2 hours, which it will, I'll do it tomorrow. Shave your hair. That looks oh, Wojci, you're gonna have to take me out first. I feel like I'm gonna have to win if it's gonna go like that. Seat 6 looks like Magnus Carlsen. Let me see. Let me see. It wouldn't be like super surprising for Magnus Carlsen to randomly show up and play a poker tournament in Tallinn, Estonia. That seems like something he would do. Hasn't until now, but I wouldn't be like super surprised. So, from Lithuania, Mr. Antanaitis finds pocket nines and raises it up to 1.3k. Oh, he does. It does a little bit. I agree with you, Mini Megatron, for sure. Especially from this view, his facial features are very much like Magnus. But Mr. Casabona finds ace queen, and he's going to make a caller. As will Espen Sandvik from Norway. Second best Espen from Norway. poker-wise. King, king, queen, so pocket nine still ahead. So a check, check, and Antonaitis, small bet, 1.5k, 33%. Fair enough. Kind of like a feeler bet, like, let me get some value from worse hands. Let me get some hands with equity to fold. Cool, 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 cool. So he does. You can see the chip stacks in front of you. Antonaitis brings the biggest stack. It's a huge monster stack of 121,000. Everybody else way down, trickled. And Hietala second in chips with 69. Nice, big blinds. Our shortest stacks is Valteris from Latvia with 20 bigs. Iris Pindis from Estonia with 29. Hanging in there. Ace queen for Mohamud now, raises it up to 1.3k, and Hietala finds a better ace. A hand that Magnus Carlsen would even play. It's an ace king. Hietala, now is your time to roar. And roar he does. It's more like a cute little meow. Very small free bet to 3k from Hietala. Was expecting to see something closer to 4k. To really put Mohamud in a tough spot to, you know, either you want to go for it or you don't. Now against that small little raise, Mohamud can definitely start calling a lot of his hands that he would be in a pickle with. Finland versus Norway. Finland having the best of it at the moment, and Mohamud makes the call. I'm thinking if Hietala makes it 4k, will Mohamud just think that my opponent is bluffing there often enough? If he's not, you know, it's I still have plenty of equity against this range. Maybe I should go all in, but against the micro raise like this, Mohamud just calls. The flop is jack, 9 and a 4, 2 spades. So Mohamud with backdoors, but Hietala still way ahead. That's 2.3k. I think Mohamud wants to peel one off here. With his backdoor straight draw, 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw. Looks like a spot you want to take one off for that amount. But he hasn't reached a decision just yet. Yep, puts in 2,000, then another 300, and there's 12.1k in the middle with Mohamud with 12.4k behind. Mohamud's really thinking about it on the river. The turn goes check, check. If Mohamud is checking, Hietala is always checking behind, and this one is over. But will Mohamud try and steal it away? Go for one last Hail Mary. All the draws missed, so it's not the best spot as well. Holding the Queen of Spades is actually kind of bad for Mohamud as well. Makes it way less likely that Hietala wakes up with a flush draw or a straight draw himself. So, I mean, kind of like feel like giving up with ace queen, but at the same time you don't want to, because it seems like your opponent has something like ace king or a small pocket pair, but at the same time all the draws miss, so they might end up hero calling. So it's just a sucky situation for ace queen, but I think he can be like decently happy that he didn't lose it all just going in pre-flop. King 5 for Lindstedt. Very Swedish sounding name in a Finnish, next to a Finnish flag. You suspect, Lindstedt. You suspect. But that is actually quite common, right? I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I can definitely be wrong, but correct me if I'm wrong, you Finnish viewers out there. Is Swedish one of the, not, how do I say it? Official languages of Finland as well, right? Techflow is saying, I was originally playing at this table. Everything went smoothly as soon as I got moved. Everything went downhill and now I am at home. Techflow. We have Cash App. Techflow, you need just tell your friends the Bad Beat story. We'll send you money. And Wojci asks the right question. Will you join tomorrow again or was it just a one bullet thing? Techflow, I'm sure we're talking about all the Estonians, all the people in the world. We want to see you make it to the final table of Kings of Tallinn 2023 and possibly, maybe, probably be called and crowned the King of Tallinn. A 3-bet from Antonaitis gets a call from Casabona with Queen Jack of clubs. Interesting call from Casabona. Puts in 25% of his stack. And flops 2 overcards and a straight draw. But now it's Antonaitis actually in a kind of a pickle. Try to figure out a size. How much to bet? Should I even bet on a super wet board? 7-8-9 is definitely not a board Antonaitis wants to continue on all that often. But at the same time, it does generate folds from ace queens, ace jacks, kings queens. So how much? Thought about it and bets 2,900 to exactly 2,800 to get rid of those ace queens, ace kings, ace jacks. Should Casabona just call with those hands pre-flop? I don't think Casabona can fold against 2.8 though. He does. Does make the fold. Was not in the market for not straight draws. He was in the market for pairs. Meanwhile, you guys still have 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes to come join the free buy tournament. Just 70 players at the moment, with 20 players getting paid. First place, €150 ticket to Kings of Tallinn online event, which is gonna be fun. Techflow says, great game. Is this going to be a record prize pool ever in Tallinn? Most likely, I would assume, yes. It's been a record break in Kings of Tallinn already, but with the way things are going, we have 227 from day 1A, 278 already, meaning 505 entries already in the main event, with one day 1A, day 1 still to be played later today at 9 p.m. I think it's going to be huge. It's gonna be huge, guys. I'm gonna tell you. We're gonna build a prize pool. It's gonna be like nothing you've ever seen before. Even players from China will join. And it's gonna be huge. Ace King for Muhammad. A very strong looking hand. That's true. That's true. I didn't even think about the EPT. Yeah, I've just because of the buy-in, I'm sure the EPT Tallinn was higher. Yeah, but that was a long time ago. It's gonna be biggest of Kings of Tallinn, and I love the tendency of going bigger, bigger, bigger every year. Stack him, stack him, stack him to the top. Muhammad just calls with the ace-king, gets Lindstedt to fall right into the trap. Lindstedt raises it up to 1.8k, and now is the time to pull the trigger, Muhammad. Yeah, I'm having a good time here all alone in the studio. I just got some pizza. I have to thank everybody, Mighty's for getting me pizza, and that got my mood going. All in from Muhammad. Now is the time. And Lindstedt now has to figure out how well his King 9 of Hearts does against the Limp Shove. I think Limp Shove has quite a few like ace X's in its range, like ace 8s, ace 9s, obviously, ace 5s, ace 7s, ace, as well as ace kings, ace queens, kings, queens, aces as well. So Lindstedt figures that rather lose 1800 than risk losing 10k here. Morning, Bump 27. Welcome to the stream. We're having a good time here. Final 2 levels of Kings of Tallinn main event. Is it main event? How many people left and how many in the money? Mario, this is just day one we are running at the moment. We are getting through with day ones by the nighttime today. So by tomorrow, I can tell you exactly how much is the prize pool, how many players get paid, etc. We will start streaming tomorrow after 2 levels, so right after the re-entry period is finished. So tomorrow, coming back to the stream, you can press the follow button for free, and I can give you all that information. If I would have to guess, I would think something like 80 players are going to get paid, and yeah, and about 320 will make day 2. Something like that. The password for the free buy is Kings2023. Still six more minutes to enter the free buy tournament. And Antonaitis, our massive big stack, has called with King Queen of Spades, a raise from Gassabona with 10-8 of diamonds, and Mohammed from the button thinking maybe I can like 3-bet shove here. So he's like, that's one of the possibilities, so I'm gonna 3-bet shove here with King 4 of clubs and hoping that Gassabona will fold. Antonaitis, I mean, he has the stack to make the call. How are the TV tables selected at random? Question mark. Yeah, in that sense, it's gonna be. It has to be one of the earlier tables because you know the way they once the what's the word I'm looking for? Give me 1 second while Antonaitis is contemplating this call. If they redraw tables, right? They will break the table, break the lowest table first, or the highest number table first. So it cannot be one of the highest number tables. Yeah, I'm kind of. Thank you for that. But other than that, I mean, it kind of if there's a super fascinating and cool table that the production team is thinking like this would be great TV, this would be great for the viewers. Let's say it's like Siegmund with Antonius making out with the Jungle Man and stuff like that, then we definitely we're like, yeah, let's get that table, please. Other than that, we try to show you as many local favorites, etc., different people. But if there's like one table that just really looks like it's gonna be a great table, we try and get them to the feature table. Tape flow start tomorrow in the morning, or you can even what big names are this year in Tallinn? That is a good question. Well, Siegmund is here every single time. Yesterday I was shooting a different show and I saw him playing some cash games, and it looked like he had been playing for like 80 hours, but it may be maybe 70. maybe 90, but not nowhere. Like it's not gonna be under 70. It's not gonna be over 90. It was craziness. It was this one table, and it seemed like they had been playing for a while. It was 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. or p.m. rather. Other than that, the King Igor Bihela, of course. Neil Farrell is here. Let's see how Neil has been doing last year. Neil Farrell, the Hendon Mob. Because this guy is like super consistent. Total live earnings 6.5 million. Last year, let's see. A decent year for him last year. Has a 55k euro cash, 25k euro cash, 41k euro cash, 54k euro cash for a win at a UK IPT. Like 20 cashes, so this guy is still constantly crushing and winning tournaments, which is great to see. As Tom says, Igor Bihela and Rosted, who cares for others? As you can see at seat number 6 we have Magnus Carlsen playing under a pseudonym called Hietala. Iris Pindis. And of course the man with the biggest BDE, Antonaitis with 130,000 in chips. Just for comparison with day 1A, 130,000 in chips would give you 5th place in day 1A. After finishing day 1A, 130,000 would give you actually 6th place. So with the stack our player sitting at seat number 3 has at the moment, he's gonna be hovering around that top 10 spots, but there's still 2 more hours to play. Day 1A's overwhelming chip leader was Julius Jesperi Tihonen from Finland, finishing day 1A with 244,000. Something tells we might get even bigger stacks from day 1B since we have more players, more chances for variation to do its job, right? Mohammed with Ace Jack loves to turn that variation to his side. 45 seconds to enter the free buy. 75 of you have done so thus far, including Schwamm, our chip leader. Schwamm is our chip leader. You dog. But Casabona, thinking about it with ace 10 from the big blind, it's fairly simple, just call, so he will do just that. 3.5k in the middle, and do you smell that? Do you smell it in the air? This is trouble for Casabona. He's gonna lose 2 streets here. It's probably gonna be a 2-street hand, but possibly, maybe, probably 3 streets because Mohammed is a short stack, but we'll see. Casabona should not and probably will not fall to 2 barrels, unless it's gonna be like a weird turn, something like queen on the turn. 9 of spades seems like safe enough for Casabona to check, Mohammed to bet. Well, it depends now. If Mohammed bets like 5k, we'll see. If I'm Mohammed, I'm betting 5k-ish. Mohammed probably loves the jack of hearts, so he might not be too worried about the draws, or not at least that worried about the draws, having the ace jack with the jack of hearts. So he's specifically trying to target queens and smaller aces here, so maybe goes a bit smaller, even something like 3.5, but no, he's gonna go 5k. I love the bet, actually. Like that's what I figured I would do, and that's what he does. And really make queens and small aces indifferent. I mean, you're gonna get super over bluffed if you keep folding aces in this situation. I don't think Casabona can fold ace 10, but he does. Somehow he gets rid of it, and Mohammed loses maybe a little bit of value, but I think they Mohamed played it well. I don't, even though Casabona got rid of the worst hand, I don't think you want to make a habit of folding ace-10 too often in that situation. Obviously, it's gonna be weird because should he call, there's gonna be like 17.5k in the middle with Mohamed, I don't know, 9k behind. So it's kind of like make a break moment on a turn. Anyway, as it is, as we can see, a great fold. And Mohamed finds another playable, pretty looking hand. Queen, Jack of spades. If it was Queen, Jack of clubs, not that hot. Queen, Jack of spades, though. I mean, you're like, you're thinking this hand's Fs. You're willing to go all the way with this hand. Well, not all the way, but you know, second base, meaning at least 3 bets. Iris Spindies with pocket tens. Would be decent hand to just 3-bet shove here with the blinds being 300, 600. Spindies has something like 25 big blinds. You maybe want to include pocket tens to your 3-bet shoving hands, but if Spindies is not 3-bet shoving at all, I don't mind the 3-bet either. But Mohamed does not agree with me. No bases with Queen Jack, just cops a feel and lets it go. Casabona now our shortest stack with 10.8k. Antonaitis is somewhere in the moon, all the way to the moon with 126k. Obviously, I mean, it's in the long run, it's a great start of a tournament, but it's not like a huge. Obviously, it's a great start. Don't get me wrong, but it's 4 starting stacks. We've all been to. I mostly get to 4 starting stacks before I bust without cashing. So 4 starting until I'm not over like 7 starting stacks, I don't feel very confident in cashing a tournament. So it's not like let's not jump in front of the action just yet. Valderis with 9-7 of spades makes it 1200, and everybody wants to not play, but Antonaitis, something tells me. Yeah, again, it's a hand that can definitely just 3-bet shove it in. I mean, it's 20 big blinds effective, approximately 21. It's suited ace-10. Antonaitis does exactly that. This is why I'm not a huge fan of raising 9-7 suited into a massive chip leader. Obviously, you're not gonna run into ace-10 that often, but with 20 big blinds against the chip leader, probably just let it go, and maybe against like some other shorter stacks you can raise it, meaning it's not gonna be that easy for a big blind to shove hands like ace-10 suited. Because if you have 30 big blinds yourself, something tells me your psychology is thinking more in the ways of maybe I can like call and like take it easy and not risk 66% of my stack instead of what was it, like 7% of my stack making a right decision. But that's just me. Lindstedt, you're still suspect. False. Once. Wow. Wow. Mr. Short Stack actually finds a very decent hand to play with, and Mohamed has a very decent hand to defend with. Makes it 1.4k, and Mohammed does defend from the big blind with the ace-9 of clubs. If you want to join the conversation, twitch.tv/alibetpoker is our official chat channel as well as the viewing channel. If you're watching from Facebook, YouTube, you can continue watching, but this is where the chat is coming from. Who's that guy I wanted to shout out from YouTube as well? There was one guy I wanted to shout out from YouTube. Mr. Kurkmes! Kurkmes, if you are watching, come join me. Come join me. Come at me, bro. Alright, this one got over faster than usual. Oh, I can add on for €2 for 20,000 chips. Should I do it? Yes. Easiest 20,000 chips I have ever made at the free buy tournament. Playing some events yourself during the King's Festival. Take flow, I'm not. Probably not. Probably not. It's gonna be long days commentating, but you know, at the same time, maybe I feel like, you know, hopping into the €150 turbo tournaments. But since I'm not in tournament area already, it's gonna be like after a long day, probably feel like going home. Official Teacup says he was chatting on YouTube. Well, you're here now. Great, great. This is why I went over it one more time. It's great to have you here, Official Teacup. Welcome, welcome, welcome. KAAA, we're playing, all the free buys are gonna be in Olibet. The Kings of Tallinn online event is gonna be in Olibet as well, so everything is there. That's true, Deckflow. Definitely. Everybody knows everything here. And this is why I love it. I love it. I think Twitch chat is a very great place to learn how, maybe if you want to play your weekly tournaments, etc., how players think there. Meanwhile, Casabona, ace jack of diamonds, makes it 1.4k. And Espen Sandvik from Norway calls with the jack 9 of hearts, fairly standard until this time. Lindstedt has to let go of the queen 4. Something in Lindstedt's demeanor reminds me of John Kite or Jon Schutte a little bit. They're not super similar per se, but it's something like in his demeanor really, really, really reminds me of Jon. Meanwhile, Casabona fires 2000 and Espen flops a flush draw. He's going to make the call. Now, things are gonna get interested because there's 8.3 in the middle and like 1.1x SPR left for Casabona, stack to pot ratio. So once Casabona checks here, Sandvik will go and bet 2.5k, not go all in. Bets 2.5k, interesting bet from Sandvik here. Like, wonder what he would have done against the check raise from Casabona. I guess fold, but maybe not. Interesting tech flow. We haven't seen any beers being drank at the feature table at any point. I was actually wondering, like, where is the beer? Have we lost all the beer in Estonia? Luckily not. Luckily not. I hope you guys are at least playing the free buy, or if you're having a grind session yourself next to this coverage of Kings of Tallinn main event. Of course, this is early days. The big moves and shakes will be in day 2 and day 3 specifically, and obviously this is a nice way to pass time, but I'm guessing you are doing something on the side as well, so good luck at your poker or whatever you're doing on the side. Even I am playing a little bit of poker on the side, watching, commentating, enjoying a little bit of OSRS, as you already know. Yeah, maybe Declan, maybe. I'm not super sure about that. I mean, it's maybe I think once we get closer to the money, it's gonna happen. I mean, we're talking about Finns. We're talking about Finns. Finns are the best nationality in that sense that they don't care. They don't give a damn what people think about them, what anyone cares. They're just like, I'm here to have a good time. All paid for, you know. I'm playing poker. I want to drink some beers, and at least that's what I've noticed. Obviously, the TV table a little bit. I mean, has something to do with it as well. But from my experience with poker playing Finns, it's like, and I love it. I love the fact that they can definitely let loose. Sometimes a bit too loose, but they can definitely let loose and, you know, just enjoy life. Hello, Dimo. Welcome, and welcome, Seat Leon 2000. Rest of 1K players are upstairs. Yes, Frodo, everybody is playing at the Hilton Hotel, while the TV table is in the Olympic Casino area. So where this TV table is where the cash games are being played, and the rest of the tournament is being played at the Hilton Hotel area. You up, Deck? Deckflow, you plan on playing the online event, I'm assuming, right? 4th of March, so in 2 days. €150 progressive knockout tournament online, Kings of Tallinn online. Nah, not today. Is there a trophy up for grabs? Of course there is. What would it be without a trophy here in Kings of Tallinn? Even the online event. I remember being like super excited for the online event because I wasn't able to play any of the live events last year, and I think now that I think about it, I think it lasted about 15 minutes for me. Somewhere around that area. Iris Pindis has woken up with quite a few decent hands. A pair of 10s in the past 30 minutes. It's been pair of 10s, pair of jacks, and now another pair of 10s and a massive raise. I'm really not. I mean, it's a same as an all-in. I mean, her opponent had 15 big blinds. It's basically just going all in, so it's fine. I was thinking it's against the larger stack, so it doesn't really make sense to raise 7.5 blind versus blind, but it's fine. Linset is kind of funny guy. I was in the same table with him at the celeb event Which one is Linset? I don't... Oh, you mean the player sitting at seat number 5, right? Yeah. That's what I've noticed. The atmosphere overall is like quite chill. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen with pocket 6s makes it 1.3k. Valtteri's 10k, King 10, hijack versus KO. Cut off, I think it's a fold, yeah. I mean, you can start thinking about it with King Queen off, King Jack suited. Heidi Spindy's another monster premium. This time Ace King. He's gonna make it, I think she's gonna make it large. No, it's 4.2k, standard raise, and Casabona finds pocket 10s. Iris is not going anywhere, and Hietala, after raising a 3-bet, facing a 3-bet and a 4-bet, he's gonna fold the 6s, but Beandies will make the call. Ace King versus pocket 10s for 20k, very important pot for both of these players. Beandies to get right back into over the starting stack, Casabona to stay alive. Will he do it, or will Beandies spike an ace or a king? It needs to happen on a turn or the river. No flushes available. Beandies can still get a backdoor straight draw. Deuce 4 ace king to give extra outs. 8 of spades means that Beandies needs an ace or a king to eliminate Casabona, or else it's Casabona doubling up, but no, the ace on the river, as always, crushing the spirits of the Italian master of poker and the local Estonian Iris Beandies gets a nice knockout and extra 19.5k. Christian, are you tired already? Nah, never tired. Never. I'm having a good time, actually. I'm really having a good time. I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying the poker. I'm relaxed. All good. Iris Pint is now up to 54 big blinds, or 32.7k. And now it's time for Valtteris to start wiggling around a little bit. Maybe find a few ace kings, tens, jacks, whatever. Iron Bindis, sorry. Yeah, my bad. How can you listen? I know, Super Mario, you're listening to the other stream as well. Are you listening us from one ear and the other stream for second? How can you? But thank you so much for saying that. I feel a bit dumb now, but you're superhuman in that sense. Meanwhile, it's Valtteris making it 1.2k, and Antanaitis with ace-5 just figures, you know, I don't have to 3-bet every pot. So he's just gonna make the call with ace-5 against jack 10 of Valtteris. Probably, yeah, the Latvian names are very differently pronounced than Finnish names, so Valtteris. I'm gonna go with Valtteris and Antanaitis. 9 2s and a 6. So ace high still ahead. Valtteris not too worried though. It's a decent board to continue small on 1.1, 1.k. 1.2 was expected, goes with 1.1, and Antanaitis will fold. All right. So the chip leader can bleed, like very tinily, but at least it must feel good to win one against the guy that has seemingly won every single pot until this point. All right, cool, Super Mario. That's awesome. You is the real one. Another hand, another chance to double up. Well, you know what's the problem? Only problem about being the chip leader, at least in the this feature table. You can never double up. You can never double up your stack. It must feel awful. Like playing blackjack, you can at least double up every single time. But in poker, if you're the chip leader, it's the worst feeling. It's like, ah, I can only like add 30% of my stack. That sucks. I should go all in every hand. Meanwhile, Sandvik is 3-betting Hietala's open with King 10 of clubs. Hietala opened with Ace 10 off. And 3-bet works. Works like magic, I must say. Hietala folds the better hand. And this is the strength of a well-timed 3-bet. If you don't do it too often, it's gonna look damn strong. And as I've said all stream today, I don't really recommend calling 3-bets with hands like Ace 10 off. The blind still 300, 600, 285 entries thus far at day 1B. I would have to think that we're not gonna get too many more entries for this day 1B, just because in approximately 35 minutes the day 1C will open. So if you're gonna bust now, you're probably gonna take the 30 minutes and just enter with the starting stack to day 1C. That would make a lot sense than to make a late reg to day 1B. At least I think most people busting out in the next 30 minutes, that's what they think. Super Mario, I'm reading the other chat and you have some very, very nice ears in that sense. You're 100% correct. Meanwhile, Antanaitis is free betting to 3.5k against Espen Sandvik's open, and Mohammed is the one who actually has the real hand. He's not gonna get paid by any of these players. I mean, it's a... But he's gonna add at least 6.2k. We see that Antanaitis will not call a shove from Mohammed, which will come eventually. So unless the big blind wakes up with queens, something like Jacks Plus or Ace King, it's just gonna be a fold instead. Folds the Ace 2. Sandvik has a very simple fold with the 9-7. So Antanaitis, unless he thinks like he's somehow bot committed here, I think has a fairly simple fold as well. 1 fold, 2 fold, 3, maybe not. I mean, Antanaitis, let's go over it. Antanaitis has to pay 13.8 to win 23.2, right? So he's getting decent. He needs like... How much equity does he need? He needs like something around 40% equity. I think Ace 10 just does not have it. If he needs like less, if he needs like 38, it can be close, but I don't think Antanaitis has to call there with Ace 10. Yeah, it's gonna fold. To be fair, we have seen the kings being cracked, especially if somebody has pocket fives. I recommend go all in instantly. You're gonna win. You're gonna flop a set, river a quads. If you don't river a quads, you're running bad. You're just gonna have to go with flopping a set. Or flopping a set. Trying to find some information about our bust outs from day 1B. Just give me one more second. If you want to find any information whatsoever about the side events, all the side tables on the main event, and so on, so go over to kingsoftallinn.com. You have all the possible information for you there. Available everywhere, so I'll just go find day 1B. Meanwhile, it's Sandvik 3-betting, so with very different feature table than we had previously. It's very 3-bet heavy, as we have seen. Of course, the cards are helping as well. Let's see if Valtteris will just go with his 9s, facing a 3-bet from Sandvik, and we will see a classic little flip with ace-queen against 9s. It's interesting he just calls. I mean, he's gonna call about 33% of his stack. So, I mean, if I'm Valtteris, I'm not gonna love calling 33% of my stack with pocket 9s. Of course, he's gonna have to go on a 10-6-6 board. Should Sandvik ship it all in. So is it only 1 hour table or some amount of hands what they will play? So we are playing 8 levels today. Every 2 levels we have a break and a possible table change. Good luck, Kumamudu. You can take me out of the free buy. I'm flipping against you, but I am lucky. Meanwhile, it's a bet of 2.2k, very sneaky bet. Sandvik is never folding. Like, never, ever, ever should Valtteris go all in. Valtteris is playing it like aces. I mean, Valtteris is like super playing it like aces. I would be terrified if I'm Sandvik at the moment. Even if I get a queen, I'm like, God damn, does my opponent have aces here? And why do they give me queen to bust? So will this table stay for 1 more hour? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Official teacup. Deuce of diamonds on a turn. Check from Valtteris. Check from Sandvik. What a weird hand. If I honestly, it seems like Valtteris has aces. I can see that he has 9s, but that's a very suspicious way to play 9s. Another check from Valtteris. Sandvik, no reason to turn ace-queen into a bluff. So, a nice pot for the short stack. Valtteris now up to almost 20,000 in chips, and Sandvik feels like he saved 7k. To be fair, if I'm Sandvik, I'm feeling like I just saved myself 7k. By 9 staking this route, just free rolling to hit an ace or a queen. So I don't think Sandvik is actually like super sad about this hand or losing this hand. Sometimes it's just kind of not lost chips or won chips, right? So recent bust outs, we have lost Jussi Mattila, Massimo Cassabona, any local players? No, local players are crushing it. Argo Kaelep, Kevin Kõre, Igor Pihela, Oskar Ojavera. Yeah, that's a surprise. Risto Bernat, Tanel Merida. Karl-Johan Carson, one of the previous winners, has busted as well, but I'm sure he's gonna re-entry. Umamudu, this time he won the flip. Good luck, good game. Meanwhile, Sandvik raises it to 1.2k with ace-10. Frodo, I'm not 100% sure. Let me see if he's still in. Let me check. He seems to be still in the tournament at least. I'm not sure about his chip stack exactly, but Weirdo seems to be still in. Sandvik flops top pair, Valteris flops bottom pair with a backdoor flush draw. Sandvik bets 2.6k and Valteris... Okay, I get it now. I get it now. Now I understand why he played nines the way he did. Oh, Deckflow has some information about Moira Dom that he had more than 80,000. He started this he was at the feature table for the shortest time as well, for like 15 minutes, and then he was moved immediately. So he was doing great already back then, so it's great to hear. Now we can change a lot. Meanwhile, Sandvik tries to make things happen. Somebody busted me from the free buy, and I closed the table, so I didn't notice who busted me. Whoever you were, let me know. Whoever it was, you were. So, from the siren, we know that there is 1 more hour to be played today. Everybody who stays until the end makes a day 2 of Kings of Tallinn. Meanwhile, Irene Pindis 3 bets with King 8. That's surprising to me, but I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it, and Lindstedt cannot hold against the pressure. Or can he? It's ace 3 off. It's not the best hand to play a 4 bet, or definitely not a call 3 bet with. Love the move. Love the feist. Love the energy. Love everything about it. We are the world. We are the children. Good job. Good job. I have to root for the local people as well. I mean, we haven't seen too many Estonians. Finally get to see one, and she is doing great. Lindstedt, decent fold. All Gucci. Final 58 minutes. 286 entries now, so at least 1 more player joining us in between last checking in. But I don't think we're gonna crack 300. I think the rest of the field is gonna go to day 1C, which all of you guys can do as well. I mean, just join the day 1C, pay your 1,100 euros, and possibly win 100,000 euros. 1,100 euros, you know, if you save it, it's 1,100 euros. You can buy like 2 bags of milk, a Coca-Cola, a couple of snooze. But 1,100 euros buying into a poker tournament could be a freaking car. Could be a freaking fifth of a house. I think the winner of Kings of Tallinn main event this year will get approximately 100,000. Approximately. Average stack is 54,304 chips, so very close to doubling the starting stack for average, so losing 50% of the field. Not sure what the break is all about here, why the players are not playing. Some of them even standing up. Let me see if I get some information about that. I'm getting some more information as we speak.
A bit jealous now, but survive.
Seems to be... Oh, look at that! We have a new player, and it's a very familiar face at Kings of Tallinn Festival as well. By the way, Espen from Norway sitting at seat number 2, and our chip leader Antanaitis also played the Flip and Go tournament. I don't know if you have heard it. I'm sure you have played it. I for sure. I think I play a Flip and Go every single day. But we have a live Flip and Go tournament for you guys here in Tallinn, Estonia. So if you're thinking like, I don't want to play through these 2 days of not cashing, just play a Flip and Go. It's a €150 Flip and Go tournament. So it's how does it work? Is you just have a table full of players, all pay €150, one winner, and once they win, they are already in the money, and the final stage will be played starting from the money and until the winner. It's a really nice, like, action-packed game, and you know, gets rid of playing through those grueling hours of trying to chip up and reach the money, and just, you know, give luck a chance. So we have those €150 GG Poker Flip and Go Mystery Bounty tournaments going every single time, and once you make the money, as I said, there's also gonna be mystery bounties up to, I don't know how much, €5,000 I think. Yeah, the biggest bounty is going to be €5,000. So if you have an extra €150, you want to get a chance of Kings of Tallinn trophy, maybe a lot of money, then go having fun. The flips are running during the breaks as well, so I mean, every hour you get to have quite a few flips here. So we have Jussi, who looked like Finnish guy, sounds like Finnish guy, and name is from Finland, but still the Italian flag. Official teacup, I think since Jussi took the Italian players, or Latvian player, as you can see, it's a Latvian flag. A Latvian player's seat, they haven't just changed the flag, haven't changed the flag just yet, or had a little mix-up. So new player joining us. I know you guys know him. You're familiar with him. He is indeed from Finland. And his name is Jussi Mattila. Jussi Mattila is a very, very strong player. He's a very loose player. He's a total freaking maniac from Mars, as you can see, 3-betting with 10-3. Because, let me tell you why he's doing that. He has one more hour. He does not care how many re-entries he has to make. We saw it last year. We're gonna see it this year as well. Last year we had the same thing. Last hour, Jussi was 3-betting every single hand, sometimes losing, rebuying, coming back in until he had a stack. What place did he finish last year? And rode it all the way to 28th place finish in 2021. Kings of Tallinn main event. I don't think he cashed Kings of Tallinn main event last year, but he did win the celebrity event last year. Jussi bets, Antanaitis shoves, Jussi folds. We're gonna see him do that a lot longer. We're gonna see him do that a lot more, I mean. Jussi already letting us know what he thinks about the pace of the game. He wants some action. Jussi Mattila has 784,000 in live tournament earnings. Best live cash is 274,000. That best live cash comes from not too long ago. 2019 was when he got that 250,000 euro win, or it's $275K win, winning the EPT Prague Event 4. Second place actually in the EPT Prague 4, sorry. Meanwhile, Mohamud raises it up with ace-king. Sandvik defends and heads up to the flop fairly standard now. Sandvik gets lucky on a flop, flops a pair of sixes. And checks it over to Mohamud, who steps right into it. I mean, this hand can go very different way. I mean, Mohamud, by continuing to bet, he can get Sandvik to fold the 6 eventually. 10 of diamonds on the turn is not going to help his case too often, though. Let's see if Sandvik actually wants to lead into this 10 of diamonds. Put a small, like, 3K bet in there. You know, this 10 is going to get checked back so often. He can represent the 10. He can kind of protect his equity against hands exactly like ace-king. So let's see. Sandvik does bet out. I love this bet from Sandvik. 2.5K. Mohamud is in trouble kind of, because I mean, should Sandvik have a 10, then he's gonna lead in as well, knowing that this is gonna get checked back super often. So he's dead against the 10. He's doing decent against flush draws, straight draws, and so on, but he's gonna call. 2.5K, 15K in the middle, needs an ace or a king on the river, gets a queen of clubs instead. So 2 pair for Sandvik now, better 2 pair for Sandvik now. Switches his 10s and 6s into a queens and 10s. I'm not sure Sandvik actually loves this queen. Mohamud can have something like ace queen, but now he can beat a hand like 9s, 8s, 7s and jacks. So actually I think he's fine with the queen. Another small bet of 5,000. And the question is, will Mohamud call? He has good other tournament positions too, but small wins. Why don't he play bigger games? I think Jussi Mattila has told himself that he feels like he's more of a, you know, doesn't consider himself like a professional poker player per se, that is grinding it out all the time. He loves having fun playing those meat stakes, 500 to 2K tournaments, and mixing it up in bigger tournaments every now and then. Meanwhile, Mohamud still thinking about it with the ace-king. Obviously, it is a very important decision for him. There's 20,000 in the middle. He has 14.8 behind. Should he call and lose, he's gonna be left with just 12 big blinds. Should he call and win, though, he's gonna be right back in it. How often is his ace high good here? Needs to be good once every 4 times. Finds humor in it, though. It looks like he's figuring it out that... I mean, Espen is looking kind of excited. He looks like a guy who's can't wait to show his hand. But maybe it's just the table talk. Maybe they're being like super funny. And Jussi, of course, I mean, he was just telling everybody how the pace of the game is so slow, and now we have another long decision, so I'm sure Jussi has something to say about it at least. He does fold. What a great fold from Mohammad. I mean, it can't feel good, you know. You feel like once you call, you're actually back in it, so you kind of start hoping that maybe there's bluffing and maybe I wanna be right back in it. But nice fold from Mohammad. Gets away from the ace king and leaves himself 5k more than he would have had he called and lost. "45 minutes to increase to your chip stack. One player who is going to pick up the pace is sitting at seat number 9. I can bet my bottom dollar that Jussi is gonna be all in at least once in that 45 minutes. He has 20,000 and he's gonna raise it up to 2k. With the king 6. He doesn't need much. And gets one player to fold and other player considering it with the hand that Jussi is actually dominating. So Antonaitis makes the call for 2k, knowing that Jussi Mattila is, you know, splashing around a little bit. Maybe Antonaitis can flop something and take advantage of it. Instead, it's Antonaitis flopping a gut shot straight draw, but Jussi Mattila actually having a top pair, so Mattila is not going anywhere. Even if Antonaitis goes all in, Jussi Mattila is not folding to king 6. Probably. I think. Does make the call, hoping to turn a 5. A 5 would be a sick card for Jussi here, giving him an open-ender plus the top pair. Queen of spades on a turn, a quick check from Antonaitis, and Mattila now tries to get more chips in. 5,100 is the bet, and that's too much. That's too rich for Antonaitis' sake. Doesn't want to buy a 5 for that amount, so he'll fold. It's just still hovering around that 130,000 that he started this featured table with, but he's been in the mix. I mean, he's been making a couple of great bluffs, playing a few small pots here and there, just, you know, not really staying away from players. And now is the time where the short stacks probably are thinking about, you know, I have to make a move. I don't want to come back tomorrow to 10 big blind stacks, so this is where the big stacks are maybe trying to wait for a bit of a stronger hands, knowing that their fold equity is getting lower every minute. Or let's say the bluff equity in that sense. Valteris with Jack 10 of diamonds. Pretty looking hand. Look at that. Bindis folds a pair of 8s against the single raise. That is a very, very tight fold for Bindis. Bindis probably getting very used to finding 10s, jacks and 10s, but we saw Bindis raise or 3-bet with king 8 suited. So this time folding the pair of 8s just shows that he elects to play against certain type of opponents, or maybe about the feel something. I don't know. I have to ask in that, but Mohammad does find a strong hand. Mohammad can go all in with ace king off, and Valteris cannot make the call with Jack 10. Even though you really want to see the flop with a hand like this, if you get the ultimate question, do you want to play for it all? Jack 10 of diamonds just doesn't make the cut. But what do you guys think about the fold with pocket the eights. I mean, if Irene is thinking that it's I mean, how many 3-bet shove stacks Irene has behind? If it's like 3 or 4, I mean, I'm starting to nah, it's still 8s. It's you can't fold to 8s against a single raise. That's just too tight. I love you, Irene, but that's just too tight. Well, I mean, if she probably would have folded against the shove, then she just saved herself 1,600 chips. Jussi Mattila doesn't care about saving any chips, he just cares about making, and making all of them. Jack 6 of spades for Mr. Mattila. Good enough for a raise to 2,000. And just a big blind to get through, and again, Mattila finds himself in a situation where there's just one player remaining. He's opening absolute crap, and players with even worse hands calling him, and that is a dream scenario for Mattila. A flush draw for him and a slightly weaker flush draw for his opponent, and it's a check from Lindstedt, bet of 2,000 for Mattila. Lindstedt calls. If there's a spade, Mattila is gonna get his much needed double up. It's set ace of diamonds. So still, Jussi Mattila 94%. That is just crazy percentages with just jack high. Keeps the pressure on. How much? 5,800, and Lindstedt, I mean, definitely not super happy about it. But he's gonna fold his flush draw, and he's actually very lucky to not turn a spade there. Nice to see Jussi with whiskey and coffee, of course, the Finnish way. It's always nice to see Jussi at the feature table, I must say.
Siihen mä vähän niin kuin laskin, että vaikka se tulisi, se ei välttämättä käy. Mennään kohtuu halvalla. Ei siitä eroa päälle. Se oli siinä kohtaa kaikki tai mitään.
King Jack of diamond. I don't think we've seen a single King Jack suited today. Now that I think about it, I don't think throughout this whole stream, I don't think we've seen anybody with King Jack suited. I think, and I'm fairly certain I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we've seen anybody with King Jack of any suit. First time we see King Jack suited, and it's Valtteris raising it up to 1.6k. Jussi making a call with ace 10. Remind me if I'm wrong. I don't know how many of you have been here since the start, but no matter where you've been or how long you've been here, have you seen anybody with King Jack suited? I don't think we have. Queen of diamonds is the only pretty thing on this flop for Valtteris, but he has the betting lead, so he can definitely continuation bet and just get Jussi to fold a couple of better hands. So he does c-bet on a queen high board. "37 minutes and 30 seconds remaining of this feature table and day 1B. Will we see another big stack emerge? Or will the players be happy with what they got at the moment, get a nice rest and come back tomorrow stronger than ever? Mattila now finds an actual hand to play with, to play poker with. Finds pocket tens, makes it 2k, and his image is paying off already. Sandvik 3-betting him with a 7 of diamonds, and Lindstedt now another king-jack suited. So when it rains king-jack suited, it pours, right? Right. Am I right? Mattila going all in, Sandvik folding, everything going according to the plan for Mattila. Now, I mean, he's up to 36k, decent-ish. I'm sure he would like to see more, and he's willing to, you know, gamble for it, but at the same time, he's not gonna like go crazy and go all in every hand. I wonder if Sigmund and Jussi are good friends in real life. And the reason I'm thinking that is like Sigmund finished day 1A with exactly, I think, 35.7 or something very close to that. So I wanted to say he can finish with the same stack than that his good friend Sigmund finished with. Something tells me Jussi isn't like the greatest friends with Sigmund. And I don't know what that is. What is it? Meanwhile, Jussi Mattila calls from under the gun with 6-3. Scratch that. He's willing to gamble. He's calling from under the gun with 6-3 off. That is as loose as they get. I wonder if it's the bottom of Jussi's range, calling range from under the gun. Mohammed realizes his opponent is playing a bit looser than his regular opponents probably. So he's gonna go all in, everybody folds. And Mohammed back up to 20k. $150 players remaining out of 286 entries on this day 1B. Average stack being 57,200 chips. Approximately, the blinds are 4 and 800, so the average stack is about 72 big blinds exactly. So we are still very deep stacked. 72 big blinds, average stack is just massive. Just one player at our feature table who is over that average. But he is over that average by a long margin, meaning that the table average is probably around that 70 big blinds range. Espen makes it 1.8. Mohammed folds whatever he had. Lindstedt is not going to fold anything. Lindstedt, you're a suspect, but let me see. We have seen too many queens being bluffed out in this tournament. The number of queens being bluffed out in this tournament is too damn high. So Lindstedt, you can redeem yourself. You can definitely redeem yourself by 3-betting here and being the one player to actually win with queens. Yes! Yes, Saboya! Yes, Saboya, he does!
You want more? Yeah.
Get in. Get in is what I want to say. Thirty more minutes. We have a small or slight little hiccup. Seat number 1 is still open. I expect someone to come and fill this spot very soon as well for this final 30 minutes. Mohammed. I mean, he's not gaining too many chips throughout this feature table, but I mean, he's damn sure is battling. He survived ace queen against ace king. He's been all in more times than I can count. And he's still in the mix. And I mean, if he's gonna survive this all in as well, which he just might, because Jussi Mattila 3-bets to 4.1k. Espen Sandvik goes all in for 35,000. And if there's a chance, any chance for Mohammed to get away from a sick cooler with ace queen for, I think like third or fourth time, maybe second, maybe first time, I don't know. No, I think it's at least for the third time he gets away from a sick cooler. Then it's just crazy. And again, he folds the ace queen. Jussi Mattila makes the call with the aces and is poised to win a 69 thousand chip pot. Needs to fade a jack, and it gets a lot easier now. Needs to fade running straight cards. 3 of diamonds seals the deal. Jussi Mattila doubles up against Sandvik here. Sandvik left with just 2,000 chips, and if Mattila gets a strong hand, there is no getting away from the jacks, because Mattila can have something like 10-3, 6-3, King 5, all those hands in his range that he's 3-betting with. So you're never folding jacks if you're gonna run into aces. You're gonna double your opponent up, and that's exactly what happens. Jussi Mattila has a stack now.
You'll get to stay a bit more.
Poor Espen. In that sense, I mean, poor Espen. He did nothing wrong. Everybody would have done. I mean, what could he? Let's think about it. Let's go through all the actions he could have done against Mattila. Like going all in, Mattila is gonna fold all his. I actually think that Espen could have maybe. I mean, I don't. I think Espen could have 4-bet to something like 10k. Just to keep Jussi Mattila's ridiculous range in. Jussi Mattila is gonna do it with 6-8, and he's gonna call the 4-bet with 6-8. I've seen it too many times doing these feature tables. I've seen it too many times, but I think he's gonna call off Jussi Mattila's shove anyway. So in that sense, he did nothing wrong. But I think the better way to get Jussi Mattila to put chips in with like completely stupid range is by 4-betting 30 to 10k or something like that, because I mean, Mattila, by going all in there, you're gonna force Mattila to fold all the ridiculous hands. Meanwhile, Mattila raises with 8-7 of spades to 2.4k from the button. Sandvik is all in from the blind. Antanaitis wants to see the flop as well with his queen 10 suited, so I mean, there's a pot brewing. Yeah, Mattila with 2 spades, Antanaitis with actually the highest equity hand at the moment. Zyra's at the moment we have approximately 150, but this is just day 1B of Kings of Tallinn main event. Tomorrow we will continue with day 2, where all the day 1s will be combined. We will still have day 1C to be played, day 1A finished with 127 players remaining or something like, day 1A finished with, yeah, something like 120 players. So I think there will be approximately 300 players remaining for day 2 tomorrow. Ace, 10-6 on the board. Now Mattila with a gutshot straight draw. Antanaitis with 2 pair. And it's still the best hand. Antanaitis, our chip leader, gets a bit more richer, eliminating Sandvik with King 3 after losing that monster bot with jacks against aces. And Antanaitis is now up to 135,000. So Cyrus, if you're thinking about it, then press the follow button. We're gonna be doing this coverage for 3 days. We have free buys, giving away lots of cool stuff, and of course it's the biggest tournament in Northern Europe. And it's gonna be the biggest Kings of Tallinn of all time. We have €500,000 guaranteed prize pool, which will be smashed. Mattila and Antonaitis now the only 2 players with above average chip stack, but still plenty of players with plenty of playing room. But it's Lindstedt, the one player who's not folding queens in this tournament, folding the 9 deuce. But Hietala with King Jack, or let's call him Magnus Carlsen, makes it 1.8k. And even Mattila now, after getting a chip stack of over 60,000, is starting to fold hands.
Last time she got a hand when she took a drink, and the next hand ace king. Oh, double up. There you go.
If you're talking about Yuri's Hlibovs, Lizek, are you talking about Yuri's Hlibovs? Then yes, Yuri's Hlibovs is still in the tournament. He did have to rebuy though. He had to re-enter once, but it's fine. He's still, his second bullet is going well. Meanwhile, Hietala C-bets for 1.4k. Mohammed flops a gut shot straight draw with a backdoor flush draw, facing a small bet of 1.4k. He's going to... It's gonna work, but I'm not a big fan of that raise from Mohammed. It just does not make sense to raise this board. It doesn't make sense to raise an ace-high board against under the gun +1 open. I mean, it worked in a short term, but it just... What are you representing here? Ace-4 or ace-5? That's it. Or 4s and 5s. It's like all the nutted hands is what your opponents can have, and you can't really have any of them. So, I mean, all the aces, you're never gonna have aces. You're never gonna even have 2s-3. I mean, you're folding 2s-3 pre-flop. So, I mean, ace-king, you're not gonna have. Ace-queen, you're not gonna have. It's just a weird raise that just... If King Jack thought about it a bit longer, probably would have figured it out and called it. But in this instance, it did work. But the story itself, it just makes zero sense. Like, what are you trying to represent? You're trying to represent ace-4 or ace-5, basically. And it's I think it's a bit too tight of a range to try and get your opponent to fold all the aces that they can have, etc. I wonder if his opponent had something like pair of sixes, would they have folded? Which is in my opinion worse to have than King Jack. Because you block your opponent's chances of having straight draws on this board. So I'm really wondering. But yeah, sometimes players just, you know, they don't think the story through. They just automatic fold. 3 ways to the flop. Queen 6-3. So pair of 3s for Jussi, pair of 3s for Lindstedt, and Antonaitis misses completely. And something tells me Jussi is gonna win this pot. Unless Antonaitis wants to raise here. Antonaitis does have backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight flush draw, so he might use this hand as a 3-bet and continue on any spade, continue on 8s, continue on 10s, 5s. So, I mean, it's a decent backdoor hand to turn into a bluff. He makes it 6.6, so Gets rid of the best hand thus far. Jussi is not a believer though. He's going to make the call. And 5 would be a very interesting card on turn. Instead it's a 10 of clubs. Let's see if my theory is correct and Antonitis might continue on a 10. I just named the 10 as one of the possible hands to continue on. Gives him an out for the nuts. An 8 would give him the nuts, so let's see. He doesn't have any showdown value, he would think, I assume he thinks. So if he's not betting the 10, then I'm very disappointed at the raise on the flop, but if he's betting the 10, then I love it. He does bet 4.5k, doesn't even have to bet large here. And Mattila folds the best hand and a nice aggressive play from the Lithuanian here. Well played, well played, well played indeed. So I was touching slightly about the Flip and Go tournaments running here live. So if you want to take part of today's Flip and Go tournament, we will have it around 11 p.m. local time. 11 p.m. local time. If you have 150 euros, want to play for a trophy, it's a mystery bounty event. Just pay the 150 euros. Hope to win your table. You're automatically in the money, and we will continue with the final stage tomorrow at 9 p.m.
What about the blue? Where are you from? Norway. Use my 5 seconds.
Meanwhile, it's Irene Pindis finding pocket queens, and Valtteri's opening it up with pocket sixes from under the gun. Pindis gets a fold with her pocket queens. Super Mario, yes, we finish here, then straight over there. Nah, I'm not gonna kill their mojo. They do a great duo. But I'm, to be fair, I'm watching it on the other table. Or on the side. I am rooting for them on the side. Level up. Meanwhile, for the first time of day 1B, it took just 7 hours, 42 minutes and 30 seconds, and we have lost exactly half of the players who entered day 1B. Average stack is exactly 60,000. 286 started, 243 remaining. Pocket jacks for Bindis now. I mean, she has been a definite card rack. I mean, she has been hit in the face with cards. Problem for her is that she hasn't really managed to get any money. She's been getting a couple of raises and a couple of blinds and so on, but she hasn't really been able to win a massive pot with those massive hands. I mean, she had tens twice, jacks twice, ace king twice, queens once, all in the past hour and 30 minutes. So definitely running good card-wise. Let's see if she's gonna run good flop-wise as well. That's looking like a sick flop for both of these players. Bindis with an overpair, Mattila with ace 3 of hearts, pair of threes, ace high, not flush draw. Bindis bets 2.5k. Will Mattila go for a large stack here, or will he just call? He's going to call. 10.4k in the middle, so we see that Mattila's style changes completely once he gets to double starting stack. That's exactly what he wants. He wants to get his stack up, and then he's gonna start playing like normal, regular people poker. Bet of 4,000 on a turn, gets snap called by Mattila, needs an ace, 3 or a heart, king of spades, Bindis still ahead, but it must be a scare card for Bindis. Checks it over. Will Mattila bluff? No, he will not. Bindis shows the jacks and takes down a decent-sized pot worth 18,400, and Bindis now up to 45.8. That was a nice one. That was a nice one. This could have been a lot bigger. Had Mattila raised the flop, this would have been all of it. But it's as it is. I mean, you have to take your hats off in front of Mattila. If he wants to play good, he's playing good. He's like, I have position. I don't need to take that risk. My opponent is tighter than regular opponents from what we've seen. We don't. I mean, from what they know, she's been a maniac because she's been playing so many hands. But we can see that she has really run well with the cards. So if he's assuming that his opponent is a bit tighter, so he doesn't need to take the raise, just trying to get there, and once he gets there, tries to get some extra money. So Jussi Mattila has very many different gears. I'm a fan of his for sure. And Mini Megatron, you are correct that she did very well with the Ace King versus tens. Antanaitis calls to raise from Mattila with Ace 4. Mattila opened things up with King 4 of hearts. Antanaitis calls. Simas calls. Simas, sorry. Simas calls, and Bindis comes into the party as well, and it's Mattila flopping a flush draw and Simas with a trips. Trip sevens for Simas, and Mattila leading into him for 3.6k. Will Simas raise it here, and will it all go in? Should he raise it here, or will he just call? He will just call 3.6k. If the turn is the ace of hearts, it's gonna be GG for Mattila. Antanaitis gonna fold the ace high. $16.4 in the middle. Knowing Mattila, I was just saying that should he lose this hand, no matter how much more or how much less, he's gonna be going full blast mode for the last 15 minutes. But it's looking very, very good for Mattila here to actually win a huge one. What a sick run out for Mattila, opening with King 4 of hearts and just getting the dream run out at the moment. Of course, Simas can still take the lead with a 7, 9, 10 or an ace. An offsuit ace would be the worst for Mattila. It's a 10 of diamonds on a turn, and we might have liftoff. Mattila snap checks the river, and Simas, he will bet. I mean, it's almost never a 10. He's almost always ahead. Bets 10.5k. I don't see Mattila folding. He's gonna make the call. He's gonna lose the 50,000 chip pot. And it's Simas up to 90,000 in chips, and Jussi Mattila is gonna try and make those chips back for the next 15 minutes. So, I mean, we don't have much time left. Let's see what Mattila figures out. 100%. 100% Mattila is tilted. And 100, I'm more than sure he's gonna try and mix it up even more. 3-6 is gonna be a decent hand. We have a final, the clock has been paused, so we have final, I think 4 or final 4 hands or something like that. Up to final 5 hands for all the tables, meaning that all the players will play the same amount of hands, and then we are finished with day 1B. Hand number 1 starts now. Simas with pocket 5s from under the gun. Against Jussi Mattila's big blind, should he open and everybody would fold? I want to see what happens. So he's gonna open it up to 1.8k. I can't wait for the action to get to Jussi because he's going to want revenge. 7 deuce. How much revenge? Enough to play 7 deuce off. I mean, I've seen it too many times. I've been the commentator for Kings of Tallinn for how many years now, and I've seen Mattila at the feature table almost, I think every year. And I think I know his play. He's calling, he's getting a pair of 7s, and he's in full revenge mode at the moment. Makes it 6,000 with his pair of 7s, has Simas in dire strait, and it's a tough spot for Simas because Mattila could have a 4 for value. Mattila could have jack high, he could have anything, so I don't think he feels like folding 5s just yet, but at the same time, if Mattila has a 7 or a 10, you're in a very bad shape, so he's gonna fold. Mattila takes a small one back, now up to 30,000, shows a deuce. Simas is like, all right. Hand number 2 begins now. 2 of however many there is. Up to 5. Let's see if Jussi is happy with what he got back, or will he continue his crusade for revenge? Or how should I name it? Jack 10 for Antonaitis. Good enough for a raise from under the gun. Of course, he's one of the biggest stacks. Apply pressure to one of the mid stacks who just want to make it to day 2. And Jussi Mattila, if 7-2s was strong enough for him, he's gonna go with 6-2s. I mean, he's not getting too many good hands, but I mean, he wants to play them. He has been winning with them, and Simas will also call with Queen 10 of clubs. Deuce 5 Queen, a pair of queens for Simas, but Jussi Mattila has a pair of deuces. Are this pair of deuces worth 28,400? That is my only question. Mattila bets 1,000, Simas calls. And Antonaitis makes the call with jack high. Now, I mean, it's a perfect turn for Antonaitis to try and steal this one away. After calling 1k, he can definitely represent the ace, being the pre-flop raiser. Plus, he has 4 outs to the nuts. So, Antonaitis is gonna follow suit. He's gonna do exactly that. Puts a large bet out there worth 6,200, and I think it's gonna work. Maybe not against Jussi, but I think it's gonna work against Simas. That would be the sickest if Antonaitis bets 6.2. Jussi calls, Simas would fold the queen, and Mattila somehow wins with a pair of deuces, but I don't think Mattila is in full, like, bleeding chips mode. He's gonna fold the 6-2. Simas folds the pair of queens, and Antonaitis just absolutely is dominating this table and this tournament with 151,000. Just perfectly timed little bluffs, perfectly timed, well played moves, and I mean, what a man he is. What a freaking man he is. Hand number 3 begins now. As you can see, the prize pool is officially over 500,000 already. 505,000 at the moment, with one more day to play. Mohamud with ace 4 of spades. And one more day to be played. Hey. Mattila finds a 6 and a bay. But Simas finds a bay and an ace. So he's gonna raise it up and say nay. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm just having a good time. Just the final few hands, just a good time. But I'll be back tomorrow. Mattila. Revenge mode continues. Queen 6, good enough to call 7.4k. Just hoping to hit the queen or a 6 there. We can see that queen would not be the greatest. 7, 7, and an 8. So 18.2 thousand in the middle. Simas bets 5. Mattila probably call. Nah, he's gonna fold. The thing is, Mattila is, when he's in revenge mode, he's like super loose pre-flop. But he's not gonna put his chips in like completely dead. He's like trying to hit every flop, but he's not gonna put his chips in drawing dead. Last hand, ladies and gentlemen. Last hand of day 1B. What a showing from Antanaitis. Up to 150,000. Simas came, saw, and conquered the Finnish legend Jussi Mattila. Mohamud was a true warrior. He was like at the wrong end of every single setup he could have been. I would have been out of the tournament 3 times if I was Mohamud. He's still in it. He's still fighting, still has a chance. Bindis just ran super hot with cards, continued to pressure her opponents. And a raise from Hietala with pocket 7s. Jussi Mattila, now is the time to probably try and make a last move because it's the last hand. And actually has a decent hand as well with the ace-10 of diamonds, so let's see. Will Hietala? Yeah, Hietala will gamble with Mattila with pocket 7s. Kind of a bad beat for Mattila to be flipping against Hietala. Bad beat for Hietala because, I mean, he's seeing pocket 7s and Mattila just bleeding chips. He's thinking like, I'm gonna print here. But Mattila has a very strong hand against 7s. Needs an ace or a 10. Or some diamonds, and there you have it. There's a 10, and it's just like the worst feeling if you're Hietala. You're down to 14,000. You have to come back to a short stack, and it's Jussi Mattila who has lost every single pot. But he can still hit a 7 or an 8 on a river. Can he do it on the river? Or will he be left with a short stack? Yes, he will. Down to 14,000. Jussi Mattila up to 42,000 in chips, and that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, that was the last hand of day 1B. We're gonna be back tomorrow right after the late registration ends, right after the re-entry period ends. So don't go anywhere far. Let's see you guys tomorrow right here. My name is Christian Laas, and tomorrow will be even more fun because we might get to the money.
Flip and go tournaments here, $150. No skill involved, right up my alley.
Are you a flip and go champ?
I should be. God, I mean, I feel like I'm winning like 1 in every 3, but there's 10 people each one. So.
How many have you actually done now?
And I mean, yeah, you're making me out to be a liar now because I've done 2 and I haven't won one yet. But I'm thinking in advance.
There's still time, right?
Exactly.
They're fun though, aren't they?
Mate, they're incredible. Much more fun than normal poker. Nah, we do also love normal poker.
Talk us through the main event. You're on your 2nd bullet?
No, first.
Oh, I thought I saw you buying it again.
No, I just went to the bathroom.
Oh, right.
I'm not allowed anymore, Laura, no?
No, not allowed to go to the toilet.
No,